You key. Hello.
Armed and Dangerous. Played Marvel around.
Yeah.
How's it going?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
I live, and I just thank my work for allowing me to get this day off. So I'm a very happy boy.
Nice. Nice. So let me post in case Brutally Hands sees this link in the chat.
Do you
all
have,
right, welcome.
do you have his DMs or something you could probably send it to?
I pretty much put up follow on Twitter. So I try to figure out. I pretty much did a follow on Twitter, but I still haven't seen anything about being able to. Let me see.
I didn't know he had a Twitter.
Yeah, he has a Twitter. It's not it's not too big, but
yeah, it's just there it is. There's the goofy goober.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I'll have to do some musical chairs. Hey.
Hey guys. Before we begin, I had to say Happy Women's Day.
Nice.
Also,
right,
I finally watched Flow the movie.
The what?
Yeah.
The one with the black cat that won several Oscars.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard it's pretty good.
So
yeah.
Musical chairs is gonna happen.
Yeah, there's gonna be musical chairs happening because I want to have at least one spot reserved for our guests before it's just in case. So all right, so I can't let so after Vic is here, I can't let any more people in for right now because we need one spot for him for Brutally Hands.
Is it Dovek?
It's me.
It's Dovek.
Yeah. So I'm trying to. Hopefully, he will see the link in the chat when he shows up.
You can also tag him on Twitter as well. Although, granted, I'm not sure how active he is on that because.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, the last post he did on Twitter was back in December of 2023. So it's probably
Yeah, so I'm trying to. So yeah, hopefully he sees the. Here, I'll probably have to put
Hey, Sea Monster.
Yes.
Have you seen the fan art I sent you about our live stream crew?
Yes, I've seen it. Yeah, I kind of responded saying that something about. I think I said that I liked how Minecraft World was a Cuban man in that.
Contrary to popular belief, I actually do have legs and I actually do have knees and elbows. So.
Well, you having legs and arms wasn't up for question. It was whether or not you have elbows.
Yeah, I do.
I mean,
do you though?
The reason why I did it is because I have no references to do outside of your profile picture, so I decided screw it. I was gonna do. Basically,
I've drawn myself a couple times. I've drawn my avatar a couple times though.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't know.
No, you're fine. It's still good art. You don't need to be. You don't need to. Don't take me correcting you as being angry. It's just pointing out stuff.
All right. So yeah, Cinemus will come on later, pretty much, because he doesn't want Brutally Hands to think that he could. Yeah, we don't want anyone to. Yeah, he doesn't want Brutally Hands to think that we're cornering him or anything.
Well, I'll gladly play devil's advocate for him if he shows up. So that goes without saying.
Yeah. So let's all be. This will be a chill discussion. I'll probably have to tag him in a community post. So because he's been able to see that more, than anything. That's how he's been able to see us even discussing talking about him here.
So. But in the meantime,
Animus
anyone's doing big progress on projects or anything?
I've been working on my Godzilla the Arrival pitch. I just finished the interrogation sequence with Sam. I am on the Arrival of the Griffin. So,
nice.
Yay.
As for me being a complete idiot at times, I basically deleted half of my script of my GVK rewrite.
Ooh, that sucks.
Oh.
Accidentally, I might add.
Yeah, that's... so far, my script on my GXK essay video seems to be going pretty well, but it's definitely looking to be like the longest scripts that I've done so far. It's not, well, I mean, it's pretty much starting to be one of the longest I've done. It's not even finished yet.
Yeah.
I got
GXK has
more.
a lot to talk about, so
yes. Oh,
Godzilla.
yes. It is staggering.
Godzilla X Kong, the new slop.
Yes, that one.
Isn't that the title that the Animus is going for in this video?
Is it? He'll owe me royalties for that if that's the case.
I mean, from what I've seen on his Twitter, he did say that in his hashtag it's called Godzilla X Kong too painful to watch.
Oh yeah, that's different then.
Yeah, he's got his own title for it, so there won't be any need for royalties being paid, because we're all coming up with our own unique title.
I would love to do a thumbnail art for his video if he wants to.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Meanwhile, here I am working on an essay about praising something. Well, more accurately, studying, but also praising.
Yeah. That's the thing, is that there's so many out of the big videos I have. I already kind of got stuff in the pipeline, so it's I'd love to do other stuff. I think one thing I want to do before I do another critical MonsterVerse video would maybe be a praise of MonsterVerse Godzilla's design, or at least the designs up until the new slop. But
yeah,
would you do a video on MonsterVerse Ghidorah's design in the MonsterVerse?
MonsterVerse Ghidorah's. I talked about MonsterVerse Ghidorah's design in my What Makes Ghidorah a Well-Designed Kaiju video. And then I know I'm going to be talking about MonsterVerse Rodan in the Rodan video that's coming out at the end of March. So,
nice.
Does the only...
Also, you saw my suggestions for comparison?
Yeah, I saw this. I did. Because I'm thinking what I'll want to do is, because I just got Professor T's, or just how he goes by, Jack Blackburn's Gigantus book. So I'm going to probably be reading that throughout March, and June is when I'll have his review out. And I think probably the Scar King video will be... I might actually try to make that so throughout G-Fest this year, I'll have videos uploaded, and there won't be a lapse in the uploads while I'm away. So we'll see.
All right. So Brutally Hands says that I just got a reply from him in the comment section of the last stream we did on him, because that's how I've been communicating with him. He said he's good to go whenever. So
send him a link then.
Yeah, I'll send him a link to the.
This might be me, but I would. A part of me would love if the Animus and I have made a live stream, just about two of us.
What? There he is. He's in the chat.
There he is. Link is in the chat. The link is in the chat. So go right ahead. It's right at the very top. Here we go.
And it's all for you.
Here we go.
Okay.
Give me 100, never nothing less. Here we go. We coming. You already know the. I'm sorry, I had to.
I can't. Shit. Yeah, chill. That's okay. Sorry, Lau. We can't. We need we're trying to get hands on our guest on here. So unfortunately, the thing's going to be full right now. So
well, what's it called? We can
and Rick. So
I mean, if you want to, I could leave a couple of hours if you want to.
Yeah, that works too.
A couple of hours in.
Well, I was gonna say that too. If he wants to do this again, like on another channel, I know we can do it on mine as well. And since I pay for it, I can also get more people in. So we'll see how this one goes.
Okay, here we go. We're getting him on. Here we go. You are here. Hello.
Skibbity bibbity.
Test. Can you?
Hello.
Oh,
hello.
Yeah. Hey.
Hello.
What's up?
Doing good. How about you?
Oh, I know what the issue is here. Hold on. I was listening to the live stream still while I was talking to you guys. My bad.
It's okay.
I was like, why is there such a delay? Oh, yeah, I'm an idiot.
Real. We've had that issue multiple times.
Yeah.
Oh, right. So how's it going?
We all
It's
live.
pretty good.
Semi-decently.
How are you doing, Willie Venus?
Doing all right.
Alrighty.
Yeah. All right.
All right, we all looking good. We're all feeling good.
We're all feeling amazing. Awesome.
All right,
Yeah.
fantastic.
I guess since we don't want to get too much dead air and everyone's chomping at the bit for this, do we want to start with a discussion about his videos or about any of the movies in general?
Yeah, I was curious what our starting point would be.
Which one do you want to talk about first, Thomas? Also, just to clear the air, how do you pronounce the last name?
Oh, that's a good, yeah. Hannes.
Hannes.
Okay,
Okay,
like that guy.
I've been getting it right. Let's go.
Yes.
Before I heard it said, I literally was like, I don't know how to pronounce this, so I just kept on calling you brutally hummus in my mind.
Whatever helps you remember, I guess. Hi, Lau. I see you commented. Yeah, I've been dealing with it all my life. Everybody gets it wrong.
Also, Willie Venus, if you don't recognize me, I'm basically the guy who did the comment section back in when you did your Godzilla 2014 video on that. It was back when you were discussing the Hawaii sequence.
Oh, so we've spoken before?
Yeah, it was when we talked about how we both wished Godzilla was portrayed more antagonistic in 2014.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I didn't recognize you immediately. I try to, as a young YouTuber, try to respond to every single comment, so I kind of I keep the memory of the comments, not necessarily the usernames all the time.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like my crappy name is a good excuse for that. No one remembers my name, so I'm sorry.
That's cool. It's cool, man.
I guess technically since it was C's stream, I assume did you watch all of C's streams on your videos?
I was only aware of the one. I watched a good 3.5 hours of that. Because I know there was some stuff in the beginning where you guys were getting organized and all that stuff.
Oh, fair enough.
Okay.
All right.
It was the MonsterVerse one, specifically?
Yeah. Yeah.
The one that was talking about the first 2 parts that I had done. Did you do another one since then?
Oh, yeah, we did one before on your GXK video.
I had no idea. Oh my god.
Yeah, I can I'll grab the link for that.
Oh,
I'll put that in the private chat for you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's back there for you. But yeah, no, it was just the main one was the parts that they had done.
Okay. Is my fan coming through my mic at all right now?
Yeah, you sound fine. Don't worry.
All right, perfect.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So yeah, I think we should start off by saying how do we each feel about the MonsterVerse, just so I know who's coming from where. I mean, pretty sure we all know where I'm at, but I want to know where you guys are at.
Yeah.
We'll start from C and then we can go there that way.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So I am pretty much generally a fan of the MonsterVerse, but I definitely, over time, I definitely have soured on GVK and GXK quite a bit, at least in terms of what I think of them writing wise. The first 3 films, 2014, Kong Skull Island, and King of the Monsters, I pretty much would argue still hold up pretty well. But it's only after King of the Monsters is kind of where the potential of the shared universe kind of is starting to become a little bit squandered. Especially And there's also, there's Monarch Legacy Monsters, which, I mean, to be honest, the less said about
Let's
that
not
one.
even forget the animated Skull Island series.
Well, I've never watched that, but I haven't really heard that good things about it.
It wasn't like critical to your knowledge of the MonsterVerse, but it was entertaining enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know for myself.
All right.
Yeah, I enjoyed 2014. I really liked King of the Monsters. GVK, I'm impartial on, and then GXK, I do not really like at all. Kong Skull Island, I think, is the best written of the entire MonsterVerse. It's essentially makes 2014 kind of redundant. There's a lot of excused about Godzilla's origins in the MonsterVerse from 2014, and I think the grounding that 2014 set up was actually a lot more detrimental than some of the changes introduced in King of the Monsters. And then I also believe that GVK and GXK, being the fact that they were made by two people, well, made by the same person, and being two movies made by the same person, ultimately set a precedent for the MonsterVerse. And everyone's sort of perception of the MonsterVerse will be painted by those two films going forward. And I don't think the MonsterVerse has much longevity going forward.
Okay, yeah, dude, I couldn't agree more with you on that. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. It's just like I just want to put a pin in that idea there, where I think that also 2014 is a detriment. Like starting off on that serious note, and then where we are now, it's like if we didn't have that in the beginning, I might be more warm to it.
Yeah,
I don't want to go into a whole thing now. I want to hear from host.
Okay, can I start?
Yes, you can.
All right.
Okay, this may be a shock to any of you people, but my first introduction to Godzilla was the 1998 movie. That was like my introduction to the character. The actual introduction to actual Godzilla was the poster of Godzilla from Final Wars. So, to my interest, when I heard that they were making another Godzilla movie, I was both enthusiastic and at the same time, I don't know what to think of it, considering the fact that that was like my only perception of that character. So when I watched it, I thought I really, really liked it. I thought it was a very solid movie, and I really was excited when we were going to get more films, especially from that 2014 movie with that whole grounded, darker tone. Even though I liked the 2 and 3 movies, both Skull Island and King of Monsters for their thematic themes, I kind of am not the biggest fan of Godzilla vs. Kong and GXK because I feel like they kind of squandered the potential of this universe due to the fact that Wingard consistently wanted to have his own take on vision rather than focus on what the previous films were trying to establish. And in doing so, he basically created whatever he wanted. It basically pull something out of his ass to think something that's, in his word, it's something that's real cool. That's my perspective of it.
So from what I'm hearing, Godzilla vs. Kong is a big turning point for most of us in the series.
Yeah.
Like that's one where it was like it kind of lost its path.
Yeah, for me, I am someone that you would consider a MonsterVerse fan, generally speaking. I love every single film that we've gotten so far. That said, I'm not above acknowledging their issues. G14 was my informal introduction to Godzilla as a character and the film that made me fall in love with him as a character. Just the one that made me a proper fan. Kong Skull Island, I really like in its own right and has some sentiment being the first kaiju movie I went to see theatrically, as well as one of 2 films to make my brother a King Kong fan. The other one being the original King Kong versus Godzilla. Then King of the Monsters is controversially my favorite film ever made for multiple reasons. Biggest among them being its heavy personal sentiment being as influential as How to Train Your Dragon on my life, as well as just its hidden merits that we have discussed multiple times on Zim's channel and C's. GVK, I don't have as much personal sentiment in comparison to the previous 3, but I still do get a lot of enjoyment out of, and I still remember, and honestly, it was a comforting time for me during the trials of the COVID-19 pandemic. And then GXK, I consider to be the best theatrical experience of my life, in spite of its numerous, and I do mean numerous, flaws. And then Monarch exists, and and for the extended material, I didn't really
Can
like.
I say something
Did anybody
about?
like Monarch?
I like the concept of Monarch. I don't like the series. I think that it has some of the most
Can I say something
villain
about?
characters.
Hold on, Antonio.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I don't really like Monarch's character.
Yeah,
I think Lee Shaw is the only character I like from Monarch.
I like the monsters, and yeah, I agree with the Lee Shaw sentiment. Lee Shaw's good. The monsters are the highlight for me, just because, like, I think they're all interesting, despite the naming convention being kind of frustrating. Why is Ion Dragon not Titanus Fafnir or something?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
I mean, Monarch is a series that had a lot of potential to be like a good expansion piece for the MonsterVerse, but the execution was lackluster, to put it mild, to put it in the kindest ways.
I feel like we're gonna have a drinking game by the end of how many times we say it had a lot of potential, but
Yeah.
Well, we're on topic of this is something that Minecraft will talk about King Kong and Skull Island. I forgot to say my introduction to King Kong, the character, was the 2005 movie, not the original. And as for Monarch, how should I put it? I think it had solid ideas, but the execution was not the best due to how much they retconned everything from the comics and how much they kind of don't even bother mentioning the characters from the previous movies, i.e., Sarazawa and such. As for the Skull Island series, I like that it's anime, but I really, really hate the designs of the creatures in general.
well, someone commented on one of my videos and said something that left an impact on me. He basically said that the monsters in Legacy of the Monsters basically function as nameless roadblocks for the characters going through the story. And I thought that was a very good way to approach that. I mean, save for the Ion Dragon because it makes 2 appearances, but the rest of them, like the Ice Monster and all that, like they just kind of show up and then they're dealt with, or they just leave. It doesn't really feel like we get to like experience those monsters very much. You know, it feels like we're never like you get the vibe you're never going to see them again.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair.
You also said
Personally,
that
I
you
don't
want
mind
them
that.
to
Personally,
go
I
for
don't
that
mind that because
Pokemon.
I don't mind that because that's really how most Monster of the Week shows work. Like if you watch, that's basically the average Ultraman show. You're gonna come across a monster that you're probably never gonna see again. And if it is a monster that you're gonna see again, it's because it's incredibly popular. It's usually like characters like Gamora, Zeton, Red King, all of them. Never really the average creature. So
Like what's actually interesting about that is the idea that when it comes to like Monster of the Week shows, usually there is some kind of finality because most of those monsters die by the end of the episode that they appear in. So there isn't this lingering idea that you'll have to contend with the fact that they're still in the universe. And like even the Showa Godzilla films did this to a degree, where you had some monsters that like ran away but they never appeared again. Ironically enough, Godzilla versus Megalon is the one that's probably the most heinous for that because both Megalon and Gigan never appear again. And the only reason why you can kind of excuse Gigan is because he did die off in a show that was widely available. It just wasn't in America. But with Megalon, you never see Megalon again.
Oh, I didn't know Gigan had a final death.
He dies in Zone Fighter because Zone Fighter was
Oh.
canonical to the events of the Showa series.
Oh, really? So it's like a confirmation, like he died. Oh, wow.
Yeah. So because since Godzilla, Ghidorah, and Gigan appeared in that series, you get to explain why Ghidorah was missing for that period between Gigan and Destroy All Monsters. Megalon never appeared in that series, but Gigan and Godzilla fought, and Zone Fighter was the one who ended up killing Gigan at the end of that series. So you know what happened to Gigan and what happened to Ghidorah, but Megalon just kind of disappeared off the face of the planet.
That's
well, I mean, he kind of went underground, and the Seatobians were like, "Close it down, lock it down. All right, we give up."
Am I the only one who really would love to see if they make a Jet Jaguar movie in MonsterVerse?
The thing when actually, I guess we can talk about like I don't really
would
want to
get my
see
take
them.
on the MonsterVerse.
Oh, yeah, we completely.
Yeah, I've been wanting to hear from Vic.
Yeah. So I guess in terms of the MonsterVerse as a whole, I'd say I'm like probably the odd one out in that for me, I've been a fan of the MonsterVerse from like day one, I guess. I've been following it along very closely, and GVK is a turning point for me in terms of me I really thought it was a turning point for the better because both the Wingard films are my favorite of the MonsterVerse. And in terms of like the direction I would want to go, I would have wanted to see more of that for the universe because I think it's a really good turning point into the more sci-fi fantasy elements of it.
What were
And
you
while
glad that they? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no. I'm just saying, like, I can also acknowledge flaws in writing and other things in terms of continuity and stuff like that. But I think that the flaws don't hold it back from being like good films or a good tone or direction.
What changes from King of the Monsters to Godzilla versus Kong? Like, what did it lose that you thought, okay, good, now we can start having fun? Like, what was that thing? Like, if it was the turning point where you saw it better on this part, what was the thing beforehand where you're like, it's lacking for me?
Characterizing the monsters and just having like good focus on the monsters, with honestly the whole like minimal human parts that are still impactful for me, because like I'm not entirely in the camp of I'm just here for the monsters. It's that I think a more focused monster film isn't bad because, like, again, it kind of is like what I'm here for.
Yeah, that's why you bought
I
your
know,
ticket.
yeah, that's why I bought my ticket. But I think I think the human parts and the monster parts are balanced well. In terms of, I think GXK did it the best, just because I think the human stuff is like short, sweet, simple. So it doesn't get in the way of any of the monster stuff as well. So that's just my take on it.
Yeah, I can see that. With GXK, the plot did feel more contained. As ironic as it is, it's taking place in this giant, massive Hollow Earth area. But yeah, I like that it wasn't like they didn't have to explain what was going on in the rest of the world. They could just focus on monsters and just barely have a little bit of human, like just a little journey going to a temple.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, GVK, that seems to be like that midpoint right there.
I know for me, generally, when it comes to GVK, you have the idea of Godzilla versus Kong, but I think when it comes to the sci-fi setting that it introduces like a fairly unique American sci-fi setting, if that makes sense, in the Hollow Earth, since the idea of like prehistoric Hollow Earth ecosystems were popularized from early pulp stories from like the 30s and the 40s, which is around the same time the original King Kong was introduced and the Lost World was brought to the screen. So like I think that if there was any between Toho or an American company to introduce the concept of the Hollow Earth, it would be an American company, and I think they could do it well. But when you see it, it's just kind of vapid and empty. And I think the only thing that like it carries for me is its visuals, where you have both the idea of you have land on top and island and stuff below.
Do you think that the MonsterVerse version of Hollow Earth was heavily inspired by Pellucidar?
I think that's what I was getting at. Yeah, I think it is inspired by like Edgar Rice Burroughs' Pellucidar series. But you were gonna say something, Hannes?
Yeah, the Hollow Earth for me, I like the concept of it, but I really think it benefited from the mystique of not going there. Like, I like the idea of like there just being somewhere mysterious in the world, some deep, deep dark cave where there's like monsters that we don't even know, like just this abyss. But going into the abyss is very risky. Like, because when you try to create that world, it's like, I don't know, it just kind of took me out of the whole thing. Like, just because it just rewrites. Like, the more you see, the more questions you have about how it functions. Does anyone know how sunlight works down there? Anyone?
Glowing crystals.
Figure that out.
The thing is probably that fiery bit that was in that mountain that Kong was going.
Yeah, there's gotta be multiple ones then, because I mean it covers an entire sphere's worth. That, and are there day and night cycles, or is everybody down there an insomniac?
What's interesting about that is going back to Pellucidar, the unique aspect of Pellucidar, and one thing that Burroughs did for a lot of the sci-fi settings he introduced was that there was something unique about any place that he went to. So if you were a human, you went to Mars, for example, you'd have like superhuman abilities. And in the case of Pellucidar was that it was daytime, any time of the day. It was always like midday. And as a result, time worked differently down there. So like you could spend several years in Pellucidar, and when you went back up to the surface, different time had passed. So like even more time had passed on the surface because of its day-night cycle. And the MonsterVerse doesn't really do that. It's just essentially a lost world, but at the center of the earth.
If I could pretty much interject, so yeah, like in a way, like Hannes, I'm not sure if I pretty much said it during that stream, pretty much when we were covering the second part of your MonsterVerse series, but I mean, I pretty much do kind of agree with you with the sentiment that like us jumping into the Hollow Earth in GVK was kind of like a big misstep. Like we could have just like we could have used like a couple more movies to kind of just tee us up a little more, kind of like do what Kong Skull Island and King of the Monsters and Kong Skull Island were kind of doing it, but only just a little bit. And I think the MonsterVerse could have done better by just having it, just kind of have at least another movie to like save us jumping into the Hollow Earth for a movie post GVK.
I'd absolutely agree. I feel like that just the amount of stuff we're introduced to, like especially in King of the Monsters and GVK, it feels like there's one movie missing where this would have been a great like a build up to it. It just feels like the payoff comes way too quickly in these films sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like GVK could have been like I'm sorry if I cut you off there, but yeah, like GVK could have just teed us up a little more while still primarily focusing on the whole Godzilla and Kong conflict without trying to integrate the Hollow Earth. And then we have GXK kind of be the one where, okay, now we're going right into it because the Hollow Earth is going to be the most relevant in that.
Also, GVK could have also explained how Kong got out of Skull Island thanks to him fighting Godzilla, and in doing that fight, he basically lost Skull Island, and that's how he's meant to go to Hollow Earth.
Well, I mean, Skull Island. What do you mean?
I mean
how the island was destroyed.
Oh, I thought you meant like Godzilla claimed it as like a trophy from beating him. Like now he no longer has like his name is no longer on the deed. Like I thought that's what you were saying. I thought you were saying like figuratively, not like the storm.
I meant when they fought, Godzilla was going there to destroy something, and Kong got in his way, and in doing so, that's how the island was destroyed, and Kong was basically left homeless, and it basically becomes like the sort of remake of the OG King Kong versus Godzilla, if you know what I mean.
I mean, you could have like found another way to like have it where they need to figure out a way to get Kong off of Skull Island because Skull Island's inhospitable for him, while also coming into conflict with Godzilla, while also tying that in with how Mechagodzilla kind of becomes relevant in there. I mean, you can kind of work that stuff out without needing to go directly to the Hollow Earth. Like, I mean, heck, maybe you could even end GVK with Kong. Maybe just like don't even do the Hollow Earth like halfway through the film. Maybe like even just save Kong going to the Hollow Earth for like I don't know, like at the end of the movie. I don't even like
see him drifting off into the sunset on a boat heading towards Antarctica. Like that'd be a good like. Oh, I'm like, excited for the next one to see what adventures lie in this new Hollow Earth area.
Exactly. Yeah.
I just want to state to Rick's message in the private chat. The first shot of GXK shows that the crystals were the source of the sunlight. Adam Wingard said that they did that because Elon Musk complained about that. I want to know the source for that. I want to know the source for that last thing.
I remember I had seen a video talking about it. Yeah, there was like a tweet. I'd have to find the thread for it. But the man can move countries, and now he moves Adam Wingard. But what's interesting to me is that in a lot of ways, GVK, if you change like very little, could work better as a sequel to 2014 than King of the Monsters does. Because if you replace Ghidorah's skull with Dagon's skeleton, there would be more reason to have a robot that looks like Godzilla instead of using Ghidorah's neurons and all that stuff, since they don't really use it for the like tissue. It's mostly like the brain stuff that's inside there. And Dagon's skeleton was mostly intact for the most part. And with Kong out of the picture down the Hollow Earth, that would give more time to set up like an end of the world scenario instead of jumping right into it off of the back of 2014.
Can I just take a second and just talk about my thoughts on the whole Godzilla versus Kong fight and its motivations and everything?
Yeah.
Good.
Okay. So when I think of the fight between Godzilla versus Kong, both these characters symbolize two completely different things that are unrelated. On the one hand, you have Godzilla, who is the sins of our past, and on the other hand, Kong in his film was supposed to be representative of slavery. So
No, he
these two
wasn't.
fighting together.
No, he wasn't. Oh no, he wasn't.
Yeah,
What was he then?
So this, interestingly enough, I did this on one of my streams where we've gone over scholarly papers, as well as like what Willis O'Brien has stated. Willis O'Brien, in his conception, due to like being interested in ethnographic films, like documenting wildlife and having a fascination with gorillas due to the species just being recently discovered, the only reason why he ended up being transported to an island full of dinosaurs was purely coincidental, and because creation had fell through with Willis O'Brien's project. So Cooper was just like, oh, we'll take your dinosaur models from your Lost World, essentially sequel, and put it with my gorilla idea. So instead of a gorilla fighting irregular animals, it just became an adventure film fighting with a giant gorilla fighting dinosaurs. And that's what ended up becoming the original King Kong.
So are you saying there's no thematic origin for Kong and we're just drawing that just based off the visual of him being in shackles and transported to America?
I think that in that case, could you pull thematic meaning from it? Yes, but was that the intention of the filmmakers or something that was on the mind of the filmmakers? Consistently with interviews, that's never been the case or something they considered at all.
So that's good to know.
Whereas
so was there one?
Was there? What do you mean?
But was there an intended thematic purpose to his character? Was his character supposed to represent something, or was it just an adventure film?
I think it was an adventure film with Kong's character specifically being like the idea of Beauty and the Beast, like that, like the idea of just like a tragedy for a character. So I think that versus Godzilla, where there was the intent to make him humanity's mistakes, Godzilla I think was always meant to be a more thematically rich character in comparison to Kong, and I think that's just due to like the fact that there was more cultural significance in terms of what Godzilla had at the onset of his creation.
But
so I was just assuming that based on what else
of Kong is that he's basically supposed to be the embodiment of primal man in general.
I've heard that before, but like anytime I've seen anyone reference that, it almost always comes from like papers and stuff where people have done analyses of the film and then put on their own thematic readings of it rather than like actually seeing what people at the time were saying about the film when it was made. Because I would say that I would say thematically wise, even like the Rhedosaurus from the Beast in 20,000 Fathoms has more thematic like relevance to it than King Kong does as a character, because at least with the Rhedosaurus, it has the idea of like nuclear power being unleashed, which isn't as strong as Godzilla's, but it is more there. It was more on the minds of the creators than it was for King Kong.
Okay.
But tangent aside, continue. Sorry.
No, that's good. I want a clarification on that. I'm glad to hear like you've actually like looked it over and you're like, okay, we can confirm this is the case. All right, cool. All right, so thematic origins aside for the characters, the fight between Godzilla and Kong, it just doesn't. What are its motivations? Like, why were they fighting each other again? Because from what the movie tells us, it was because Kong was a threat to Godzilla's alpha status, right? So Godzilla wanted to defeat Kong to make sure that he held the throne, even though Kong had no interest in that kind of thing, or may not even be aware of it as far as we know. So him attacking him at sea always seemed bizarre to me, because why is he like... Is he just insecure in that sense, where he's just like, there's a guy with an equally big dick out here, I gotta go get him, and he just fights him in the ocean?
To me, I think I would argue this is consistent with Godzilla's characterization, because Godzilla is meant to protect the Titans from going out of their lane, and Kong is out of his lane. He's not on Skull Island anymore. Something is taking him from there. And so Godzilla needs to do something about that. We see this again.
The thing is, at the end of that fight, Godzilla spares Kong because they shut off their engines. Why would he do that?
Yeah,
that's the issue.
Why would he spare Kong twice?
Yeah, that I do have a problem with.
The second one I think you could rationalize because Kong was already going to die regardless.
Did he know that?
He could probably sense it, and as well as that,
opponents to bleed out, he kills them.
As
Flat
well
out.
as
I
that,
think,
Kong,
Can I
as
say
well as
something?
that, let me finish. As well as that, Kong backed off. The roar off was Kong submitting, and as such, Godzilla had reason to stop.
The thing for me that I didn't understand was, well, real quick, what's interesting, and another person who's not on here, Black already pointed this out, the whole idea of Godzilla's territorial waters in GVK is contradicted by King of the Monsters, because when Mark pulled up his territorial waters in King of the Monsters, the territorial waters go through the Tasman Sea. So even that was weird to begin with. But the thing that doesn't really make sense to me about Godzilla's character is the fact that Godzilla would have a pretty good idea, being the fact that he's so much older than Kong, where these great apes are located and sort of why they are in the areas that they are. The introduction of the two alphas doesn't make a whole lot of sense either, because the concept of the Alpha Titan introduced in King of the Monsters was that there could only be one, and not that there were separate ones doing their own little things in their own little areas, which is then later contradicted further by GXK, where they then differentiate the Titans as being like other Titans like Godzilla, Scylla, and the rest being guardians of nature, with the great apes specifically protecting humanity. And that further complicates all of Godzilla's motivations going forward and previously.
All of this is just so, like, they never established what balance means or why having an alpha is important in the movies. I don't know what the stakes are of that. I can't recognize the difference between a balanced and unbalanced world in this series. And balance between what? Godzilla people, Godzilla Titans, Titans people, nature's somewhere in there. It's like, I need to know like what the rules are and like what the goal is. Because I mean, before Godzilla showed up and we were just doing our thing, living through like, cowboy times and samurais and all that stuff, was the world balanced or not?
Yeah.
I want to make a case for the motivations of like the fight. But before that, I think Hoshi want to say something.
Yeah.
Okay, this was when we were talking about why Godzilla spared Kong. I feel like Omni-Group would said it best. All Kong had left at this point is his pride, and he refuses to let that go. And thusly, Godzilla chose to spare him because he wanted to give him like kind of sort of a worthy death, if you will.
Yeah, I would agree to that as well.
I just don't understand his like. Okay, so you have this guy who threatens your throne, right? So you go and you pick a fight with him at sea, and when you're given the chance to kill him, you don't because he signals a surrender. How he'd interpret stopping engines as surrender, I don't know. Anyway, he continues on, goes for Mechagodzilla. Kong reappears again, this time with an axe. He has better weapons, and he gives him a really good fight on land. He gets the upper hand on him, Godzilla defeats him, and he spares him again. Why? Dude, he obviously is going to come back at some point. You spared him once and he came back. You're going to let that happen a second time now?
I believe at
what was
that
the initial
point,
thing about?
I believe at that point you can consider Godzilla knows he already gave the final death blow. Because I think even at that point, I disagree that Kong submits, because even after Godzilla like starts to leave, Kong gets back up and is still willing to go and fight. It's just that he's on death's door at that point. And when it comes to the fight,
I would say that like it would be consistent if we argue if Godzilla realizes that the only thing Kong is after is the throne, quote unquote, which Kong really doesn't. But if we were to assume that Godzilla believes that, he isn't a threat to like he's not going to destroy the environments like the Mutos are or Ghidorah is. So therefore, there isn't a need to like outright kill him the first time. And I think that like
even fight him the first time.
That's what I'm wondering too. That's where the problem comes in there, and that's why I agree with you.
Why these things are happening in terms of just the people behind the story. It's like, well, we want to have a good, interesting action set piece, so we got to have them fight in the water. So I'll have them transport Kong, and we'll have Godzilla attack him because everybody's waiting for that. But how do we explain why it's happening? Godzilla feels challenged. Whatever.
Okay. You know what? What's funny about that? Sorry about that. Sorry if I interrupted.
No, it's all at the end fight where he spares him again, and then Kong falls over and passes out. The only reason he's passing out is so that there's a reason why he's not involved when Godzilla and Mechagodzilla go at it, because they want to make sure that happens first.
Well, for that, I think that's just because Godzilla won the fight.
Yeah, but I mean, why didn't he kill him though? I just don't.
I think he did kill him because they literally say that. Well, when they feel his heart, they do say that he's dying. So I think at that point, the reason why
who else
Godzilla
has he
walked
ever
off
done that for?
That's the thing, is that
Would he let Gigan bleed out? Would he let Ghidorah just slowly gurgle? He'd like blow him up. He'd burn him.
exactly.
He loves his finishing moves.
Mhm.
We know from this series he loves his finishing moves. He smoked Ghidorah like a cigar.
Yeah.
He just lets Kong tell Gia. Like, come on, man. He would just decimate him like he does. He's an engine of destruction. It's just odd for that choice there. Because they wanted to have a finality to the fight without actually the stakes of losing one of the monsters, and they didn't have a good way to explain it.
Another thing that actually adds to this that makes it worse is that because Godzilla's origins from 2014 are changed to how Godzilla is usually portrayed, it makes Godzilla seem even more petty based on his age.
Yes.
Because if Godzilla's been around for millions of years and he just now is having like this spat with an ape that's like probably not even a fraction of his age, it does seem kind of odd. Where if you could, it would have been better if hypothetically, like, there were smaller versions of these titans that were changed due to like radiation and things of that nature, and you could argue that if Godzilla was far younger, it could be more of an instinctual reaction to Kong species. And it wouldn't feel as
you know what would have been cool?
odd.
I'm sorry, I'm building off your idea. I just don't want to lose this.
No, you're good.
If Kong challenged Godzilla, like if Kong is this guy from an island with something to prove, and they were transporting him on boat, and he broke free. Oh my God! Because he sensed that Godzilla was nearby, he went to shore and went to challenge this veteran of so many wars, and Godzilla just kind of flicked him aside. Like Kong's trying to prove himself, and now he's finally realizing that there's other bigger threats out there than him that he can't handle. And that would save Godzilla's character, because he would be, as you said, the wise elder. Like he would see this guy coming at him, know he's not a threat, and just knock him aside and just keep going on to what he was doing.
Yeah, not to mention, it would also, building off of what you're saying here, that would make the second fight make more sense, and Godzilla actually just sort of letting him bleed out and die there, because he's like, you just came at me now with a shiv designed specifically to kill me. Now I have to put you in line, and like telling Kong to stay down with the roar, and then Kong like not many. He's like, I can tell you're dying. I'm gonna do what I've been doing. You can go and do that there. I don't really care at this point. And it would also make the like burying the hatchet make more sense at the end of the movie too, since at that point Kong isn't trying to have something to prove. He just wants to like end it with Godzilla, and as a result, Godzilla can acknowledge and respect him for that.
And that adds, and it's added to by the fact that Kong actually did go out of his way to save his life.
Do you guys think that GVK kind of went out of his way to kind of throw away the personality that Gary Edward established Godzilla's whole lone samurai personality from the previous movies?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I think that they just started listening to fans way too late.
Well, I would say, like in this case, Vic, what would you disagree with on that? In that case, there.
I just think it's all about the perspective we're looking at it from. The previous two movies, we've always seen the perspective of humans that view him as either more a neutral force or heroic. And now we're put in the position to where we're seeing him more as a heel because of the actions that humans are taking in the film. You have Apex, which is actively trying to kill Godzilla, and then you have the Team Kong side of the story, to where they're trying to do something to help Kong, and because of that, it interferes with what Godzilla is doing. Because for the first fight, just to link back to making a case for the first fight, that fight happens because as the humans are trying to help Kong, it takes Kong away from Skull Island, which made Kong isolated and therefore not a threat to the throne as how Godzilla sees it, or like not a problem for Godzilla until he leaves. And so now, as it's been established, Godzilla will go to any Titan if like either their status or something happens, like Ghidorah becoming unfrozen, Godzilla's gonna go to it. The Mutos hatching and stuff and doing their thing, Godzilla goes to it. So whenever their status changes, Godzilla will go and see what's up.
What's he doing the rest of the time?
He's either napping or yapping.
But
that's one thing that always gets me about the MonsterVerse. I want to see him like do his own thing, like be less reactive and more active in his story.
The problem too is that this is I think a problem with the external materials that they will explain things like that, and that's a problem where that stuff should be explained in the movies and expanded on in the comics rather than being introduced in the comics, and then the filmmakers kind of relying on that external material to paint your perception of what they are introducing in their movies. Because in the comics, or specifically Dominion, they explain that when Godzilla's not on the surface, he's able to sense what's going on across the planet, and as a result, that's why he's able to respond to threats as quickly as he can. But you don't know that unless you've read that comic, and that's a problem.
Yeah, and I hadn't read that comic just because I haven't checked out any of the other sources. I'm just going purely on the movies.
Exactly. Yeah,
but I can only work off what they give me.
Yeah. To add to the discussion about that whole battle at sea thing, this was pointed out on one of Zim's previous streams. There's a moment in King of the Monsters where after the Mass Awakening starts and during that scene where Monarch and the military are trying to discuss what to do about it, you can see on the map, and it's not the easiest to tell, but you can see that Titanus Kong is out in the ocean, having left Skull Island. So even though the filmmakers for King of the Monsters said that was a mistake for them because it doesn't line up with Godzilla vs. Kong, that mistake is still there. It's canon in Gotham. So it just establishes that Kong can just leave Skull Island and swim to wherever he wanted to the whole time.
Well, I would say, at least in that case, though, remember Godzilla did get knocked out by the oxygen destroyer, so it's not like he could really do anything about that.
Oh, that's one thing we really need to talk about is that whole oxygen destroyer implementation in the MonsterVerse.
Mm-hmm.
That was brutal.
That's right, Hans. Katam is so bad. Why would it do that?
Let's just clear the air.
Listening, and when I brought that up, what's up?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you finished.
No, when you guys brought this up in the other video I did, I remember somebody got oh, we just addressed this the other day about how this makes sense, and I was really curious to hear that. I thought the oxygen destroyer thing was a complete waste. I thought that was it comes flying in out of nowhere and just halts Godzilla's progress in the plot and just makes him wait it out until the final battle. It's this thing is legendary. It's so tied to his character. It's just hot potato.
The first half of that I agree with. I do agree that the oxygen destroyer could have been given a bit more implementation, especially since it's incredibly prominent in a meta sense. That said, it does serve a thematic purpose. It's humanity overstepping, utilizing its power to make the problem, King Ghidorah, worse than it already was. Especially considering Godzilla probably could have won had they not intervened. The problem was already going to solve itself, and then the oxygen destroyer comes in and it's made worse.
But I thought that lesson was already taught when mankind released Ghidorah in the first place. That was
really,
overstepping, thinking that we knew better than them.
Well, I think that's actually the point of King of the Monsters as a whole, is that humanity will continue to try to push their finger on the scale, and whether I agree with the themes of Gotham or not, I think that was the point that I was trying to say throughout the film, where we shouldn't be the ones trying to push nature in a direction, which is consistent with 2014, where we think that the arrogance of man, nature, blah, blah, blah. And I think that the examples of that throughout the film are humanity releasing Ghidorah, releasing Rodan, then using the oxygen destroyer, using the nuke to resurrect Godzilla, even though it does benefit nature and it does benefit us. The ending result of that choice would have been Godzilla exploding. And ultimately, the humanity has to deal with the choices that it's made and come to peace with those demons. And as a result, Godzilla, of his own accord, is able to beat Ghidorah. It does ultimately result in a city getting destroyed. Although I will say that it is good that they actually explain that everything's evacuated. But now that everything is back to what could be considered balance, the ending credits are the end result and that balance that they're talking about, where now that the Titans are back on the surface and doing things, they're helping the environment and creating a better coexistence with nature. But I would say that it would have been better if we actually saw that occurring rather than just having newsreels stating that the Titans are doing these things. But I would say that at least in terms of consistency, what the themes are going for in the film, it works well. As for the oxygen destroyer itself, I believe that it is as bad as it is because it is the oxygen destroyer. In a meta sense, it never should have been used. The oxygen destroyer in the film works better than I would say it's closer to the Anub from Biolante or the cadmium from '84 in the sense
I would have
where it's
appreciated
something
that. That would have been cool.
Like it shouldn't even be those things either. I think it should have been a completely new introduced weapon, but it does a similar function where it directly targets something that Godzilla, like something on Godzilla, and affects him specifically. But they think that because Godzilla's the most powerful Titan, that it would also affect Ghidorah as well in a similar way. And as a result, it takes Godzilla out, but not Ghidorah, which keeps the themes consistent. But then
that's my point. That I don't know what that thing is, but it would have been better to have you could have done something else.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people that I debate this stuff on always say like, well, the movie, like, this scene happens before this scene, so it has to happen. It's like, yeah, but when you first sat down and said you were going to write this movie, you had complete creative freedom. And it's like, it almost feels like they wrote himself into a corner there, because it just feels, that whole sequence just feels sloppy. Like, I get what you're saying in terms of themes, but just like the oxygen destroyer flies in out of nowhere, and then Godzilla, the emissary of nature, is revived by a nuke. Like, I get what they're trying to do with Serizawa's character and Sins of Our Past or whatever, but it just feels sloppy. Like, they could have done something else.
I think that,
and then the whole,
they
he
could
gets
do
powered
something
up by
else.
a nuke, and then Mothra powers him up again, but then he survives the explosion or whatever. It's like,
I understand what you're saying.
Too much going on there.
I think the film could do better if it had better dialogue, but it doesn't, because then there's a lot more context given for the audience and the characters to rationalize what we see there happen. And then from complete creative control, like you're saying, I also agree, where they could have changed a whole lot to make it more like resonate better. I know some people, I'm not sure if anyone's made this argument to you. Do you believe that the senator telling Monarch that, like, do they understand the consequences of leaving this building, that justifies the use of the oxygen destroyer in the Cod scene, where that is the consequence for Monarch's actions in that scene?
I think it justifies the shutting down of Monarch, to be honest. I mean, I don't even know how they're still an entity after King of the Monsters. One of their employees released every monster on Earth and shattered society. Like, they destroyed the world, essentially. We never see it, but we know it happened. And then Monarch's still an entity, still fully funded. There's like no ramifications for him.
That's
I don't know if that would be directly tied to the deployment of the oxygen destroyer, but if the general had leaned over and been like, we may have to look at our secondary option, and then, like maybe a schematic of the oxygen destroyer on the desk, like something like that would have been nice, so I would know what was coming. When it just comes flying in out of left field, it's like, what is going on right now?
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Would the world be aware that the military... Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. The world would probably be aware that the military was the reason why... was pretty much like sending the oxygen destroyer was the reason why the mass awakening kind of happened in the first place, because they killed God. They accidentally, seemingly killed the one thing that was going to stop the other worst thing from like committing this mass awakening in the first place. Like, they would just be like, oh, oh, fuck. We gotta eat some crow here.
The problem with that too is that the military in King of the Monsters, at least, is shown to be in the dark in terms of Monarch's actions, even though Monarch has a military wing of its organization, which is another problem in and of itself. But if there was like some kind of tribunal or like Nuremberg for the mass awakening, Monarch would still be in the wrong, because the military would be working with less than ideal information and had to respond in the best way it could. Whereas Monarch was given far greater oversight in its actions, and as a result, they would be more culpable for the destruction that was caused.
Oh, they'd be absolutely culpable.
Well, Monarch wasn't the one that sent the oxygen destroyer.
They didn't send the oxygen destroyer, but it was one of their employees.
Monarch is the one who did lure Rodan right over Isla de Mara.
Monarch lured Rodan over Isla de Mara, but also Emma, as a Monarch employee, jeopardized the safety and the integrity of her organization by colluding with an eco-terrorist, which was...
but here's the thing. That's the unfortunate... Well, yeah, that's kind of the thing. Like, the reason why this is an issue is in King of the Monsters is because that it was never followed up on properly in either GVK or GXK. Like, King of the Monsters had... Yeah, exactly. Like, it's less King of the Monsters' fault and more of the ones that its successors' fault for not carrying the torch.
I'll agree with that.
I would also say, like, the one thing that is kind of the fault of King of the Monsters is how they handle Vegas and San Francisco. Since in the when they're explaining how Titan radiation works, they show Vegas and San Francisco being completely overrun by vegetation, implying that there was like no one was inhabiting those areas anymore. San Francisco, like essentially becoming depopulated, would cause so many issues for that state, and the same goes for Vegas. If not, it'd probably be even worse for Nevada.
Oh my god.
And as a result,
What's-
like, and then we also see that.
I'm sorry, you just made me think of this. Oh my god, was the addition of the Titan radiation reviving nature just a convenient excuse to not ever have to talk about the logistics of how do we pick up these broken cities?
I think that may be the case. But the thing is that it could either be that, or it could also be a way to justify like the Titan coexistence
that too, and I don't like that.
Yeah, because even if we say like a jungle forest thing opened up in the middle of Nevada, the ecological effects that could have on that environment could be very catastrophic. And
yeah,
same goes for San Francisco as well. And the problem with that is they want to introduce the Titans as less than like they flip-flop in the film from them being animals, but also being like somewhat sentient gods. And gods in the sense of like the pagan deities rather than like a Judeo-Christian, omnipresent, omniscient type of deity, which I think like they could work, but they don't treat them like how gods are treated in mythology, in the sense of even though they're gods and they're worshipped, they aren't shown to be fallible in the sense that pagan deities often are portrayed to be. Their actions are more Judeo-Christian in the sense of like what the Titans do is usually right. There are certain not deities, but like demons that you aren't supposed to trust or make deals with because they will ultimately destroy things. But because they don't want to dedicate or like really like get down to the meat and potatoes of what that means thematically or writing wise, it kind of does muddy the waters there in some senses.
So essentially what we have here is they can either go with treating them like gods or treating them like animals. If you're going to do a story talking about how there's these new gigantic creatures that are gods, you have to do the world building because that impact needs to be seen on how we see the world. If we have gods walking among us, like if we can see them, then you have to give us like what people think about them on the ground. How does our society shift as a result of that? On the other hand, if you do monsters, you have to have mankind try to overcome these monsters who are a threat to them. But then they give them the excuse of, oh, they save nature by, magic fart clouds, and now suddenly they're good things, and every bad act they do is immediately redeemed.
Yeah,
it's like,
and I think
it's
like
it's
one
just
interesting thing,
terrible way of storytelling about these things.
What is interesting is that like even during like 2014 and Awakening, that era of the MonsterVerse, the idea of the monsters being portrayed as gods was pretty interesting because you could have every single monster, because I do like the idea of them being named after like monsters and gods from old mythology, because then the monsters can be informed by that mythology, designed in a way that is similar to the portrayals that we humans have made for them, but also different in ways that the myths have like changed and altered. And as a result, like it could justify the existence of multiple Godzillas because it wasn't a single Godzilla inspiring all these myths. It was multiple Godzillas doing multiple things around the world. And as a result, that's why humanity across the world have similar myths revolving around different concepts of nature. And as a result, you can still have the monsters be monsters. Well, like dragons, or like one interesting idea I had after post GVK was that if there were multiple Kongs and multiple Godzillas, the idea of like Skyfather archetypes having like weapons or lightning powers fighting against chaos serpents across the planet makes sense because it's multiple examples of Godzillas and Kongs fighting across history, and as a result that's been baked into our subconscious as a result. And it would also justify the idea of the big apes being protectors of humanity in GXK because that's what Skyfathers in mythology do.
How do we feel about there being multiple Godzillas though?
I think
it could work.
Yeah, I think it can work.
I think it makes him less special, unless they do something where it ties back to like what he means in his lineage and like really play up the fact that he's like the last of his kind. They never really do that.
That's the thing, is that they,
in my opinion,
go Hoshi.
I feel like having multiple Godzillas, in my opinion, kind of takes away from the whole tragedy of Godzilla and the fact that it makes him kind of less unique in some certain ways.
Yeah, that's what
I'm in the same boat.
I think that like the idea is, I like the idea that Godzilla is the last of his species now, and I think that what they wanted to do is that in certain cases they've stated that every Godzilla had the ability to use the atomic breath, where in other places they're like, it was this specific Godzilla that ate the star, and as a result, he specifically had the power to use the atomic breath. I think that that was also, I think, a Toho oversight where they didn't want there to be multiple Godzilla, so they kind of wrote around that. And as a result, I think that they need to more specifically explain how Godzilla is unique from other members of his quote unquote kind, and as a result, keeps him as unique as he should be.
Also, we're on the topic of last kind. How do you guys feel about the Kong fighting his people? Do you think it kind of takes away from his tragedy, if you will?
I think that because Kong is so different in KSI thematically, that it's fine for Kong's story to evolve like that.
Yeah, like, I mean, Kong finding his own species, finding more of his kind in GXK, it like, conceptually speaking, isn't bad. It's just a matter of, it's really just the logistics and how the plot in GXK tries to like write that in. That's the execution of it is the problem here.
Mm-hmm.
when you break down Scar King and all and oh god, there's so much wrong with that.
The Slop King.
The Slop King, yes.
Yeah, I was.
The Fraud King.
I like the idea. I like the idea of Kong finding his home. I mean, when we first introduced this guy, he's living alone on an island surrounded by the skeletons of his dead parents. It's like for him to actually find a place where he like belongs, the whole Hercules song and all that. It's good. It's heartwarming. He's like, okay, he found a place. At least we could say that there was a setup and payoff to an idea surrounding these monsters. Because Godzilla's all over the place. So at least somebody had somewhere where they wanted a goal and they achieved the goal.
I think that one
Godzilla's
thing
goal
is that
always just, there's a problem, let me clean it up.
I think another problem too is that like people have a pretty good, like people who write Kong have a pretty good idea of what they want to do with Kong, where people who write Godzilla, they have a certain idea or aspect of Godzilla that they like from a certain set of films, and then as a result, they kind of want to expand on those ideas from those movies that they like, rather than writing Godzilla in the universe that they have set up for him. Because I think that I was gonna say like Edwards is like pretty close to like 84 late Heisei, like, or not late, early Heisei Godzilla, where Doherty is more closer to like late Heisei, and then Wingard is essentially like early Showa and then into late Showa in terms of like how to choose Godzilla.
What would have been like if MonsterVerse Godzilla was more in line with his 1954's personality?
Well, I don't think that he'd be able to. I don't think they can do that because they'd have to change his origins, because Godzilla can't really be an ancient species.
Well, they can't do it
anymore.
now.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to work with the template.
That's the thing is.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. We were all talking at the same time. I'm sorry. Kong is a malleable character. As you said, his themes are, he didn't have any particular theme. Therefore, he can do whatever. And because he's an ape, he's related to us, so we understand like emotions. He can communicate. There's more you can do with him. As for Godzilla, he can be versatile, but he had an initial intention, and I think it's very important that we maintain that intentional intention. Because otherwise, you're like, okay, let me try to do my own thing, and it may or may not work. Like, if they were going to make this series, I think they should have stuck with what they know works. Especially, and have a plan. I mean, Jesus Christ. Obviously, they have no plan for where this is going. We're not, we're telling a sequence of events. We're not watching a story develop into something. Because I don't know where the MonsterVerse is going.
Yeah, I know, I even said this, like in my own video, like talking about the MonsterVerse, it kind of feels like what we're just going to get is Monarch Scientist number 457 with new Hollow Earth threat number 82-A7, and Godzilla and Kong will get Kong armor bonus to attack power 45%.
It's going to get one food at a time. One gauntlet at a time.
Last movie.
Kong will finally assemble the Infinity Armor, and he'll fight with the winged Godzilla form, and they will take on the Hollow Earth monster from the depths of the Hollow Earth.
Like Shimo, he'll get a Monarch scarf, keep him warm in those cold times.
Oh my God. Monarch scarf.
Yeah. Like,
yeah.
He's just an action figure in these movies, like as to a certain extent, with like just the like, oh, now he gets this new
Or
toy,
he's
like this axe.
basically became
Thing
an
is-
80s action hero, if you put it.
Thing is, this was something that I stated. This was something that I stated in the first stream, but the Beast Glove was a bit of a step too far because, like, the accent piece kind of makes sense for his character. The Beast Glove just feels temporary due to its
The Beast
nature.
Glove is like something that they just threw in just because, we gotta have Kong have something in these movies.
This is why I prefer if they gave him like some kind of a sword, if you will, so he can at least win somewhat toe-to-toe with Godzilla and Shima, if you will.
He has an axe!
Yeah, the man's a woodcutter.
Yeah.
I mean,
but let me say this, guys. Let me say
Dude's
this.
Kratos!
Wait, let's get Vic.
Wait, hold on,
Vic's
let's
been
let Vic
quiet.
talk. Let's hear Vic.
Yeah, let me just say this one thing, because I kind of want to say it when we were discussing the Oxygen Destroyer, but the Beast Glove is better set up than the Oxygen Destroyer.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I don't like either of them.
I don't like.
It makes a little bit more sense.
The thing with, like, I'll say this. I think they shouldn't have made a whole new like Beast Glove thing. They should have just given him like Mecha Godzilla bits, because then it would feel.
Ooh.
So like if he had, for example, like he could wrap Mecha Godzilla's like grippy arm around him, Kong could actually, like, you could have really fun animation ideas with how Mecha Godzilla could utilize bits of Mecha Godzilla. And instead of it being like, we have developed a whole new monkey glove for Kong, it's like, we don't really have all this time to develop this technology, so let's repurpose what we do have. And it would also, like, it would make things, it would give the factions, like, as I think the human factions are all destroyed, but like, if Monarch was specifically like science organization, they don't really develop things, but they are focused primarily on studying and analyzing monsters. Monster analysis is like their home field. Apex, even though Apex as an entity is gone, Apex employees around the world could like form up and out of the new companies, but like Apex adjacent characters are really good with like machines. So like if we were to ever, and they might do this one at one point, but if they were to introduce mechas, Apex or Apex adjacent characters should be the ones developing those entities. And like same thing is like if Jonah's terrorist group ever came back, like since they mentioned King of the Monsters that he was part of like Titan DNA trade, like if we ever got monsters that weren't natural creations and were mutants, like a lot of the early Showa and Heisei creatures are, then you could have storylines that evolve from there. And as a result, everyone doesn't feel like they can do everything. And I think that's a big problem with Monarch now, where it's like they have sci-fi vehicles that are essentially developed by them now. They can make monkey gloves. They can open up portals using pylons like it's Dune or something.
Also, while we're on the topic of Mega Godzilla's glove, it could kind of be a little nod to him having kind of sort of like the closest thing to electric powers. Also, while on the topic of mechs, I guarantee you that Monarch will make a mech someday in the future. I guarantee you.
I'm expecting Kiryu.
I'm surprised they haven't already.
They're gonna. I wouldn't be surprised, and I bet you.
I mean, they really need.
Or they would make Jet Jaguar or Zonefire, if you will.
The Zonefire is
their own thing.
I think, like,
I mean, I
actually,
heard talk somewhere that they always wanted to combine the Pacific
Rim
with the MonsterVerse. I mean,
yeah.
I wouldn't be opposed to. I mean, at this point, I wouldn't be opposed. It's not like it's going to interrupt the ongoing story of the MonsterVerse or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like it'd just be cool to see, and it would make more sense that mankind would be fighting back.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you this much too.
I could see that being in the comic book, if you will.
Yeah.
Speaking on to the Beast Glove stuff, if they had just salvaged Mechagodzilla's pieces, like this is just me like theory, like straight crafting for myself, but if they just kept like wanted to feel more consistent instead of introducing something completely new, but if they had deployed pieces of Mechagodzilla for Kong to use, you could have really an interesting back and forth between Scar King and Kong, where like Scar King has his whip, Kong uses Mechagodzilla's tail as a whip because there's a drill tail on it, and like you could use some weapon clashing that way. Shimo is like try to like about to freeze Kong again. Like Monarch comes in, brings in Mechagodzilla's head. Kong like essentially uses it like a glove and like blasts Shimo a little bit, giving Godzilla like an in to fight against Shimo that way. That piece gets destroyed, then Kong's using like the Mechagodzilla grippy hands and stuff like that. Or
Well, you
even
can make a theme out of that too, with like
yeah,
Scar King's like, I made this all myself. I'm on my own. I'm doing this, and you have all this like enhancements from your boys over there, and then the whole theme eventually paying off with like you can't win these fights alone. It's like have the traditional blah blah blah, friendship and all that shit. But at least that
power
would
of friendship, guys.
yeah, I would expect no less from the
all are
MonsterVerse.
one together as one.
That kind of fits the Saturday morning cartoon.
Yeah, like I'm sorry.
Yeah,
like,
I mean
I
something
don't
like
really
that.
buy Kong figures, but if like there was like an SH Monstars like figure where you had little Mechagodzilla bits you could attach to them as like Mechagodzilla armor and weapons, I'd buy that. I'm sorry. I'm like in my own head about designing a toy right there. I'd do that. That's cool. Like I'd take that over Kong Bandai figure with yellow glove.
Also,
Yeah, the yellow is such a choice.
Also, have you guys seen the Prime Studio? They're making a statues of Godzilla from the New Empire. Have you seen them?
No, what was that?
What is it?
Have you guys seen that Prime 1 Studio are making the statues for Godzilla X Kong the New Empire?
Oh, the big statues, yeah.
Yeah. So, Hannes, can we just establish something since we're talking about the monsters? Can we agree that we need to see more of the Gotham originals? Please.
Oh, what, like Rodan?
No, like Behemoth.
Yeah, I've been wondering where Rodan's.
Yeah, Rodan,
Oh yeah,
Behemoth,
everything. Yeah,
those guys.
yeah. Anything that they set up,
Okay.
I would like to see paid off in the future. I hate all the things that we just drop along the way. Like I want to see these things come back. The Behemoth. Like,
are you aware of what
it,
happened to Methuselah, by the way?
Yeah, are you aware of that?
Wait,
I haven't seen. I don't know anything outside the movies.
Okay,
which one's Methuselah?
The one who came out of
I
jail.
can't remember which one Methuselah is.
The mountain.
Oh, the big eye.
mountain.
The big eye opening up under all the dirt.
So,
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
So you know that he's actually in legal hell right now. He can't be used by Legendary.
oh,
Why not?
So there was a company called Summit Kaiju who made a mountain kaiju earlier before King of the Monsters came out. And then when King of the Monsters came out, they were like, they stole our mountain kaiju. So they actually filed a suit against Legendary. And as a result, they cannot, Legendary does not want to touch Methuselah until that case is litigated. And that's why you haven't seen any. Yeah, there's like no Methuselah merch.
Yeah,
because
they're currently going to trial.
Painful.
Even though they could redesign them, but like, actually, if they did redesign them, that could give the plaintiff reason to litigate further and be like, they're trying to redesign Methuselah to like worm the way out of this legal case.
They're guilty.
Yeah, that would be admitting that you did wrong in the first place. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's a reason. That's one reason why Methuselah hasn't returned. Rodan hasn't returned because they don't want to shell the money for him. And the other ones, like, they've literally all been Titan fodder at this point because Scylla's dead, Tiamat's dead, Behemoth has been just slapped around by a comic exclusive Titan, but he's like the only one that's slightly pierced more.
Better.
Yeah,
Tiamat's going to be an interesting, like, a real threat eventually, and it's just like he just like ripped it right out of its battery port and just killed it. Like,
she should have run away. She should have run away.
You could have done something with that.
If I'm going to be honest,
there's a lot of stuff they could. What's up?
What's up, Hershey?
As I was saying, I'm really dreading with what they're gonna do if they introduce some Titans like Typhon or Yamato or Orochi.
I doubt they will, unfortunately.
Yeah.
If I can bring us,
as you were saying, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I would pretty much want to like kind of bring it back a little bit about how how the MonsterVerse should have like kind of like was going from early Heisei to late Heisei to Show era and how like they should have like done the whole thing of having Godzilla stick to his 54 roots from the ground up. It's like, I mean, you don't necessarily have to do that. You just have to like stick with whatever tone like the other two movies were trying to go for, and just kind of go from there. Pretty much like 2014. Like if they just at least stuck with that Heisei tone that Gareth Edwards and Michael Dougherty pretty much had going on with 2014 and caught him going forward, I think the series would have been much more consistent, as opposed to what we got now. I also think that the idea behind the first movie was the Japanese people talking about what it was like to experience the atomic bomb. And when this series first began, my hope had been that this would kind of be the American response to that, being the ones who dropped the bomb, and how Godzilla would be implemented in a story talking about our past sins, because it's really our sins. Like Japan dealt with the bomb, the actual fire, but we're the ones who dropped that. And so what happens when that thing comes home? I was hoping we'd get a story like that, maintain that tone,
But yeah, then they went the whole, he's always been here route, which he's always been here, and there's been plenty like him before.
Well, I mean, and here's the thing: you could have at least like
right.
stuck with. You could have like. Here's the thing: what I'm pretty much saying here is like you can have Godzilla be established as being something that's been here for a while, and but just like potentially humanity kind of like over, kind of creating something that is essentially like akin to this almost godlike being, pretty much like with Godzilla with something like Godzilla having this great power, humanity having created something that is akin to that same power. Like they could, like you could have elaborated that more. Like even if 2014 could have been like the introduction, King of Monsters. I mean, could have like some further elaborations of the backstory of Godzilla, while also adding in like the other monsters, what have you, like Ghidorah, so on and so on. And they should have just had like the next couple movies going forward to really kind of try to explore that theme as well, as opposed to while also trying to appease to the whole thing of like Kong and so on and so on, make those work as well. It's like that's the thing. Like you can make these ideas work and congeal together well, but you just got to put some more thought to it rather than big monkey with big mechanical glove punch pink lizard in the face of Egypt.
You have to do the work. You have to do the work, essentially. You can't just like imagine scenes like, okay, we'll have this fight happen. Why is it happening? Well, because because money smells good. So we're going to make this happen. They're going to fight an aircraft carrier, and then he's just going to leave, and no one's ever going to talk about the tens of thousands of soldiers who died during that fight. And Godzilla's not going to bear any of the culpability either. We're just going to forget that ever happened.
I'll say
we're going to forget about the whole Rio de Janeiro.
Yeah.
Oh, and Hawaii, they got flooded. And yes, he did kill that dog. That dog is
that dog's gone. I'll say this. I think that like since the original Godzilla for Japan was wrestling with nuclear fire as well as America's continued testing with nukes, I think that like that is what makes the original Godzilla so significant. I think that if America was to have a response to that, I think it would probably be a very good Godzilla film, but I think that most Americans would not like it, in my opinion, because a lot of people tend to have like, even in the Godzilla community, have like weird thoughts about the use of the atomic bombs, where like they don't really put into context how brutal the Pacific Theater was, which doesn't like justify like civilians dying in the atomic bombs, but it's different
to look at it with 80 years of hindsight and then make a moral judgment of it. Yeah,
exactly.
It was different at the time. It was a completely different situation.
And I think definitely if Operation Overlord happened, I think that it would have been a far more brutal end to the war than the use of the atomic bombs. But I think that the most culturally sensitive, like try not to offend anyone, American Godzilla movie that could be made, it would have to be a monster fight, in my opinion, because I think that the post-war consensus that the original Godzilla dealt with was the idea that nuclear weapons are going to become like a bigger proliferation and become common use. I think now, in hindsight, the idea that an American Godzilla film should be looking at is the idea that nukes are pretty common now, but they are more deterrents rather than like battlefield assets. And I think that any monster that's introduced should be relevant or at least symbolize the new advancements in warfare. Like not even a country. I think that like with how the military and industrial complex
I know what you're saying. Yeah.
They're looking with new ways to get an edge on their enemies. And I think that if Godzilla, who regardless of like his origins changing, will always symbolize a certain point in weapons development, essentially Godzilla should be fighting what is similar to Destroyer in the sense of the next step in weapons development and the next horror that we'd have to deal with is what Godzilla should be fighting in an American Godzilla movie where he has to fight another monster.
Yes.
If Godzilla was completely solo,
of our times.
Yeah. If Godzilla was solo on his own, we were trying to do like an expansion of 54's themes, then it should also end with another oxygen destroyer like weapon, in my opinion, but not in a sense of like Godzilla dies, but more that the ending of that movie should reflect the post-war consensus that the world was left in after like 54 into like the 60s and 70s, where like maybe things are better, there's peace, but like there's still that tension there. Godzilla is still alive and Godzilla can still come back. and like we will have to wrestle with those changes that occur because of it.
Yeah.
Like similar
So
to
basically-
Godzilla
And every solution you
84.
try to come up with is a newer variant of weapon. Each one of those
It's a-
weapons bursts its own monster from that.
Mhm. Like
Just talking
Godzilla.
about this
basically
cycle
something like
that-
the Stan
that it's caught up
Winston
in.
film.
What'd you say, Minecraft?
So basically something like the Stan Winston
Winston
film,
film?
though a little bit more thematically hefty.
Yeah, more thematic. Yeah,
lack of a better
Was that
exactly.
supposed to be the one that came out in the 90s?
Yeah.
Yeah, the one that was
Which
supposed, the
one
one
is
that
that?
eventually became 98.
Yeah.
It's the one where
Oh,
Godzilla
are you
fought
talking about like the
Griffin.
unmade one from like 94 where there's like
Yeah,
no
the one
storyboard
with the
now for it?
griffin.
Yeah.
I read that one, yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I did an entire video comparing that to the MonsterVerse.
Mm-hmm. Because
Yeah.
like I think that definitely
Check that out.
like the
Hey, is it true that the writer who did 1994 film also did the script for King of Monsters?
he works
they
he
did-
wasn't a writer. He did like some script edits, but he wasn't like the main writer for it.
I've seen Terry Rossio's name come up at least for GVK and GXK.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he didn't do all the writing. I think he was just present for some of it.
Yeah,
But yeah, like if there's one thing I would love to have seen, it would have been like Godzilla just driving through the heart of America and seeing like not just like people like being destroyed and stuff, but like if you're gonna like appeal to the American spirit, which I think probably wouldn't resonate with modern viewers or the quote unquote general audience at the time, I think that seeing like brigades of tanks, Air Force, like just going at it with Godzilla, like the actual might of the American military going at it with Godzilla and not winning, but just doing what they can to stop Godzilla, because it would make people who want to go to Godzilla movies see all this destruction and be like, oh, cool, destruction, but also like people who are like want to see military engagements and stuff be like, oh yeah, it's not like we're not trying to make the American military look stupid, which was a problem why the Marines didn't show up to help with 2014, but like it makes everyone feel good about themselves.
Well, I love Godzilla as an antagonistic threat because it makes mankind bind together and there's interesting stories to be had. Like when there's people marching to the front lines, you get invested in them. And also in terms of modern audiences talking about the atomic bombs, we don't necessarily have to take a side with Godzilla, only say that it happened.
Yeah.
And Minecraft brought up a great point here. I actually mentioned it in one of my videos as well. But in anticipation of Operation Overlord, they had made purple hearts for the casualties they were expecting, and we still haven't run out from that supply.
Yeah.
Like that's how many it would have cost. And maybe a scene in that movie where it's like you have one character taking up the, like, how could we have ever done this in the first place? Then take him into that warehouse, flick on the lights, and just show him the boxes. Like, this is what we spared. And not say that it's a righteous thing, but just put it out there. Just for people to think about. Like, take away, like, where do you stand on this? Like, ask the audience the question, not necessarily dictate to them how they should see things.
No,
like,
I agree
that would
with
be a very
you.
compelling way to address that.
I think a movie shouldn't make me think something. A movie should make me think about something. Like there should be, should give me the information, and I should make my own perception of it, rather than a movie just being like, "This is good, this is bad." Simple as
it should have value to me when I'm not looking at it currently.
Mm-hmm.
I should take the theater and like be thinking about it. Like I should be like in my life, like, oh yeah, but like that in that thing.
Yeah, and Godzilla 54 does that really well. And I'm not sure if you've read like the original novel for Godzilla 54. One exchange that I wish was present in the 54 film is when Shinkichi and Yamane are having this conversation. Yamane explicitly states that Japan had committed done a lot of harm during the Second World War, and that his reason for wanting to keep Godzilla alive is that if they could study Godzilla and provide like some kind of new medical advancements to save people from radiation poisoning, that could serve as a form of reparation to make up for the sins that Japan caused, rather than just like blaming Americans like some Godzilla fans tend to do.
Yeah,
when
like
they
make
talk about
something out of it, have it mean something.
Exactly. And not just like oh, you guys are bad, more of a we need to come together and have that brotherhood of man idea that Honda really loved in his stories.
Yeah, I love like nuanced themes like this, like themes that make you think. I've been watching a lot of Attack on Titan again recently, and it's like I kind of want something like that where it's like there's these themes where it's like everything's in a shade of gray, and it's like you can only think about where you find yourself viewing these things. And I feel like the atomic bomb has shaped the world that we live in today.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, that's why we're not in a ground war with Russia or whatever. Like, it's because we both have guns pointed at our heads. Like, let's talk about that and use Godzilla as a device to tell that story.
Mm-hmm.
But MonsterVerse kind of just went, nah, he's just been a thing that's always been here. and then they just keep on putting him in front of opponents, and now there's not really anything you can expect from his character.
Yeah, I think another problem is that thematically the MonsterVerse, and this is something I'm working on in a video, and I'm reading through a bunch of philosophy books, so like the Social Contract and Leviathan, because I want to add those in this this video I'm working on, and I think that like the MonsterVerse has a very antagonistic, almost like hatred of humanity and civilization as a whole, and almost anything people do to defend themselves or try to change things for the better or be like, think of the people, the MonsterVerse is like, no, nature is always in the right. Nature shouldn't really be challenged or questioned. There's nothing that we can do. And my like response to that is like, we don't live in like most people don't live in the woods for a reason. Like there's a lot of value that civilization has brought. And the MonsterVerse kind of be like, well, we are the infection. Nature, like we are this.
But they also never turn the gun on us.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Godzilla's gonna fight this other monster, but by the way, we suck too. And then they just have the monster fight. It's like, yeah, but like, put us in his targets then. Like, if he's defending nature's balance, if he cares about the environment, we're the biggest threat to that. He should have been focusing on us long ago, but for some reason, he just always gives us a pass.
Well, I mean, the person who says that, says we are the cause of this problem, we are the infection. I mean, it's kind of like the more, like, it comes from, like, one of the main antagonists of King of Monsters. Like, that's just kind of like the more overly, like, it's like the far end of the direction of, like, no, humanity is the real problem here. I mean, like, I think there is, like, the MonsterVerse was trying to like, find, like, some kind of middle ground of, like, you'll be like if humanity could find some kind of middle ground where to kind of like work within this world that has these larger than life beings, what have you, then that's kind of like where humanity has to like live with these titans, and deal with them. They can pretty much like play their part in a way to try to benefit the world for both man and titans, but they just have to like figure out what they could do to kind of like figure out somewhere, like what's like the sweet spot, if you will, like find a Goldilocks zone there.
Well, I think that would be great for an overarching story. Like what you're saying would be great. Like if you start off and it's like Godzilla appears and then it's like, okay, first instinct for us is to fight against this threat. And then we realize we can't beat this threat. So then we try to figure out how to adapt.
Yeah, or if we do try to beat this threat, or here's the either we can't beat this threat or we can beat this threat, but what's the cost here? Like with Kong Skull Island, where Packer tries to kill Kong. Yeah, he tries to kill Kong, for like a vendetta, but it's like it takes away humanity and it also just kind of endangers Skull Island by it just like upsets everything because if Kong dies, there's nothing to challenge the skull crawlers, or like if King of Monsters, if Godzilla is killed,
sitting on the edge of battle. That was the whole theme at the end, was that we can activate Mechagodzilla and we can defeat Godzilla, but we lose our humanity in the process. That's the moment I always remember from that series, that he had to make that choice. Like, am I willing to give up my humanity to defeat this monster? It's like something like that could be pretty compelling if utilized correctly.
I agree with that, and I also think that given how Haru's character is written throughout the film, the choice that he makes, I think, is inconsistent with his character. But I agree with the sentiment.
Yeah, it's like I like this. Like, movies have their flaws. Like everyone, shits on the anime trilogies, but I honestly think there was a lot of good stuff in them, especially thematically.
Oh yeah, that's the general consensus. That's the general consensus. Good ideas, horrid execution. Thank God the director. The director redeemed himself.
And that animation style.
Yeah, and here's the thing to kind of further elaborate.
What?
Yeah, he redeemed himself because he made Gamera. That's what Minecraft had mentioned.
Yeah. Oh, he did that too? Oh, cool.
Yeah, he did that.
Yeah, Gamera Rebirth.
Well, what's interesting is that
cool.
Yeah, because like the idea of Gamera kind of like going through a gauntlet of fighting monsters was what the Planet of the Monsters was supposed to be, because it was supposed to be an animated series before. Because if you go to Netflix now, if you look at Planet of the Monsters, it originally had them as 8 episodes. Yeah.
Well, on the topic of Godzilla animated things, how would you guys feel if the guys who made Ultraman Rise, as I was saying, how would you guys feel if the guys who made the Ultraman Rising also did a Godzilla animated movie. Would you guys want that?
Ultimate
If they
Rising.
do,
What is that?
Ultraman Rising was that one animated Ultraman movie that also came out on Netflix.
Oh, I think I saw clips of it. I didn't watch the whole thing.
It's pretty good.
Definitely do so.
It's definitely not like a traditional Ultraman story. Like it doesn't really connect to anything else,
Wait,
but
I
like
think
it's good. It's
I
good.
did see this. I just forget.
Yeah, I don't want to like
Yeah,
kind of like I
yeah.
kind of want to. I want to try to like finish a point I want to make here, so before we digress too much.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like I would say, like the whole of like finding that sweet spot, between like humanity like playing their part in the world and letting Titans like play their part in the world. Like that is kind of what the first three films were trying to do, but unfortunately, that theme does kind of get lost going forward with once you get to the Wingard films and so on and so on.
Well, I think that's the point that they started realizing that like trying to like write a deeper lore to this series is just not working out. So we're just going to go full on spectacle. We're taking you to the center of the earth. We're going
Wait,
to
in
show
what
you
way,
sunlight
Monster?
beneath the
Can you
ground.
elaborate for me?
It's going to be crazy.
Go on, Vic.
Oh no, I'm asking you to elaborate on the point of the theme being lost.
Well, the theme just kind of gets lost because of the fact that like Legendary just kind of looked at how King of Monsters kind of performed, and it obviously didn't perform all that great, or it wasn't received all that great. So they just decided we're just gonna let Wingard like go in the complete opposite direction in terms of like when they should have like had him sort of take into consideration like at least follow Kong Skull Island sort of format, where it stays thematically consistent with what the first three films were trying to do, but at least, while still giving people like, because keep in mind, Kong Skull Island was a hit, was definitely a hit, was a hit. It was the highest grossing MonsterVerse film. It was fairly well received, generally. It's like it had like it pretty much got that. It did hit that sweet spot between the like, having a story with with some characters that people generally enjoyed, while also giving them some really cool kaiju action. Like kind of learn lessons from that, as opposed to like doing like sort of damage control with having GVK and GXK just be sort of like damage control, from King of the Monsters not being received as well as they were hoping it would.
I would somewhat
Skull Island
agree
kept
in
it
the
small.
sense that
It was all in one island. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I guess so. I was gonna say I somewhat agree that I don't think the themes are completely gone. I just think they're not as heavily focused or as delved into as the previous films. Mostly because you still have those things of like humanity not understanding nature, the conflict that happens when you try to mess with it, and then there's still that theme of like working together, coexisting. That's still the best route and such. So I think there's
Well,
still
here's the
there.
thing: would you make
I think they dropped it. I think they dropped it when they had that thing where it's like, good thing he's on our side for now. That's never coming back. He's gonna be on our side.
No,
forever.
it's
They're not
never
gonna.
gonna.
Six movies in, they're
That's
not gonna
literally
suddenly
follow
turn
through the
around.
next films.
No, it's not because
How was that followed through the next film? He burned a fleet and no one ever talked about it.
Yeah, because the thing is that like the concept of glad he's on our side for now implies that like humanity is not doing anything specifically to antagonize Godzilla, whereas in Godzilla versus Kong, it is a fraction of not even a fraction of humanity, a specific group of people who are doing something to antagonize Godzilla. And as a result, if everyone knew what Apex is doing, all of humanity and Godzilla together would fight against Apex to stop what they're doing. So it's not even this idea
Why?
of Godzilla's doing. Oh, why humanity and Godzilla would fight against Apex?
I don't think Apex are bad guys. I don't think Apex are bad guys. I think they're completely justified in what they were doing.
I think Apex is justified
the way
in what
they were
they're
written.
doing.
I think they were written to look like mustache twirlers, but I think their intentions were good.
I think their intentions are good, but they shouldn't have been using King Ghidorah's remains of any Titan.
Well, that whole thing was just ridiculous.
Exactly.
They put his brain in the robot and then hooked up wires to it. Well, explain this to me. They put his brain in a robot and they hooked up tubes to the skull that has no brain in it, and those two things can communicate telepathic. Like, how does that work?
I think the only reason why they wanted to do the Ghidorah thing was because similar to how in Godzilla against Mechagodzilla, you have the DNA computer inside of Kiryu, but at least in Kiryu's case, all of that's situated inside the robot with the software and stuff being in the command center there, instead of like having the sci-fi, fantasy, telepathy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I feel like that was just like I think that was the only excuse to make Mechagodzilla bad was we put Ghidorah's brain in it. Because I mean, if you just look at like what they're trying to do, it's like the world just got trashed by Ghidorah and the rest of the monsters. Mankind should have a weapon to defend themselves. Building a Mechagodzilla isn't inherently evil. It was just that the brain they used was bad. It was just poor planning.
Hey guys, is it okay if I ask something?
Yeah.
Do you think instead of the Mechagodzilla, do you think GVK would have been better if we had like a brand new original Titan as the villain?
I think
no, actually.
As is, no. If anything, I think Mechagodzilla. I think
you'd have to rewrite the whole thing.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
It would have to be an entirely different movie. It's not so much
removing it. I need to ask Hannes because I watched the first video of your Kong Skull Island series, but I'm also a little confused. You seem to like it, whereas the first video showed that you didn't really leave the best impression of it. What are your general thoughts on Kong Skull Island? Because
Kong Skull Island is a weird one for me. I noticed that because you guys kept pointing out that I kept on referring to the wrong number of MonsterVerse movies, and that's mostly just because my brain, just in the chronology of the events taking place in the story, Skull Island just always feels like an outsider. Like it's the most highest performing MonsterVerse film, and I'm going to respect the fact that it is. But in terms of the chronology, besides it giving us Kong, the idea of the Hollow Earth, it's like none of the characters carry over. It's on a remote island 40 years ago. It just feels like such an outlier from the ongoing story of the MonsterVerse. That's why it's always in my head. It's like I always forget about it. I enjoy the movie, but I understand why it's there. I don't hate the movie, but it just kind of feels redundant after Peter Jackson's epic 10 years prior. I like the helicopter stuff. I like the Vietnam thing they did with it. I wish they pushed that a bit more.
Peter Jackson.
I'm just more of a Godzilla guy too. It's weird for me.
That explains it. Okay. I was just wondering about that because that definitely threw me for a loop.
There's also I made that video a couple years ago, and I made that a couple years ago, and that was like when I was like, because I've only been on YouTube for like 5 years now, and when I first started, when I was making these videos, it's like I was a big fan of Mahler and his approach to like the Star Wars series, and so I kind of viewed the MonsterVerse as my series. So even when I look back on like my King of the Monsters reviews, I find myself disagreeing with points I've made because I've kind of evolved, and I feel like I see like where I was just trying to be more provocative in that sense, and I feel like that kind of bled into Kong Skull Island a little bit more, where it was like I felt the need to be a little bit more like hard on it, where not necessarily it's all like, you know, as big as I make it out to be. It's like I don't hate the movie, but I'm not like so impassioned by it. It's just like I respect it, and that's about it. That's like I just don't have any hard opinions on it. That's why I just continued the series. Yeah. I might come back to it. I just haven't worked on it because it's like meh.
Okay.
Hoshi, you go.
While we're talking about the Peter Jackson, really, Hannes, what are your thoughts on the 2005 King Kong movie?
I thought it was great. I haven't seen it in a while, but I was really entertained by it. I like the character.
Okay, because Sim does not like it at all.
And he's wrong, right?
I'm not saying I don't have a problem with it. I mean, he's read scholarly papers on King Kong. I know he's going to have an opinion on it. If he doesn't agree with it, then I'll trust his opinion on it. I'm just saying, as an average moviegoer with no familiarity with Kong, I was entertained.
I think it's a very entertaining movie. Yeah. I think the film's very entertaining, but I think in like other aspects, it is very much influenced by those papers and a lot of like fan perceptions of King Kong, and as a result, I don't think the film's bloated, but I think the film is very inconsistent, and if anything,
it took her 45 minutes to go up the front ramp of that boat.
Yeah,
that's a little bloated.
The thing for me is that I generally, as someone who like watches the extended cuts of Lord of the Rings all the time, I think that when you need to, the length doesn't really matter, and I think Mahler's said this as well. But I think with the 05 King Kong film, it tries really hard to make the film feel less like an adventure film and more feel like Heart of Darkness, which is really on the nose since Jimmy in the Crow's Nest is shown reading Heart of Darkness, and the entire like point they wanted to make was that Skull Island isn't this fun adventure. It's actually this like brutal, super like crazy dark place that you never want to go to. And like look at all the awesome horrors, but like you're enticed by the spectacle. But then the spectacle goes like really over the top. So like instead of one brontosaurus, which is a threat, you have a bunch of scared and like giant animals being herded by raptors.
3 in the vines and all that.
I think that the V-Rexes are the least intimidating dinosaur villain out of all the King Kong movies because they're built up in like external material and in the film as like bigger and more scarier than a T-Rex. But
Their designs are awesome.
I don't like the designs either. I think that like the film makes them out to be like the biggest chumps in all of history since they can't even beat a Kong, which is more realistic and shown to be less durable than other versions. And you get absolutely mollywopped by 3 of them while he's holding someone in his hand, whereas the original King Kong had problems fighting one dinosaur, which I think is like shown to be the most like the best version of that fight, and it has really been top since.
Yeah. So Kaiju Kuru wants to come on here and maybe kind of like talk with Hannes.
Guys, is it okay if I leave if you want to?
If you need a bounce, yeah.
No, I mean,
if you need a bounce.
No, I mean, like, do you guys want me to lead a live stream, if you will?
He's volunteering himself as tribute.
If you're volunteering yourself as tribute.
Okay.
Well, Kaiju Kuru needs to eat first, so I'll have someone else play musical chairs.
Rick has also wanted to go on as well.
Yeah, Rick.
Okay, but before I go, I had to say something to Billy Hannes.
Yes.
Okay, Willie Hannes, if you want to, I can make you some thumbnails because if you don't know, I am somewhat of a self-taught artist. So I was wondering if I could draw something for you, like some thumbnail for the videos, if you want to.
I would appreciate that help because I'm not very good at graphic design. I don't know if my thumbnails have revealed that, but yeah, that's just not my thing.
I'm saying I'm saying I have a Twitter, but you can follow me there if you want to.
Oh, is it the same name as you have right here?
No, it's the. Let me get. It's the Antonio Sip 54255.
Could you put that in the chat?
Antonio, I'm sorry. Yeah, put it in the chat. That'd be the easier way to do it.
Yeah, put it in the chat.
I found his Twitter. I'll put it in
private
private chat for him. There we go. Saved. And there you go. Here you go.
Okay. As for something that you're interested, if we do a live stream, Sea Monster, I would love if we do a live stream on Rampage, if you will. I think we would have a really good time talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to like
the white gorilla.
Yeah.
Oh, is that The Rock?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I've never seen that. Yeah. I've kind of been waiting for an opportunity like this.
Oh, please watch it. It's not exactly groundbreaking, like a giant wolf but it is so much. Yeah, it's not exactly groundbreaking, but it is so much fun.
Yeah, I gotta try to figure out.
As long as it's fun.
Yeah, okay, I gotta try to figure out when to make the time for it because I kind of have some things lined up stream wise for playing, but I'll try to slot it in wherever.
All right, I guess I'll be leaving right now. And one last thing, read Godzilla. It's goated. It's probably my favorite manga today. I hope you all have a wonderful day.
What was it called?
If you clearly see the type of aesthetic I'm going for, if you want to know, there's a manga called Gachiakuta. I highly recommend it if you want to.
Okay. Cool.
So, I hope you all have a wonderful day and see you on the next live stream. And you can follow me on Twitter and Instagram. I hope you all have a wonderful day.
Peace.
All right.
As well, sir.
Peace. Take care.
Peace out.
All right. Now let's get
It's the Rick. I know you also told me. Nope, there he is. He's in.
I'm in.
What's up, Rick?
How are you guys?
Chilling.
Semi-decent.
Pretty good.
Didn't you Rick, didn't you mention you had something you wanted to ask Hannes about?
Yeah, so I happened to come on because last time we talked, it didn't really end on good terms, so I wanted to address that with him.
Oh yeah, let's.
So first time when we interacted, it was on your first part, and it was pretty good. It was a pretty nice conversation that we just agreed to disagree. Like, oh, I didn't really.
Yeah, I remember.
Realize that.
Your mic's cutting out a little bit. You sound like a little distant from it.
What's wrong?
I apologize for that.
That's all good. We work with what we have.
Yeah, well, for the first video, when I first commented, we were agreeing to disagreeing, and you realized that I pointed out stuff you didn't even realize, and I was trying to comment some more, but for some reason the YouTube comment section wouldn't allow me to keep posting. So
that's weird because I took off any kind of moderation. But it happens because I was trying to talk to Sea Monster as well and it deleted those comments. But yeah, second video.
Yeah. But so for the second part, I had a problem. Not problem, but like I commented again and I pointed out the problems. I may have been a little bit aggressive with it, but someone else.
Well, that's the thing. That was the thing for me, dude. Is that you were a little bit aggressive about it. Because the first time you commented on the first video, you were being a little abrasive, but it's like, whatever, I dealt with it before with MonsterVerse fans going back and forth. So I decided, just handle this politely, respectfully. And you acknowledged that. You were like, I'm surprised to see you responded politely. So the second video comes around and you gave me another comment. And this time it was equally abrasive. And it ended with you saying this video was hard to listen to. And there's no constructive criticism about that. So at that point I was like, I'm not just going to be a doormat for this guy. Like if maybe I'm misinterpreting it, but I'm just going to give you back a little bit of what you gave me.
Okay. So, I do apologize for that, but I do think the response that you gave wasn't really the best response you could have given.
So. Well, yeah, maybe. I mean, I kind of been talking nicely with a lot of people at that point, and you kind of came at me with an attitude, and so I was like, let's enjoy the chance to be brutal for a little bit.
Live up to the name.
And I do, like, I already, the first comment, I came back and I was respectful to you, and you came back the same way. It's like, what did you expect?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the fact that you acknowledged in the first one that you were surprised by my polite response means that you were either expecting me to be just a frothing at the mouth anti-MonsterVerse fan, or you realized you were being a little abrasive yourself.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just I wasn't going to continue the thing if it was going to be like, you telling me I'm like wrong about this in a very condescending tone, and me just going, okay, I'm sorry, sir, I'll try harder.
I did find one of your comments about Monarch to be really questionable, so that may have been come across that way as more aggressive. That's why.
Okay, yeah, well, I mean, you brought up the point about Sarazawa's watch, too, which I did appreciate, because I never really... You were the guy who brought up Sarazawa's watch, right? And that was the scene with the Oxygen Destroyer?
Yeah, right before... Not the Oxygen Destroyer, it was when he was going to go and nuke Godzilla. I don't even I even told you in the comments that I don't even like King of the Monsters anymore, but that's something that they have in the movie, so I'm going to acknowledge that and keep it out of faith, because that's something that was their intentions of. So I'm going to
the thing is for me, it's like I could tell you're someone who's who understands, like, you have your viewpoints on things, you think things through, and I think you have good things to say. It was just the pattern of like you coming at me with a certain kind of attitude that kind of turned me off. Where it's like I do want to hear your points, but if this is how it's going to be expressed, then I'm not going to endure that.
Well, I apologize.
So I decided to have a little fun, but I didn't mean anything personal by it.
All right, I apologize that it came across as abrasive, but I just sometimes.
I'm sorry too. I wouldn't have commented to you otherwise like that. I'm sorry.
And whenever you did respond back, and then I tried responding back, and you said you didn't really want to deal with it anymore. It just kind of felt like you were giving up.
Well, no, that was because. Well, no, that was just me having fun because like at this point in my head, you're just some guy on the internet. You're not a voice I'm speaking to right now. You're just a set of text coming from one source, and that source both times has been coming at me pretty abrasive. So I gave you an abrasive response, and you responded back with an 8-part, 700-word, like you should learn how to just be more civil. And it's like I already tried that. So I was just like, this guy wants to win. I'm just going to give him the win, and let's see how satisfying that really feels.
Well, because
otherwise we're just going to keep going back and forth with the same tone.
Well, I just wanted to have
I could just I've had these arguments with people before, and it always just. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm talking too much.
Yeah, it's okay. I did want to have a discussion with you. That's why I had those long paragraphs, because I wanted to like go through them by one and just like discuss your points in detail and just like argue whether or not you had a point or not. So I
no, I understand that. Like, I would have had that in another context of a situation, but it just felt like you were being a little you came across as a little disrespectful in that moment. So I was like, how much time am I gonna devote to somebody who I'm not feeling is respecting me in this situation?
I completely understand.
That's all that was.
I completely understand that. That happens to me too. So I apologize for that. So
you didn't enjoy King of the Monsters, so I know you've dealt with your fair share of people who come at you full force. So it's like I just kind of like filed you under that in my brain because we don't have the opportunity to talk like people like this. It's just us throwing paragraphs at each other.
Did you say that I enjoy King
like I do want to heal your points.
Did you say that I enjoy King of Monsters?
That he didn't.
No, you said you don't enjoy it. So that means that you deal with a lot of people who do enjoy it coming at you full force. So I know that you've like dealt with like people like that before.
Yeah, I give everyone their fair credit of due, especially people who like something I don't like. And I just want to hear their viewpoints on something. And if their viewpoints just come from a place that doesn't line up logically, because everything does come, you got to absorb whatever, factually comes from the source material and then deal with what the intentions of the author were and then come to a conclusion yourself. So I'm always open for those interpretations and those that are different from mine. It's just whenever someone takes
I mean, getting challenged on your opinions helps you modify them. Like that's how you learn where you believe, because other people challenge your beliefs, and so you have to dig deeper to find exactly why you think the way you do, or you might find yourself changing your opinion.
Right.
Yeah, a healthy level of challenge is always appreciated.
All right. Yeah, good.
That one of my favorite quotes from one of my favorite YouTubers, Dr. Lockdown. He tends to do Transformers toy reviews, but I think a lot of his discussions can be attributed to media discussion. But one of my favorite quotes of his is, "Fandom public consciousness is a conversation, a dialogue back and forth." That's something that I think needs to be applied in a lot of contexts.
Well, that's why I try to respond to as many comments as possible, just to see that stuff. Like, because people bring up great points you didn't think of before. I mean, Rick brought up the point about Serizawa's character arc, and I was like, that makes sense. I understand why they're doing it for the scene. I disagree with it, how it impacts Godzilla's character going forward, but in that moment, it's like, okay, I can see the justification for it.
Yeah.
Cianimus in the chat kind of wants Hannes to sort of like elaborate on what you mean, because he pulled up a quote from somewhere where you said like the Showa era sucks or something like that in one of your videos.
Oh,
I never said the Showa era
the
sucks.
undeniable low point. The undeniable low point part from your GXK review.
Not of all cinema, but for the Godzilla series, I would say that the box office returns, I mean, they canceled it. They stopped making them. Why do you think that happened? That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's like the worst thing I've ever seen. I could never turn my back on the show. Those movies are classic. I mean, I watched this 1,000 times growing up. I love those movies.
Okay,
but I'm just saying it's like in terms of box office, that's why they're low. This is why I want to talk to you guys, because that's what I mean. There's a misinterpretation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
So we can kind of sorry, my crap. And that's kind of what I wanted to put together to stream, so we could kind of like sort of like clear whatever error that needs to be cleared.
Yeah, I'd love that.
Okay, because when we did the live stream on the original GXK review, we misinterpreted that as you saying the Showa era is like the worst part of the franchise, not that it was the lowest returning. That was a massive point of contention
to a certain extent
for us.
Well, I'm not saying the Showa era sucks. I'm saying that in terms of finances, the movies didn't perform as well as they had been. But I would say that also in terms of like storytelling, like Godzilla versus Megalon with the Seatopians and all that stuff, like it just felt like they were just kind of throwing stuff against the wall. Like there was just random stuff happening. Like it was more about the monster fights, and everything else around it was just trying to get us to that point.
Real quick, see, I did share the attendance for all the movies. If you want us to pull that up so we can use that as a talking point, we can.
Let me see. Screen share it?
Yeah, I just screen shared it. Yeah, there you go.
Black Rooney also wants to kind of come on at some point, so after we look at this.
Yeah, so like even looking here, like the lowest attended outside of the anime films, which are again, due to like how those films production wise had changed from being a series to movies.
Yeah.
And were pushed out. Yeah.
That's what I mean. The Showa era starts strong, but then it slowly starts tapering off, and then they rebooted for Return to Godzilla.
Yeah. Well, what's interesting is that if you look here, like almost all of the like Showa films, even with Fukuda's first film, have really strong attendance, and then everything else, like the Champion Era Festival, ends up right around here, with Heisei being very consistent, with Biollante being the odd exception, and then the Millennium Era starting out like right about here. Which one?
Biollante. I love that movie.
Oh no, I think Biollante is my favorite of the Heisei series.
It's got the best fights, I think, honestly.
It has the best fights, and I think like aesthetically, like it just has a really good vibe to it. Next to 84, that and 84, I think 84 has such a atmospheric soundtrack. I love its soundtrack. With
that's why it's my favorite.
Yeah, and then Mothra, I don't really like Mothra that much. I don't like it that much, but it has also really strong soundtracks. Like Mothra versus Godzilla, the Ocean Battle soundtrack has really good beats to it.
Yeah,
I would definitely consider Return to Godzilla to be arguably the best in the Heisei era, but I really have a very but I definitely love Godzilla versus Destroyer probably personally the most out of them all.
Because I like that one too.
Yeah, I would say Destroyer is quality-wise debatably tied with Return for best, and then personal favorite is Destroyer. Though I agree with the soundtrack notion and fights for Biollante. Biollante herself is just one of my personal favorite kaiju in Godzilla's Rogues Gallery.
That's a kaiju I wanted living in the Hollow Earth. I wanted her to be the goddess of the Hollow Earth. Like if they tie that all together, like that blue power source, like do something with that.
I actually had an idea for Biollante. I had an idea for Biollante to kind of be essentially a little closer to like her roots of being like, like created through like genetic power of like humanity abusing like the powers of genetics and what have you, but have it just, obviously a little different, just like with some tweaks here and there with her origin. That was kind of like an idea where I pretty much would hope that,
Oh shit, Omnivore's in the chat.
Like that.
Hey,
dude.
That's what
he was on the first GXK stream, so. He was on the GXK stream.
We're getting all kinds of familiar faces coming in.
Yeah.
But the Destroyer. With Destroyer, I was having a conversation with somebody the other day because they were saying that Godzilla is a Mary Sue. And I was trying to I brought up the qualities of it and I was looking at it. Yeah, they were saying it was Mary Sue. And I'm like, I've never actually thought about it before. So I was like looking through it. And I think that if there ever was a time where I'd say Destroyer is the antithesis of that. Because in that film, he's very vulnerable. He's weak. He loses his son in front of him and he dies. Like that's just like the tragic end to this monster. It's like he's not overpowered in the least. I mean, in fact, his overpoweredness is what's killing him.
Yeah. Also, not to mention a fact too, another thing about Mary Sue's is that like everyone in universe likes them. And in Godzilla vs. Destroyer, no one wants Godzilla to like win this, because if Godzilla wins this, then Godzilla's gonna blow up and everyone dies.
Well, that's the thing. There's certain qualities of Mary Sue, because I was looking it up. There's certain qualities that just don't apply to him, because like anything in social lives where everybody likes him, it's like he's a monster wrecking the town. And it comes to like he's the best at what he does. He's the only one who does what he does. So it's like you gotta take out like certain qualities like that. The only other ones being he has no weaknesses or something.
The thing that stuck out to me is the incorrect application, because Mary Sues are usually female.
Usually, but they can be.
They're just talking about the character model.
Yeah. If you're going to use the term, use the right one.
Yeah, exactly.
That's fair.
You mean
what's interesting too is the fact across looking at this here, with most of the series, for the most part, the third Godzilla film of most of the eras was the third film to come out, because King Kong vs. Godzilla was the third of its series, and the highest grossing of the Millennium series was GMK. The only one that breaks that rule is Mothra, which technically it does fall into it. If you want to go on a technicality, since 84 was still part of the Showa period in Japan, Mothra as a Heisei film of the Heisei period would technically be the third Heisei film, quote unquote. But it's just an interesting trend that you can see with these films.
I mean, GMK is just amazing. That
GMK
one just
is
stands
really
out
good.
to me.
Oh, it is.
Oh yeah.
I love that movie so much.
Yeah.
See, it's like bring back a monster like that, man.
Mm-hmm.
He has no pupils. He's coming at you with no pupils. He's got those. So that's horrifying.
People dislike the beer belly, but it kind of works.
Yeah, though it's always it's always you got a little suspension of disbelief there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
with, like the standing in the water thing. You know, like it's just you gotta.
Yeah. Animus also.
Make nuke suck less.
That was something.
It's kind of a quote from one of your.
Oh, I know. I remember.
Well, I mean,
technically I got it from Doug Stanhope, but yeah.
Yeah, no,
I guess what he said when he's bringing it up, he kind of like to clarify it, maybe, to kind of like.
Well, a lot of people justify the writing in the MonsterVerse by like if something I consider personally stupid happens in there, they go, well, I mean, Godzilla versus Megalon had him sliding around his tail. It's like, yeah, sure, there's other points in the series that really dumb stuff is happening. I mean, you can enjoy that. I mean, it's silly as hell, but it's stupid. And just because that happened doesn't mean it excuses future writing. Like the MonsterVerse could have been written better, right? So I'm tired of people saying that other movies that weren't written better excuse it. So how does old suck make new suck less? It's like if you're writing terrible now or the writing's terrible then, it's like that's still on you, the writer. It's not, you don't just get to like have that out where it's like, oh yeah, well, have you seen this movie? It's worse than mine, so I guess I'm good.
Yeah.
Like I just think it's a terrible justification. It kind of keeps you from actually thinking critically about, you know, why are these things the way it is? Like, for example, I wanted to bring this one up with you guys. What do we think of Ford Brody?
As a character,
it works.
Do we remember who?
Yeah.
Okay.
I remember.
Here's the thing with Ford Brody for me. I didn't like him. I didn't like him, and that's why when I assessed it, I was like, well, why do I not like this guy? And then I realized he doesn't care about the Muto. The Muto killed both his parents, and he never has any outward feelings about them. He never talks about them, never shows joy at their deaths or aggression with them being there. In fact, for the entire last 30 minutes of the film about, like the entire San Francisco fight, he has no dialogue. He shares no idea about what he thinks. He's just the guy on screen doing the things. He's not a person, really.
Yeah.
Like, from the moment he stood his wife stay in the city delivering a nuke to, he doesn't say anything else.
Well, I mean, he does care about the Mutos as much as like what they could about the fact that this thing is out there and exists. Like, what could that potentially, like, especially considering he lost his father and his mother to this thing. It's like he's kind of concerned.
The reason he doesn't.
Potential.
But where's that Aaron Yeager rage against the Titans?
He's not supposed to have that. He's not focused on getting rid of the threat. All he's he's not entirely focused on getting rid of the threat. All he wants to do is make sure the rest of his family doesn't die to these things. That's his entire character. That's
when he's hopping on board a train, 24 hours. Like he calls his wife when he gets to the train scene, right? Like a little bit before that, before he gets on board with the train, and he's like, "Honey, I'm coming to San Francisco. The monsters are headed there. Stay put. I'll save you." And then hops on board a train with a nuke headed straight towards his wife. But he had 24 hours of advance where he could have said, "Bitch, get out of there! They're coming your way!" But no, he's got to be the hero. So does he really care about his family, or is it just bad writing? He could have told them to leave.
Yeah.
Why not?
And
because he's got to have a personal stake for some reason, even though the Muto killed his parents. He could have secured his wife and child, and then this dangerous mission comes up, and he's like, I got to see this through. I got to put these things down. And that would have been a character like, oh, okay. So he's motivated by his like desire for revenge against these monsters that robbed him of a childhood. That's a good thing. But instead, they stupidly have him keep his family in the city. It's ridiculous.
Another thing too is that like
there and they just sloppily executed. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. Don't worry. No, we love. That's why we love it here. I was gonna say that because you know how there is the kind of fight, quote unquote, on the bridge where Ford gets like airlifted then to the other base before they do the Halo jump. If he had told his wife and kid to leave, you could have had a scene setting up his motivations better by like having a refugee camp there, set up like all of that there, and as a result, you'd have more verbalized motivation for his character. And Cinema says he's a soldier protecting the people. the thing is that like Ford Brody as a character is like a cardboard cutout of a soldier. And what's interesting about that is that you'll know this, Hannes, because Nathan Lynn, the guy like the Scars guy who plays Nathan Lynn, he's Iceman in what's it called?
I call him Iceman in my videos all the time,
man.
What's
it called? Generation Kill. He's
Generation
like literally
Kill. Yeah.
If Ford was more like a soldier from Generation Kill, he would be one more like an actual soldier, but two, he'd actually have a personality and stake in what he says. If you watch Generation Kill, anyone who's been in the military says it's like one of the most accurate portrayals of the military. And it's because of the fact that one, they're pretty unhappy. They love their family. They want to protect their family, but they are very vocal with other soldiers about like how bad situations are or their thoughts about things. And that is one of the driving focuses of that series. And it does have action. It's not just talking. And like, if you had that for Ford's character, he would be what a lot of people think of when it comes to a soldier, but like he would be able to then have that motivation and we'd be able to feel for him as a character, and he'd be able to fill the void that his father held before he was killed off.
Okay, see, here's the thing though. Trailing back to originally what we were talking about. Everything we're talking about right now, imagine the guy who enters the room right now and goes, yeah, but in Godzilla versus the Sea Monster, the main character guy didn't have a lot of character, so why should Ford be any better?
Yeah, it's essentially
that's what I'm talking about when I say how does old stuff make new stuff suck less?
Yeah,
it's that's what I mean. Is like people just like don't even have this conversation that we're having, where we're actually getting somewhere and saying it should be like this, it should be like this. They just go, yeah, well, I've seen other stuff before and it wasn't as good, so I don't see why you think it should be better. Like because it could be better, because we have examples of betterness. I love Generation Kill. Iceman being in GVK ruled.
And here's the thing: is that like the guy who plays Houston Brooks, Ford Brody, Aaron Taylor Johnson, and Iceman, all of those three have been soldiers in other like properties and other movies and TV shows. And I feel like now that I watch them in the MonsterVerse, I'm like, they could have done so much more with their acting talents.
Yeah, dude.
Why?
We saw
Iceman,
exactly what Aaron Taylor Johnson is capable of at the late last year with Nosferatu. Dude went all out with that movie.
I like him in Bullet Train.
Bullet Train?
Silly movie, but I had fun. Yeah, I like Bullet Train.
Oh, Bullet Train too.
Wasn't the best
Well,
thing
I haven't seen it. I've seen
I
clips.
What?
I haven't seen it, but I've seen clips.
I just realized.
I like that movie.
Yo, in Bullet Train, Ford Brody and Bernie are in the movie together.
They're like brothers.
Yo, remember when we saw Godzilla?
They both lived through that. And then the guy who plays Mark was also in the. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
In Kong 5.
We have the chance for them to interact in the MonsterVerse, though. We can have them Bullet Train reunion.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Also,
bring back
Kyle
the
Chandler, the guy who played Mark. The guy who played Mark was also in the Peter Jackson King Kong film.
Yeah.
So he technically did a Kong film and a Godzilla film in separate universes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now we need him. Now we need him in a camera film.
Cool.
Oh wait, Ken Watanabe was in Transformers too,
and he was in Batman.
Yes. Oh my God,
and
it's all connected.
And Pokemon. He was in the Pokemon Detective Pikachu movie.
What's it called?
Is all the MonsterVerse Ken Watanabe's dream from Inception? Oh my God! It all makes sense. The deeper level, the Hollow Earth. Oh my God!
The Hollow Earth was a dream.
Hey, honest, I did want to say that about. I wanted to go back to when you said about why isn't he going after the Mutos, or does he care about killing them? There actually is a line from the trailers about him asking Sarazawa, "Can we kill it?"
Ooh, yeah, that's right. A lot of stuff from that trailer never made it into the movie. The Oppenheimer quote. I mean, obviously the dead monster, but
the Oppenheimer one was
people on the ground around the train.
That was a mood piece. That was
that was a mood
piece. That was not meant for the actual movie.
A couple of
so I wasn't supposed to.
A couple of shots.
Okay, so I wasn't supposed to take that
in the first teaser, but there were two shots specifically with Godzilla that they were just hiding the Mutos with.
Okay.
Like particularly when they're doing the Halo jump and we just only see Godzilla walking. It's actually him in the movie fighting the male Muto.
Yeah, they did change around a lot, but yeah, it was just misleading. It was different going in there and then being like, oh, I guess they just dropped all that.
Yeah, it made it. The marketing made it really seem like Godzilla was also an antagonistic force, But the Asia trailer actually was the one that portrayed the film correctly.
I gotta see that one. I haven't seen that.
Well,
yeah,
I just realized, guys, if you really think about it, maybe the Hollow Earth was the friends we made along the way.
Oh, you!
Oh God!
Guys think that when Godzilla went lower into the water, like after like the female Muto gets the bomb during the train scene, like he's going into the Hollow Earth to like get to San Francisco faster. Like we can just retcon that.
Well, they should put in one of those giant tubes like they had in GVK that goes from Florida to Hong Kong.
Yeah,
just leave a couple of those lying around so we can get where we need to go. What was up with that?
Here's the thing: is that if you really think about it, like considering how they portray the idea of the Hollow Earth, like it could have been interesting if they had set that up as like, oh, that's just like one Hollow Earth tube that they just so happen to clear out of other monsters, and that's what they've been using. But it's just a tube.
That would be an interesting, just like side movie on its own.
Yeah,
just like converting tunnels for human use. That'd be.
Well, here's the thing: is that like, you know, the thing that just came out recently, the Gorge.
Yeah, I saw that the other day. Yeah.
I think that like if the MonsterVerse focused more on like original Titans and like used Godzilla and Kong as like a backdrop, you could retain more interest in the franchise because it's the people aren't just coming for Godzilla Kong fighty fight. Like you'd be able to make the universe feel more alive as a result. It's like,
well, I agree. I think that we need smaller stories. We need more isolated plots told about specific things. I think whenever they try to go big, that like King of the Monsters tried to go big, and then the next movie was GVK. Like, whoa, okay, that was a mistake. Let's whittle it down a little bit. What about all the stuff that happened? Forget it.
Mm-hmm.
Like Kong Skull Island's good because it's just like nice, concise. You know, you don't have to acknowledge everything in the world around it. It's like I would love a series like that just took just like little like focal points in this universe and just told us what's going on over there.
The problem with the MonsterVerse right now is that they're just going escalation.
Everything.
Escalation.
Sorry.
No,
yeah.
So let me explain. Like I myself do not like the idea that we're getting a third Godzilla Kong crossover in a row. Because think about it. What is the marketing for a third one in a row? Because the first one's like, oh, these two big monsters are coming together for the first time in a long time, but for the audience it's like huge, so they're gonna fight. And for the second one, despite how it was executed, like it was like, oh, they're teaming up to fight a huge threat. Like that's the marketing. It's like they fight, then they team up. In the second one, I was like, what's the third one gonna be? They team up again?
Well, also because in the second one, the first one was a lie because they said one will fall. And this is what I wanted to clarify with you guys now that we're thinking about it. One will fall.
Okay.
Not physically fall. Like if a soldier falls on the battlefield, they are dead. So one will fall, to me at least, implied the death of one of these characters. Godzilla versus Kong. One will fall. What?
Well, Kong was going to die.
I think that whole thing was sloppy. I think that was just.
I think Kong.
I mean, it was sloppy, but that was what they were going for.
I think that like yes, well, they gave by the letter of the word, one fell and it was Kong, but the spirit of the marketing is to imply a character dies, and I think that's the problem, and I agree with that.
They gave us a victor, but they didn't give us like real stakes to the victory. Like there was nothing real. They weren't going to kill either one of them. We knew that, so it's like, don't promise that. We know you won't. And now they're doing the thing where they're taking it forward. And now they're teaming up. And this last movie, they go against Scar King and Shimo, and you never feel that they're ever in real danger. You never feel like they're going to lose. So it's like now you have this duo teamed up that's unbeatable. What am I looking forward to in the next movie? Like, you got to have a threat bigger than both of them.
Yeah, like
it's just got to get bigger.
I know, like going to do that. Like to me, I feel like the best way to go about after GXK would be something like Captain America: Civil War, where it's more of like they're testing them mentally and emotionally with like a villain.
Yeah,
I'd say like
I would prefer a different approach.
And Captain America Civil War, like they look back at all the actions like they caused, despite them saving the world. You can use Rio as an example, like what they do with all the other stuff in Captain America Civil War is like, because even in the lip service, they say like the government wants to take control of Hollow Earth and GXK. You can build on that, and that we can have this whole thing that they were going to do with King of the Monsters, but it was kind of brushed aside a lot. Like, let's do the takeover thing.
Would the surface world countries try to lay claim to the Hollow Earth land that's directly beneath their nations? Like, wouldn't there be a conflict over that? Because I mean, the government.
Well, there could be that, but there could be. Well, here's the thing: there is that, but there's also the fact that Monarch also needs to be held accountable for basically what they've been doing up to this point. Which like they're like the next that's why that's why I have hope for the next film, because for considering that it's not going to be Wingard again, so there's a chance that the next filmmaker is going to at least start having the MonsterVerse address that. Yeah, Rio de Janeiro just got destroyed. Not only got destroyed twice because Behemoth attacked it in King of the Monsters, but also it got destroyed without any warning. Because 4 monsters, 5 of you count Suko, just popped out of a portal to Hollow Earth in the middle of the ocean, out of nowhere. Now, the world should be in panic mode at this point. Holy shit!
Yeah,
Monarch, what are you guys doing?
The first episode of Attack on Titan. You're just living your day, and all of a sudden the world changes. These monsters come in. What happens now? How does the world react? I've been wanting to hear something in universe, and all we've gotten is there's a couple posters on the wall, look out for kaiju. Yeah, but I mean, how is our food supply line still working? Or how are countries taking this? Is it are we banding together as a people to fight them? You got to give us this stuff.
Because if you really think about it,
they're a movie worth of content in their own.
Because Hawaii got flooded. San Francisco and Vegas are essentially jungles now. My hometown Boston is blown off the map, or at least even if we say not all of Boston, based on where Godzilla and King Ghidorah are fighting, the majority of Boston's financial sector and a lot of its touristy areas are just gone now. Rio de Janeiro was destroyed. If we're counting all of the things in Cottam, DC got flooded. Munich was destroyed by Methuselah. Phoenix was Scylla, and that's just what we see on screen. And there's also all the other.
We have that map behind the general.
Yeah, all the maps behind the general. There's so many areas that would have been and if we're to assume
Rome was leveled, Rio was leveled twice.
Yeah. And what's even worse is,
can anybody confirm this in the map in King of the Monsters? Was Hong Kong attacked?
No.
It wasn't. But it wasn't not in the montage. I mean, on the physical map behind the general as he's there. All right, this is a situation. In the back there, were any of those big.
At the very
red
least,
dots.
it's leveled in Godzilla versus Kong.
No, because I think the closest Titan to.
Well, I mean, was it destroyed in King of the Monsters, rebuilt, and then destroyed again in GVK?
No, because I think Mothra was the closest Titan in that area, and I don't think there's anything else close to Hong Kong there.
Yeah,
and the only other close Titan was
the only
Orochi.
You might be getting it confused with where Yamata no Orochi was, because that I think was in Mount Fuji.
Yeah, Orochi was in Mount Fuji, so I don't think there was anything in China to attack Hong Kong.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, next.
That's the thing, though. They said the monsters were converging too, so there are paths they were taking across these land masses.
Yeah.
So I want to have another person come on. I'm sorry, Zim.
Oh, you want me to bounce?
No. I can bounce. I can do it. I can just listen, but I just wanted to make some points that I think I made them last time I did a stream. I think with Zim a couple weeks ago.
The open debate. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, but yeah, I did want to point out. I think that these are different writers than what we've had the last 5 films. I believe, or at least the last movie. I believe. Is that true? Because I think.
Yeah, I think it is all different people, different writers.
So we have
all new writers.
All different writers. We have a different director. We have a chance that they could do something like what I said, like Captain America: Civil War. They can, GXA could just it's the cause, it's this out of control thing that they sort of address through lip service, but they don't they want to take over the things don't bother attacking Godzilla because he saved you guys. And then the next movie, because of what happened with Rio, there's the repercussions in Captain America: Civil War. And if that's what they do, I think we might be in good hands if they take that into account. And when we did the last stream, if they do some sort of lore book now, because we're 6 films in, we got 2 TV shows. Well, if you count the Skull Island one. We do got a comic book sequel just announced yesterday. We got season 2. We got spin-offs now. There's a lot you can put into like a lore thing. If they were to like get this whole thing around, I think we would be in a good hands than we are now. So I would give them a chance. But if they screw up somehow with this movie in 2 years and there's like even worse lore by then I think it's safe to say that we will probably need to like start like rioting using picket fences.
Or just tell the writers to do better, Senator.
You need to do better, Senator.
You gotta step up.
But at that point, like, it's not even Adam Wingard's fault because it's that he's not has anything to do with it anymore. So
yeah. At that point, it's like
because
I think we need to seriously consider a reboot, guys, or just let Toho make movies.
Bring back that Stan Winston concept. Oh wait.
Well, that's what I like about the MonsterVerse is that every time they start getting more interest in Godzilla, Toho starts spitting up some awesome stuff.
Yeah, but what's it called? I did find the map, so all these cities.
Yeah, I was just looking at it too.
And yeah, so there's Hong Kong. Yeah, Roche
Hong Kong,
is there. Bunyip's here, and I forget who that.
I want to see Titanus Bunyip. Like,
yeah,
if there's
there,
3
Roche.
Titans that I'd love to see in the
Bunyip?
films, it's Bunyip, Leviathan, and Mokele and Mbembe.
Yeah, Leviathan's up here.
Mokele would be my personal favorites to see.
I think Baphomet was here, and Mokele was here, and then
we do know what Mokele
here.
and Mbembe look like. So
I think
Mbembe looks like.
Sekhmet would have been here, and I forget who was here.
I think that's Methuselah.
No, Methuselah would have been either. I assume Methuselah would have been here, because Methuselah would have came out of Munich or like right near Munich, which would have been about here or like there. So either that's Methuselah or that's Methuselah. But I know Leviathan, Sekhmet, Abaddon, all those.
So I think that last one might be Typhon then.
And as you see, all the way at the left, there's Kong.
Yeah, Kong's like had left the island too, and I think that's Tiamat that down there. Yeah, it was Orochi, Tiamat, and
Typhon.
Those ones.
No, Tiamat was in Stone Mountain.
Which was
Tiamat was on the other side of the planet.
Where are you guys getting this information?
External material, as always.
Okay.
It's in the movie.
Yeah. I would love for this to be that in the films.
I know the map's in the movie, but it's just because of the quality of it, you can't really tell. And even if I zoom in, it'll just blur it even more.
Yeah,
I can do that.
Yeah, there's only so much. Yeah, the resolution's not the best. No. Oh, God.
I'm sad we're probably never going to see Methuselah for a while, or ever.
I just read what
or
that
ever.
lawsuit was, and it's like the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Like, it should be laughed out of court. But
well, hopefully it does.
Well, because they're counting on the court not understanding or knowing anything about kaiju history or just monsters in general to like look up like, hey, like a giant 4-legged monster with a mountain on its back. It's not your original idea.
I think if I recall correctly, the trial is going to take place in New York. If I know what day that is and they have people that you can sit, if you're allowed to sit in the gallery, I will take so much time off work just to go down for that.
Yo, can you get a bunch of people together?
Maybe we could do like a watch party. If it's
wait. What did you say, Hannes?
I said, can you gather a big group of people to stand out front and protest with placards saying "Kill the Titans"?
Here's the thing. Kaiju Brooklyn's in New York. If it ever happened that was happening around the same time, you'd be like, yo, here are all these sides. You guys just want to go outside the courtroom.
First, have the Krusty Krab Bears picket sign.
But just remember, United States Senate, I in no way am endorsing the obstruction of any legal proceedings. I am here for the memes and the memes alone. But please let me into the gallery for that.
Here's some blurred out Titan porn.
Yeah.
Holy crap. Godzilla art?
I mean, what's it called?
I just remembered.
Hearing, it's good enough to get out of a trial about copyright.
I just remembered. Conham confirmed to us that we were watching the uncensored version of G14.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Having a hedge means you're having sex.
Uncensored version of G14.
So in that scene, when they blur out when they say it's like Titan mating stuff, it's just the scene of the Mitos kind of dipping heads at each other, but it's blurred.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you're saying that? Okay.
2014.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the only unfortunate things about Cottam is that they kind of reuse archive footage a bit too much.
And there's a lot of archive footage that like shouldn't really make sense to be archive footage, like some of the Kong Skull Island stuff, especially when there were clips that were recorded in that movie.
Yeah,
that would make sense.
Exactly. They use like a clip, like when Emma Russell does the whole presentation thing. She shows a clip of Kong walking away, but it's like it's not from the perspective of the camera; it's from the perspective of binoculars. Like what?
Or the shot of like, or remember the shot, like the cinematic shot of like Kong of them going around with the helicopters, and there's no way there'd be anyone on the ground to do that shot.
Okay, does anyone know how this works? So in Legacy of the Monsters, when it first starts off, we see John Goodman filming himself, right? And he has this video, and it's later being seen by his son Hiroshi in the future. However, that video ends with him being chased by the spider and the camera being crushed, and then we know John Goodman is later killed. So how the hell did he get that video?
Yeah,
that's even worse.
Hey, by the way, when you see the stuff that John Goodman's character gives to his son, it shows the Alpha Skullcrawler, the Skull Devil Remorak, from the climactic fight, but he never saw a Skullcrawler until he died, let alone the big one.
What's it called? And here's the other thing: is that here's the thing: is that Awakening retcons 2014, and then LOM retcons 2014 and Awakening. So Monarch Legacy Monsters like, you have retcon whatever ready, retcon to retcon.
Actually, Sim, they use shots from the comic Awakening for Legacy Monsters. They like direct shots of Godzilla.
I know, that's even worse.
And I think Lee Shaw was in that book.
He was a main character because he knew the reason why he had a connection to Serizawa was because he knew Serizawa's father. They literally retconned Serizawa's dad out of the origins of Monarch.
They retconned Lee Shaw
in his father.
Yeah, so
oh my god.
Originally in Awakening, so in Awakening, Lee Shaw met up with Serizawa's father, and it was Lee Shaw and Serizawa's father who were the people who set up Monarch, and they were the ones who were tracking Godzilla, and they were present for Operation Castle. So like the scene from 2014 kind of lines up with what you see in Awakening, except Godzilla was fighting another monster at that time in the comic. But the problem with that is that Greg Keyes wrote the comic and the movie, so I don't understand why he would make a comic with a scene that would be present in the movie that is different between the two.
See, but that would have been good because I would have liked to have known that like Monarch is in Serizawa's blood. You know, like it's his birthright. Like I would like
it literally
that would have enhanced my appreciation of the other films. I would have liked to have
that would have made Ren's entire character
like
even more interesting.
Yep.
Wasn't Awakening supposed to be like an version of 2014?
There are so many weird, like, why are we making these familial connections and doing nothing with them? Ren Serizawa, big one. Another one that I think we all overlook, King of the Monsters. Alan Jonah's son.
Yeah.
Do you remember him?
Yep. Ash. And here's the thing is that what's even worse is the fact is that in the book, they expand on that relationship between the two, which is never seen in the film.
But it makes perfect sense to do so in the film because when you have, like, Alan Jonah loses his son for the cause, and then he goes to this woman who also lost her son and is now trying to take part in this cause. He could have used that to try and motivate her to stay the course. Like, the pieces are there to do something like, I don't know, character-driven that could help, like, oh, flesh these people out. Now I get to understand. Like, maybe he's swaying her in some way or shape or form.
Yeah, or at the very least, they could have it be...
do nothing with him.
Yeah, or at the very least, like they could just have it, like I don't know, get Charles Dance to come back for another one of these movies and have that be part of his motivation to fuck some shit up even more in a later film. I don't know.
From what I remember, he liked the role.
He liked the role enough, yeah.
He did.
Here's the other thing too. You want to know one thing that sucks, and another thing I dislike sometimes about like director statements is I remember it was either Doherty or Wingard stating that Jonah had died between the events of King of the Monsters and GBK, but that got disregarded because he shows up in the Kong Survivor game as an antagonist.
Well, hold on.
I was talking about because Lau was dying here in the private chat.
What was that?
Yeah.
Lau was dying for you guys to bring something up in the chat over here.
The main character. Oh yeah, GVK had 4 hours of footage cut, including an entire character arc.
You mean was it Iceman, the guy who needs to go?
Yeah.
I was going to bring this up in relation to Ford Brody's character earlier, but Iceman, you know, his whole thing is like, my brother died in the Hollow Earth, and he wants the chance to go back. As soon as he enters the Hollow Earth, he runs out of dialogue. He has nothing to say. Even when Apex pulls guns on a little deaf girl, he says nothing. He just stands there like an oaf.
Yeah, because he's supposed to be coward. Don't you understand, guys? He's supposed to be coward. He's supposed to be brave coward man.
Is he? Oh, I guess in the end they did that little thing.
I think it's a pretty good arc in all fairness. I really like his arc.
Remember when in the screenshots for like remember when there was like promotional images coming out and there was a shot of Iceman punching some other person, like they were all in their Hollow Earth getup, but you see him like punching someone, and I was like, oh, I wonder if there's gonna be some conflict between these people, and that shot and that scene never happens in the movie.
Well, that whole situation was like the stupidest thing I've ever heard, because it's like, okay, I'm gonna go, like, Apex approaches Iceman. They're like, we need your help to get this power source. We can make a weapon against the monsters. And so he goes to the Kong Whisperer, who can't whisper to Kong, does it to a little girl, but anyway, goes to talk to her, and he's like, we need that power source. Kong can help us. So then they take Kong there, they find the power source, and when they go to get it, she's like, what are you doing? It's like, what we came here to do? What do you mean? And then she's like, no, you can't. And then Apex just pulls guns. For what reason, I don't know. Nobody else is armed. They point a gun at a little girl in front of her Titan protector. And this is all just to make them bad. This is just so we think of them as bad guys, but in like what they're actually doing, they're not bad guys. It's just they do stupid shit like that.
Someone in the chat. Wait. Someone in the chat's like, kill the child. Like me, destroy the child.
Yeah, like I really, really hope we still have the footage is still intact, because I want to see that 4-hour cut of GVK, that 5-hour long cut. I want to see the whole thing. I want to know what we lost, because from what it sounds like, the movie would have been far more complete and far better than what we have.
The Wingard cut revealed. Yeah, it could have been 2 minis. I'd be down for that.
Yeah, like if
the way they did it was supposed. It could have been a trilogy.
Like you could have split that into like
the way they wrote
3 movies entirely. 3 movies
but they kept the shopkeeper scene, so Maddie could make some weird face. Good thing we kept that in. Remember that?
Yeah.
Everybody stoked on that?
All right.
That film will always be dated because of the Tide Pod reference.
Oh, for hell's sake!
Yeah, right.
I still think it's better comedy than anything in Katam. The King of the Monsters.
No.
You don't like the gonorrhea joke? You're not a fan of gonorrhea?
That's one joke.
I will defend.
My God,
one joke.
I will defend my Oh My Godzilla more than the Tide Pod joke, because at least here's the thing. That was never overused, and like unless you're like a Godzilla fan, sometimes someone would say that to you. That feels way less
still say
like
that.
Culturally like
nobody uses it after that movie came out.
Well, just remember before GVK came out, everyone was like, "Save Mothra." Why did you say that name?
Okay.
Anyways,
I guess we'll have to. We got to get to musical. We got to do a musical chair thing. Rick, you said you would.
I think I said
honest.
I think we're all good.
Yeah, dude. I had to think I was going to say before. Get me to it. Yeah, no, dude, we're good. I got no problem with you.
All right.
I just hear the moment, just YouTube nonsense. Like, I figured that if we just, talk to each other like this, we'd both realize we're reasonable people. Like we're not trying to like come at each other or anything like that. Like, we're good.
Yeah. I just like, I don't know. I think some things were kind of stinky, so that's why I commented.
Mm-hmm.
What was it?
No, I just thought some of your takes and points were stinky, so that's why I commented in the first place.
Well, the only reason I got rude was because you called me stinky.
Oh,
the stinky man.
Well,
man.
Well, like I say, you stink. I'm pinky. You guys have a good chat. I'll see you later.
You're the pink and I'm the stink. All right, later, buddy.
Peace out.
All right. All right, now let's get another person in. We got Kaiju Kuru here.
I have been freed.
I have been stuck in purgatory.
You're rising up. Picture.
Bro was trapped in the back room.
Why didn't you sacrifice Vic? I mean, he is the sacrificial monkey right now. So
should have just put him in.
I mean,
wait, no. What are we doing? Drop the monkey.
Drop the monkey. Yeah, I'm gonna drop the monkey. Yeah, let's drop the monkey for Blackaroonie. Yes.
Here, Sea Monster, bro. Lau is to say, Sea Monster, why do you have Lau in your basement? Why is he there?
Well, wait, Kuru. Yeah, Lau is in C's basement, and then me and C's houses, we have like a little tunnel between the two, so he has another basement to be in.
You have a Hollow Earth tunnel.
Yeah, you just get one of those monorails.
Yeah,
Lau is
chicken skullcrawler eggs.
Yeah, I mean, Blackaroonie's been going crazy for like almost an hour now. I saw like his post on Discord, just being like, "Let me in." So he wants
to release me.
No. What is happening in the chat? I'm so happy no one on YouTube can see this.
Oh my god!
Is it in a private chat or?
It's in private
chat.
Yeah,
it's in the private.
Anyway, so I was
yes, sir.
Yeah, obviously I'm Kaiji Kuro, the motherfucker who is always right. When it come hang on. Yeah, I was on both the GXK and the stream where we covered the first two parts of the MonsterVerse videos you made. Obviously I kind of got heated there for a little bit. But I'm at least happy we can talk.
Passion, yeah.
I guess the one thing I'm curious about, and I'm not asking this to be elitist, I'm just asking this for like just to gauge something. How much of the Godzilla series would you say you've seen?
How many of the Godzilla what?
How many of the Godzilla films?
Movies? All of them?
Because like some of the things like you were mentioning made me like, wait, has this guy not seen like Versus Biolante?
I've seen them all. Well, what's something in particular? Because maybe I'm just like forgetting something from a movie. Like I just
like specifically the Anab from Versus Biolante. It felt like you just, I don't know. It made it the way you were saying it made it sound like you were unfamiliar with it, which I mean wouldn't be the biggest thing out of.
What was the context that I was discussing it?
You were talking with Zim about the Oxygen Destroyer, and he mentioned the Anab.
No.
Oh yeah, I was just like, yeah, it's a Godzilla deterrent.
Oh.
No, yeah, he was aware of it.
Okay.
Yeah, Biolante is one of my favorite movies. Like I know about the Anab.
Finally, someone with culture in this call.
Dude, I still think General Gondo is one of my favorite. General Gondo is still one of my favorite characters of the whole series.
Gondo's a boy. Gondo's a G.
Dude, he just popped him in the mouth there. Stick to smoking. He just gets taken out. Like that's how I want to go.
Well,
but yeah, no. Yeah, we're talking about it being a deterrent. Like I think that the Oxygen Destroyer was a bit overkill for what they actually needed from Godzilla in the plot in that moment, and they should have gone with something like that. It's like a reasonable thing they would make in universe.
But
yeah, I know all the movies.
So I guess one of the things that was, this has been a question that I've been dying to ask because it has to do with the GXK video and like the final like point you were making. Which
remind me.
To provide some context for why this set me off, I am a massive fan of the Showa era specifically. I think it is by far the best. So when you mentioned the Showa era being the quote unquote undeniable low point, set me off for a few reasons. One, because it felt incredibly vague. Low in what regard? Quality? Like,
we actually went over this earlier.
Oh,
we were talking about
it must have been.
Yeah, we discussed this. Yeah, it was like an hour ago or something like that. But we were basically talking about like when I said that, I was saying it's provable in box office returns, and the fact that they went on hiatus and rebooted the series to where it initially started was evidence that the Showa era was tapering off. It started very strong. It had a lot of successes, and it added a bunch of legacy characters. I would never turn my back on the Showa era, but towards the end, it started drifting off into the Godzilla versus Megalon, like tail sliding, and they tried to bring it back with Mechagodzilla, and I love Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla, but it's just like the damage had been done by like too many weird projects in the middle, like All Monsters Attack and all that. Like, they just. And the reason I brought that up was because people cite that as an excuse to not write better in the future films.
And there's two things to go off from that.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing is, hang on, where was?
Also, real quick, see, I have that. I have the attendance thing back up as my screen share if we want to use that for reference again.
Okay.
So I guess my first. Okay. Why did I had two things I was going to say. I forgot the first one, but I'm still remembering the second
Take your time, man.
So I guess we'll start with the second one. So when you said that, like, you were citing, like, that whole point as, like, for people who is, like, I think you said in your video, people say King of the Monsters can't be bad because Son of Godzilla exists. And I mean, I resent that. I love Son, but for me, it's that's questionable for me because who is saying this? Like, who are you seeing that is saying this? And keep in mind, I'm not on Twitter much, thank God.
Well,
like,
I don't go on Twitter. I'm just basing off of 5 years of responding to angry MonsterVerse fans in my comments. Trust me, dude. I have literally been told that if I don't like the MonsterVerse, I'm a racist who should go to jail for the rest of my life. Like, there are unreasonable people, and they tend to garner around the same, like, half-assed excuses.
I don't doubt that. It's just I've always wanted more. This just comes down to the fact that I just hate vague posting, and I hate when people just say these people say X, Y, or Z and don't have any kind of screenshots or call out any names. It's been a pet peeve of mine for years. Fair. And
I'm telling you, I've seen it enough where I felt the need to bring it up. I mean, I didn't just invent some.
If
it
was
and then have an argument with them.
I would then say if it's as plentiful as you're saying it is, and I'm not saying it's not, I'm just saying if it was, I myself would have appreciated screenshots of people saying this. Because if it's as plentiful as it is,
if you peruse the comments,
what video?
There's been a consistent thing with me. I mean, I've seen it all over the place. Like, I've seen this enough times where it was like, all right, let me just address this. And I would say that if whatever video I said that if that was the new Empire video, I would say go to whatever videos were posted more recently before then, because that would be the ones that would make me go, all right, I'm tired of hearing this. Because my issue with it is that I would bring up like genuine like criticisms of the MonsterVerse, like I don't like this, I don't like this, I don't like this, and in response to that, instead of actually listening to my points, people go, oh yeah, dude, well in the past, I mean, he's done this, so I mean, what do you expect? And it's just like, have the conversation with me. Like, I'm not trying to make you feel bad. If you like the movies, you like the movies. I'm not here to make you not. I'm just saying why I don't. And I want to have that discussion. But when people just go, oh, dude, like, you shouldn't even look into it that deeply. It's like, well, I am. So I just don't like that cop-out argument.
Okay, at least. All right, appreciate that clarification. It's just always...
Trust me, I didn't. It's not something I just invented to like mischaracterize like the MonsterVerse fandom or something like that. Like, I'm speaking just from my own experience, having seen that usually brought up in comment threads as a dismissive thing.
We like, especially on both Zim streams and on Sea Monster Live, have dealt with a lot of people who behave like that. We just talked about. We just got done covering another guy on Tuesday who was basically doing that very thing.
Yeah,
it was
just terrible.
Yeah, I feel like most of our live streams, or at least most of mine, we'll like scroll through YouTube and we'll find like people's Godzilla video essays, and we'll just kind of go over and like respond to the points that are made there and be like,
most of them are terrible.
Yeah, a lot of them are really bad.
I mean, these videos, I don't know if you're familiar with the other stuff I've worked on, but I've done like extensive like breakdowns of each individual film, save for Kong Skull Island.
Yeah, I've been meaning to go through your King of the Monsters lineup and G14, because those two really hit me. Like, those two really struck me, not just because my bias towards both of them, but also because the way you were wording it was kind of interesting. And this was right after your GXK review, so seeing that, that kind of gave me an interest in checking that out. Just seeing what happened there. Though you've stated you've also
like those long form breakdowns are like
for Cottam.
Well, that's the thing is like the King of the Monsters review I did 5 years ago, and that was when I was trying to make my name for myself as a YouTuber. So I was a bit more provocative in certain areas where it's like, I don't know, a couple of years ago now, I went back and watched King of the Monsters, and I was thinking about my review, and I'm like, maybe I was just being a little petty there. Like, I was trying to do something. I stand by, like, the body of it, but I know there's like little things in there where I'm like, even I disagree with that now. Because I mean, my temperament as a reviewer as well has really changed.
Yeah.
So it's like I still stand by my work, but I think it's just you just got to consider, like that's just me starting off making videos, not knowing what I'm doing, and just trying to echo what I've seen before.
I've been in a similar position multiple times, so I get that, and I've seen others in a similar position multiple times. So, yeah.
Oh, but I'm also saying that also as like just to establish like when I went and made these videos, like this 3-part series, like it's information that's like opinions that I forged through other breakdowns where I had the time to like sit down and break apart each individual thing and like really define the idea I was going for. Where here where I was going for more like just summary of what I found in other places, and I realized that kind of robs it of some of the nuance where there's some misinterpretations about what I'm actually saying.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind once I go down that rabbit hole. Though I have way too many other things
to
go
fun.
through.
Yeah. Got a lot of jokes.
I feel that.
Is everyone roboting here, or is it just or is there like something going on my end?
I can hear you.
Everyone sounds fine. Yeah,
I can hear everyone.
For me, it's kind
fine.
of here and there, but for the most part, fine.
But yeah, there was another part to your thing, Kuru.
Crap! I was forgetting what it was. Vic died. Finally,
the monkey is dead. Long live the monkey.
Crap! I completely.
Somebody get a heave. We're bringing him back. I also, someone explain that to me. Like, did his heart just stop? Because if he has like grievous internal injuries, I don't think that just shocking him with a defibrillator puts him right back into prime state. Like, that dude's done for a while.
Bro got heaved. That's all you need to know.
He got heaved.
Yeah, I think it's it's magic. I think like the philosophy behind it was that like when Godzilla stomped on his chest, that like, we lost CB.
Oh no!
It's my stream now. What's up,
We're
guys?
rudderless.
It's your boy,
We're
Zimzilla.
rudderless.
We have now taken over Sea Monster Live. This is now a new Zimcast.
This is a hostile takeover.
This is hostile takeover and unfamiliar.
It's a mutiny.
What's it called? Monarchy. It is again. But yeah, I think like never mind. I didn't do anything. I did not try to take over the channel.
That was terrifying. Never let that happen again. I didn't know what to do. I was panicking. Kuru cried.
We had you as a hostage
now, but he was really upset. I don't like
Zim, dude. Sea Monster, you better be so good. Zim was about to keelhaul Hannes.
I had to take over. What's it called? It's like it's living space. I needed more living space, Sea Monster. You understand?
Yeah, did something happen? Did Vic get kicked off here? Or what's going on here?
I think
crashed.
The monkey died.
He was just AFK.
Vic's computer crashed, but
Vic just crashed.
You can let him Rooney now if you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna let someone else on here. I'm sorry, Vic. You'll have to talk in the private chat here.
At least you're back.
Yeah, I don't know what just happened there.
It's the black.
I have been waiting. I have been waiting for years for this one moment. Eons have passed.
Yeah, what's up?
All right. So, brutally honest, I'm a huge fan of your work. Just wanted to point that out there. Yeah. Your GVK video, I decided to skip it because I'm making my own GVK video and I didn't want to get, any information that I could, just acquire it on my own.
Talking about the whole breakdown, or
yeah, it's a full.
Recently.
No, the other the later one. I mean the earlier one. My style. Okay. I'm trying to make it a long man because I think that kind of movie deserves it. I've been told by friends that the Godzilla franchise was possibly the worst possible franchise to pull off a Mauler with, and they were probably right. But at the same time, nobody else has done it the way I'm trying to do it. Oh yeah, well that's not a long man. It's like a series. It's a whole series of television.
Oh yeah, I just want to make sure you were aware of that. I thought you were just basing this off of the Why I Hate the MonsterVerse videos I recently did, and I was like, oh boy, I got a lot more beyond that.
Yeah, no. I mean, I've watched those videos. Okay. I watched those videos. I watched a lot of them.
Okay, all right.
And yeah.
So you're gonna do an even more long form?
Yeah, Rudy, you were there for the first half of the GXK one.
Oh yeah, I remember that. The GXK one, that video confused me a bit.
That stream was hysterical. Just.
Oh yeah, definitely go back. Hannes, definitely go back and watch it. Oh man,
that one is like the weakest of my videos, purely because I went and I saw the movie and I had such a like blasé opinion about it that I didn't feel the need to. I didn't feel like making a video, and then I decided to just take a break. So for like 9 months, I was just like, doing other stuff. And then I was like, I got to get the channel back. I already have this script written from when I saw it, so I made that into the video. But I really should have taken the time to rethink all the thoughts. I just trusted my past self who would know better than me.
That explains so much of that video.
Yeah, because I don't stand by everything I said in that. That's why I kind of wanted. That's why my last part of this series that I just did was so much longer, because I kind of wanted to give a fresher, more honest take on what my opinions were on GXK.
Oh, you mean more honest version?
Oh, this guy.
Puns are a stain on the human soul.
Okay, now that I finally figured out what exactly your name is meant to be, your channel title is a play on words for brutally honest. Oh my god!
I've been saying this. Whenever Sea Monster says brutally hands, I'm like, dude, it's brutally honest.
No, both of you are saying it wrong. It's brutally
happens all the time, man.
I wanted to make sure that I wanted to hear it from the horse's mouth exactly how it's pronounced. Okay.
It's common sense. It's brutally honest.
But
you're all wrong, guys.
The only place
it's
you'd ever hear my name is from Attack on Titan. That's the only place you'd ever hear my name. Like it's the whole thing is Johannes, but
actually,
for some reason I was Johannes.
All of you are saying it wrong. It's brutally Heinz.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I have made that. I must look a fool right now.
Now someone needs to just edit your
brutally
YouTube profile picture with a Heinz ketchup and some hummus.
You know that thing that people used to do when immigrants were arriving in the U.S., where they were telling each other's names. They're telling the names to the people giving away like citizenship, but they kind of mispronounced it because they never like knew the language, and so a lot of last names just became a completely different thing. That's what's happening here. We're just enforcing a completely new
that happened to my
last name onto him.
My grandfather was Johannes, and he became John.
John.
I envy him. It's a lot simpler.
That's rough, buddy.
John Hines. Heir to the tragic fortune.
Yeah. So back on topic, I just wanted to let you know that I am possibly the biggest GVK hater on the planet. I don't think anybody hates this movie as much as I do. And even as someone who likes quite a bit of Godzilla movies, there are some which I don't think are really all that well made.
That's crazy.
Yeah, even some of the more questionable movies like Final Wars, I will forgive, mainly because it just looks cool most of the time. Specifically with Godzilla's design and Gigan.
Yeah, I like his personality of that. He just felt like a badass. Like he's just ripping through hordes of enemies. Like, how do you not like that?
Also,
I don't think it was meant to be taken that seriously.
Yeah. But then GVK comes along.
50th anniversary. Oh, sorry. God.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say that I get the cool factor with Godzilla Final Wars, mainly because the 2000s. Honestly, the 2000s were the best thing that ever happened to Gigan and Godzilla, design-wise. And style-wise as well.
Gigan in that was pretty sick.
Yeah.
They have this 50th anniversary celebration, but then they put it in the most dated way possible, where it's like all Matrix stuff. I just found that.
Hey, Matrix was awesome. The
Matrix was awesome, but you could take
only
off the
first one. Only the first Matrix.
Oh no, I like them all. The first.
Even the fourth one.
But the freeway chase is too cool in the second one. I love the fight beforehand, where it's all the hand-to-hand combat, and I mean the big machine fight in the end. Like, I still enjoy them. What
about the fourth? You think the fourth one is awesome?
I don't talk about the fourth one
because yeah.
Oh my god! Oh, okay, you haven't seen
some of it where they were mocking the fact that they were making the movie. I did like that aspect of it, but I didn't finish it. I think I fell asleep, and then it was just like,
okay, keep it that way.
Yeah,
guys, it's bad on purpose. That makes it good.
No, but the thing is, you can feel this, like, from what I remember, you could feel the spite of the writers having to make this movie, and that made it more intriguing to me, where it's like, I just imagine them in this room, it's like, all right, you want to write a fucking Matrix movie? Yeah, here you go. More green shit. How you like that stuff?
So they just take a direct
angry.
dump on so they just take a direct dump on what they did on the previous 3 movies, just to make a point against Warner Brothers.
Yeah, corporatism
so no more
bad.
Sequels. It's done.
Corporatism bad.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, I'm curious. So for Hans, would you rather watch The Last Jedi or one of the MonsterVerse films?
Oh, I'd like to hear that.
You're stuck. You have to watch either one of the MonsterVerse films. Actually, in your case, we'll make it whatever MonsterVerse film you like the least. Either that or The Last Jedi.
Jedi. Well, here's the thing. I want to give you a straight answer, but it is complicated for me because on the one hand, if I watch a MonsterVerse movie, I get to compare my thoughts, the videos I've done on it, and see if it remains accurate to what I've said. Also, The Last Jedi, as terrible as it is, I owe it because when I first went out with my girl, I had just, watched the whole like Mauler stream and Last Jedi and watching Star Wars fall to pieces. And so literally our entire first date, I just spent bitching about The Last Jedi. And she was so intrigued by my passion. Like, instead of like trying to do moves or anything like that, and I'm like, and another thing, you know what they did with this? Like, she just felt my passion for that. And then like later on in the evening, she texted me. She's like, I'm watching it right now. It really is terrible. And that was where we started our relationship. So to an extent, I owe The Last Jedi something.
Game.
Oh my god!
It literally got me game.
Wow.
Oh, that's based, actually.
Nice.
Right?
Nice.
It's like
the one good thing that movie ever did.
It was that one thing.
The funny thing, I love how like everyone has like their own Last Jedi story, because I remember when I went out to see The Last
9/11.
Jedi. No, literally, where were you? Because I had went to a later showing. I saw my best friend from high school was coming out of the theater, and I was like, "Yo, how was the movie? What did you think?" He looked at me with the saddest face, put his hands on my shoulder. I had like a Boba Fett hoodie on, and he was like, "I'm so sorry, man." And I'm like, "What do you mean?" And he was like, I don't want to spoil anything. You need to watch it blind. And I'm like, dude, you need to tell me more. Was Luke awesome in this movie? He didn't say anything to me. He was like, you just need to watch this movie. And the trepidation I had going into there.
That just sounds like something a 9/11 victim would say. Like,
He's like,
I mean,
your friend
this
came up
movie
covered
did
in
feel
white
like
blood.
9/11.
What happened?
Star Wars 9/11.
Here's the thing. I hate to admit this. When I first saw The Last Jedi, context. This was all in the past. It's all in the past. I don't like The Last Jedi now. I did like it back in the day, but I don't now. I
had the exact same experience.
So wait a second. I have been sitting here talking with infidels for how long now?
Listen, okay, we had our redemption arcs already.
Changed my tune completely with that shit. Don't even dare.
Bro, what has this stream turned into?
This is
I mean, The Last Jedi is actually, I'm going to be honest with you, The Last Jedi is not an ugly film. So I'd rather watch that over any MonsterVerse film. Because it's not ugly. It's not ugly to look at. And the soundtrack...
Allah, give me strength.
I would take a MonsterVerse film over The Rise of Skywalker.
Okay. All right.
Rise of Skywalker was definitely like the turning point where I was just like, okay, this sequel trilogy was a big waste of fucking time.
Yeah, kind of like the MonsterVerse.
Oh, shut up, you.
It motivates Toho. That's what
I don't
I'm looking
really
at. It
have
gave me a YouTube channel.
I don't really have a Last Jedi story myself. The one thing about it is that it was the most angry I've ever seen my mom leaving a movie theater.
Oh my god!
Because my mom is a pretty big fan of Star Wars as well, but she spent the entire ride home. I was just like in silent bewilderment because I had just seen the original trilogy and the prequels, and then she was just like trying to rationalize it to herself in her brain, and I'm just watching my mom lose it.
Just watching in horror. That's a horror story right there.
Did she come home and go to her study and it was like, Kuro, turn off the lights.
No.
No, it is literally like, what's it called? The Last Jedi is one of those movies where you see calm men become angry and calm women become angry. Just
calm women.
That movie was
the quietest of people will scream at this film.
Demons.
The devil shivers when a nice guy watches The Last Jedi.
I hope. Kaikikuru. I hope. Kuro, I really hope that. I wonder if your mom was ever familiar with Patrick Williams saying, "This is a film about space wizards intended for children."
Oh.
No,
Imagine.
she just I think by this point that I think she liked Force Awakens. I don't know. I don't really even know what she thinks about those movies anymore. I think her attitude is she's just honestly, I'm going to give it a few years and people will change their tune about these movies, calling it now. Because she said the exact same thing happened to the prequels when she was in college.
Or people are going to come back.
Yeah, that's what she says is going to happen.
Well, that's already happening. It's already been happening, at least for a good number of people.
Yeah,
She's
exactly.
So
people are changing their tune on The Last Jedi.
Bro, so that's where I got my fortune-telling abilities.
No, you're the Lisan al-Gaib. You're the daughter of a Bene Gesserit. You inherit your abilities.
Oh my god!
Lisan al-Gaib.
Well, I mean, when I say people changing their mind, I mean people thinking at first that The Force Awakens and The Last Jedi were good, and over time they just kind of they're definitely changing their tunes now. Especially, I mean, it's been long enough time has kind of passed since Rise of Skywalker came out that now people are just. I mean, you still have the weirdos out there occasionally still defending the sequel trilogy for reasons, but yeah, overall, anything Disney stuff, at this point, people are just kind of hoping that Disney Star Wars would just stop altogether at this point.
Yeah.
Kathleen Kennedy's leaving. I wonder if people are going to think the same way.
Had Bill Burr. I like that. Beyond that, don't care.
I wonder if people are going to think the same thing with certain MonsterVerse films like GVK and GXK. Like maybe give it a couple years, maybe their opinions are going to change, they're going to shift. Me personally, I hope it does. That GVK deserves all the hate it ought to get because GVK is an abhorrently just terrible film. It really goes to show. Whereas I think King of the Monsters was you tried really hard. I admire that you tried really hard. You kind of fell apart at the seams. I think GVK is the complete antithesis of that, where it's you did not try at all and you produced this. I heard in the audio commentary, I know Minecraft Worlds said that there was 4 hours worth of footage that was cut, which would have made things better. I'm not entirely convinced about that because what I am hearing from the lore, what I'm reading from the lore, doesn't seem it seems more coherent by comparison, only by comparison, but not on its own. And also the fact that the Snyder Cut exists as evidence that director's cuts won't actually make a movie better. On the contrary, it actually makes
Adventure, though.
Okay.
I mean,
okay.
I still would be interested to see the footage that we lost just for.
Oh, me too. Me too.
Something to consider as well.
I would want it just for the fact that we have it.
Yeah.
This is basically the equivalent to the Akira Takarada scene for G14, just on a much larger scale.
Yeah.
I would have loved, if there's one thing I do miss is that I really liked my theater experience for 2014. I would have loved to have seen what the reaction would have been to seeing that scene because I rarely had seen cinemas outside of conventions where people were watching it, people were clapping and cheering during a movie. But I got
a funny story from my first 2014 experience. So I was 9 when I went to see 2014 for the first time.
Oh my god!
Yeah, I'm a Bobby.
Born in '92. I was in college, my guy.
You're the oldest guy in this panel right now, so
yeah.
hope you know that.
I
hope you know that, Grandpa.
I'm gonna be 33 in a couple of months.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
you're definitely
boomer.
old.
Can I legally be within 100 yards of you guys? No,
Oh,
Yeah. No,
Like,
like
the-
I'm
one
out
of
of
the half be dead.
college.
Yeah,
Taking out a
I'm
great
out of,
plot.
I'm in my. I mean, I reached my 30s like months ago. So
So
Wow.
Mid
I don't know.
20s.
This story
maybe.
was funny. So we were watching the movie. You know, I was having a good time because it was my first time seeing a Godzilla movie in theaters, and I remember the atomic breath scene. Specifically, I remember this one couple in a few seats in front of us, and like this guy's girlfriend just said, as soon as Godzilla fired the breath, "I fucking told you he was gonna do it." I was so happy. It made me so.
Oh, no, like I remember even during 2014, I had like part of me thought that Godzilla wasn't going to use his atomic breath, and I had seen like the toys that showed him shooting it. I was like, it might just be a toy only thing, and he may not actually do it. But I remember when Ford's like face like went blue. There was like one. I was in an IMAX theater, so like at the bottom, I heard one guy scream, "It's happening!" And then it like as the spines lit up, the theater from the bottom up started clapping until everyone just started screaming when the atomic breath came off. And I was so happy to have seen that. Like,
Oh my
opening night
god.
for that.
Dude,
Oh
I'd
my
say
god.
one of my favorite moments was that I saw the early premiere of Shin Gojira, and when that fucking heat beam sequence started up, like he fired his beam and everyone just started cheering. Everyone was like, "Yeah, yeah!" And then he kept going, and he like destroyed the prime minister in the helicopter, and everyone went, "Oh!" And everyone just got really quiet. Like it was like you could see everyone was excited, and then we're just put into awe. It was so great.
Yeah, that was similar
my
for
God.
what's it called?
It's the best scene in a heavily flawed film.
Like -1 was similar. Like when I saw that opening night, everyone cheered when the atomic breath went off. But then, like when they saw the mushroom cloud, everyone just went quiet.
Yeah.
Or I think this was
that exact same thing happened in my theater. I watched -1 like 4 times. One of them was with my dad. I took my dad to see it.
I know.
Quiet.
Rudy, I know someone who literally saw -1 in theaters like 17 times.
I saw
Hey, I would too.
times.
I would too. I didn't have any money at the time to watch it any more times, but if I would, I could. Like I think the only other movie that I've seen as many times as
I still remember my
-1.
reaction to my first viewing, just especially when we first saw like the Godzillasaurus. I went with my best friend, my childhood best friend, because first Japanese Godzilla film, why the hell not? And graduation was coming up. But I still remember my reaction to seeing my theater's reaction more specifically. The second we heard the roar, everything just fell silent. It was specifically for the Godzillasaurus sequence. The second we heard it roar in the distance, everyone just went quiet.
It was tense. It was absolutely tense. I think
I saw it with the digital surround sound. The entire
same thing
theater shook when he came out of that darkness. Like I was like in my seat, I kind of like leaned back, like, "Oh."
Yeah, the same thing happened with
everyone in the stream can agree -1 is the embodiment of cinema.
Yeah. And the same thing happened with Shikishima when he was about to do the kamikaze run. Everyone just went dead. It felt you could hear a pin drop.
Dude, that feeling of when the soundtrack kicked in when he first started flying at him in the plane, like just this one dude taking on Godzilla on his own, like that scene evoked more emotion from me than all of the MonsterVerse films combined.
Same.
Oh, high bar.
I would only
what a high bar.
There were 2 emotional sequences that I would say would be comparable, that being GXK's charge at G-Fest and Cottam's charge, like the final battle sequence. The G-Fest showing for GXK was
beautiful.
All of that was amazing. That was amazing.
I think one thing I remember I loved more than anything else from my -1 screenings, because I went with my girlfriend, and she the moment when Noriko's picture got taken, she like looked at me like teary-eyed, and she was like, "Is she gonna die?" And I'm like, "No, she'll be fine." And I'd seen this movie like 4 times already at this point. The theater was quiet when Noriko got swept away. She had her tears
she went, everyone heard her in the theater. And then as she was like yelling, this theater's so quiet, and she's like on my shoulder crying. And then at the end of the movie, she like whispered to me, she was like, she's gonna be all right. And I'm like, don't worry about it. And then as like she was still like super emotional, so she missed the telegram scene. And she didn't understand what was going on in that scene. And then like as she was running up into the hospital, she like grabs my shoulder and like the back of my neck, and she goes, she's alive. And I'm like,
okay, narratively, I think that's probably the most questionable part of -1, but thematically,
yeah,
it works so well that I just don't care.
Yeah.
I've seen this guy lose everything. It was so nice to see him get rewarded after this journey.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I kind of wish that we had like an alternate ending. Yeah, I kind of wish there was an alternate ending where he actually just died, and then we got to see like what's her face.
No,
listen, I'm a fan of downer endings. I am
dude. I do not need more depression after playing Persona 3.
I like downer endings. Okay, I want a downer ending in the Godzilla movie. Did
anybody else when the fact that he's like a fighter pilot who failed? Did anybody else think of that Curb Your Enthusiasm episode where he was talking to the guy? He's like, "So what happened? Did he get a little chicken?" Yeah, like he was diving in, and he's like, "Maybe I'll go back to base." I guess that's too old for you guys. Whatever.
No, that's like right around like my formative years. But I'm also never been a big comedy person myself.
There's this one gripe I have with the MonsterVerse there was this one video I watched yesterday where like people have been saying, we need to fix the MonsterVerse. How are we going to do it? One of the ways we're going to do it is start living in the lore that you established. Start, let's explore the world instead of just saying this exists, that other thing exists. That's not a bad idea inherently. My problem with it is that the lore is already so inconsistent. What part of it do you plan on adapting to film? Exactly. And
no amount of duct tape's gonna fix it at this point.
Exactly.
That should have happened a while ago.
Yeah. I don't think it's late. It's too late for like. I am of the opinion that the MonsterVerse at this point needs to just start over, all over again. Just boom, reboot. Because I think the lore has been damaged way too much. It's been damaged beyond repair. I think the movie that red pilled me on just how bad the MonsterVerse is in terms of like writing is GVK, and the movie that ultimately black pilled me was GXK when it came out. Even though it wasn't as catastrophic as GVK, or even to some extent King of the Monsters, I still thought that, well, if this is the direction that we're going in, then it's over. It's so over. I put on my my chud glasses and started parading around the streets of the Godzilla fandom. It's so over. It's never been more over. Because, I mean, for starters, the Hollow Earth, right? And this is without even including Monarch Legacy of Monsters. Like, seriously, what the fuck was going on with that show? Dude, I kid you not. I kid you not. I don't know if CGF Movies is watching this stream, but I was in his server. Right, and this was when the show was still airing. The episode of Axis Mundi hadn't released yet, but the episode where what's her face, the woman that the Asian, the Japanese from the 50s. What was her name?
Oh no, what's her name? Keiko.
Yes, her Keiko. She was revealed to be alive, and my immediate thought was, oh, they're gonna do time travel. They're gonna do time travel.
Yeah, you got it at that point.
No, like the moment I saw her like fall into that pit, given where the writing of that series was going, I knew that she was gonna be alive.
Long story short,
we were never gonna get an explanation as to how.
Yeah, apparently the Axis Mundi is above the Hollow Earth, but the Axis Mundi behaves in such a way that if you spend like 50 days there or 50 hours, you can spend like 50 years up in the surface world. How is that even possible? If the Axis Mundi is not as deep into the Earth as the Hollow Earth, how does that make sense?
This is why we should expand on the lore. We should spend a movie just talking about all this. Just have a guy up there with a whiteboard, be like, "All right, people, you guys have questions. How is there sunlight?" Start scribbling down.
Yes, because
Just
we should
take
do
us
the
through
Ruby
there.
thing, and instead of actually expanding the world, just give our children homework.
Develop it. Stop making it bigger.
Yeah.
Develop the ideas you introduce. Don't just drop them or ignore them. Like there's so much stuff that they have. Like based on what
Another
they've
thing-
established, there's so much material they have that they'll never use.
Yeah, another thing that really, really bothers me as well is that they keep saying, "Oh, there was this war in the past. There was also this war in the past," and all of that, all of these events. It's false historicity. I was thinking about this yesterday. I like to call it false historicity because it wants to evoke the feeling of these events are important and historic. Like this is a historic battle that is happening. No, it's not. By definition, technically, yes, but in terms of scale and scope, it's really not because it heavily relies on Godzilla not acting as he would. For example, Ghidorah. Apparently, he had the ability to imprison Ghidorah. If he had the ability to imprison Ghidorah and he knew how much of a threat he was, he should have killed him when he had the chance.
Mhm.
When did he have that chance? When he could have imprisoned it. If you can imprison him, you can kill him. The same thing happened with Scar King and Shimo. Absolutely nothing was done. At least we have a little bit of a tiny excuse saying that, oh, he almost died. Okay, fine, sure. But this was pre-2014, pre-power up, pre-thermonuclear Godzilla. If he had the ability to imprison them, he could have killed them.
Also, another thing about GXK.
Every time we introduce a new monster, we have to add another 1,000 years to the front end of the story. So there's really no linear thing. We just anytime there's a new monster, it's like, what's that thing? I don't know. Here's a cave painting. I guess it's gonna fight Godzilla. And it's like these things have just been laying around. They have ancient rivalries with no finality.
Yeah.
It's just so bizarre. They don't know how to add a new monster organically.
Yeah.
They can't create one. It's
and
not
that part is made worse by the fact that
is possibly the best one so far because it doesn't.
And that part is
rely
made
on
worse by the fact that we already have 17 other pre-existing monsters that we can draw from. Except, wait, we just killed 2 of them.
Yeah.
Yep. We just kill them. And it's absolutely, dude. Baphomet, Titanus, Abaddon, right there. You can have those be like what stand-ins for. I don't know. Which was Abaddon like
Kumanga,
a spider?
Kumanga, you can have him be a stand-in for that. For Abaddon be that. Hell, he's just a better version of Kumanga in every way, shape, or form. I will stand by that.
The thing with the legendary
you have fan
monsters-
favorites like Behemoth. For Christ's sake, they're right there.
Yeah.
I want to see Titanus Camazotz come because I know for a fact that he's not dead.
Please.
There could have been an entire movie dedicated to Titanus Camazotz. His design is awesome. I would have loved to see Kong go up against Camazotz. Like that
That's
whole
me with
Kingdom
That's
Kong.
me with Behemoth. That's me with Behemoth.
Kingdom Kong should have been
Behemoth
adapted.
Deserves a second shot. Yeah,
Well, they traced the faces of actors.
Kingdom Kong deserves to be adapted. I'd love to see the Behemoth comic be adapted. Just bring these characters back, damn it! Stop ignoring them. Stop killing them.
They already traced the faces of actors. You got Anna de Armas. You got Cyborg's dad from Justice League. You got a whole different set of people that have their faces traced onto the comic, which I thought that was really strange. I thought it was the weirdest artistic direction.
That's just how they do their comics for some reason. I don't know why, but the one thing is that with the Toho monsters, the reason why they became memorable monsters in the Godzilla's legacy is that they had a singular film where they were usually the titular monster. They got a whole lot of attention, and as a result, they were able to interact with Godzilla and other characters in a way that made them feel important. Whereas in the MonsterVerse, the original monsters do not feel like they are actually important to the story unless they are fodder for Godzilla. Like the only reason why Final Wars' Gauntlet works is because it's monsters.
We never knew they're not a threat.
Yeah, well, because
it's like when you say something's always been there, it's like, well, it's obviously not been a problem in the past 100 years, so why do I care? We'll just go back to sleep.
Like even for example, Megalon in Godzilla vs. Megalon, he's been around probably longer than Godzilla has, but in the time that movie takes, we are given a lot of time to familiarize ourselves with that character. And although he never appears again in another movie, his design and his impact were enough to carry him into the modern day as a fan favorite monster that he's appeared in so many things outside of movies. Whereas like Tiamat and or Behemoth, like these monsters, or actually Scylla would be a better example. Scylla has appeared in 2 movies, But like, I doubt if whenever the MonsterVerse ends, that people are really going to remember Solo, or Solo's going to appear again in other material as much as like Megalon has or Kamunga has.
Mm-hmm. And when they do expand on their original monsters, it's usually in the side material.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
When they do expand on their originals, it's always in the side material. Behemoth, Tiamat, Abaddon, and Doug are getting their own comics. Why aren't they appearing in film? Why aren't we getting these expansions in film?
Of all the monsters, why Doug?
Because
I never understood. I don't understand why people would favor Doug. He's just some guy. He had a crab in his mouth in GVK, and then suddenly it's like the most. Oh my god, it's Doug! It's great.
Doug is the epitome of the Glub Shido character.
Doug is in the same position as characters like the Skeleturtle and the Giant Condor. People praise him for the meme.
Yeah, that's the.
I don't even know
why
who those.
people like them.
Nah, Doug, the Matt Alsop version of Doug reminded me of the Vishnu monster from the 2014 teaser Comic-Con trailer. I wish they would have just repurposed that idea of Vishnu into Titana's Doug while using the format that, while using the art style that Matt Alsop did for his concept art to make him like an actual threat or ally. It doesn't have to be a threat; it could also be an ally. Just make him an actual. I always think this could be like the Bumblebee to Godzilla's Optimus. I think if done correctly, but no, they just turned him into a Glub Shido character. It's like a Baby Yoda type character.
He should be chilling with Zuko at the home base.
I get what you're saying, but at the same time, just hearing a character called Glub Shido is making me giggle uncontrollably.
Yeah, what is that?
I think
Star Wars.
I think.
Yeah, it was something that I think EFAP popularized.
Is he friends with Kit Fisto?
Hey, don't get people like Kit Fisto like that. Don't do Kit Fisto like that. I mean, his name is literally Kit Fisto.
Jarbo, you love Jarbo, right? Jarbo Frick. What's his name again? The guy with Bobo Frick. Yeah, you love him. Hey, it's Babu Frick from this thing. I love
from Rise of Skywalker, the clown movie.
What's the name of that one alien that's got that scrotum-shaped nose?
Enemy scrotum.
Is he a Bolchinian?
Yeah, what's it called? Men in Black Bolchinian. Yeah.
Yeah,
he's like green and his nose looks like a yeah.
What was he in?
I don't know. Maybe Ahsoka. I haven't seen Ahsoka, so I don't know.
What's interesting is
I've never watched Ahsoka. I don't care about that.
Here's something: is that like even though the film, like the first one, is a really great film, I've grown to dislike the first Men in Black more because after reading the comic, I just like the comic as concept just way more.
There's a comic?
Yeah.
Yeah,
like
it's been based on the comics.
In the Men in Black comic, they don't just deal with aliens, so they like deal with demons and stuff as well. So like it's they focus more on like the Men in Black being like a secret, dangerous organization rather than them just kind of dealing with aliens. And like I just found that way more interesting.
Over the top.
I mean, like I love them as a kid, but like then the first one's still a really good action comedy. But like the more I've looked at it, I'm like, I just wish they really adapted it like they should have.
Honestly, Men in Black is like another one of those. Men in Black is another one of those movies like The Matrix, where it's like the first movie was good, but for some reason, but afterwards it's like they just were not able to. They just never been able to follow up on it well.
Men in Black 2 is not the equivalent of The Matrix Reloaded in terms of quality. I will not sit here and hear that.
You will not hear this slander.
Men in Black 2, I tried watching that again recently, and it was like, oh my god, this is just terrible.
I have to watch that again because I remember, I think when I was younger, I used to love Men in Black 2 over Men in Black 1, but I haven't watched
Wait, what?
Wait, is Men in Black 2 the one with the alien with the razor sharp hand projectile?
It's the one with Michael Jackson as an alien.
Yeah, I could be H&M.
It could be Agent. I remember that specific alien just terrifying me.
Kicking that lady in the face for like 20 solid
seconds.
Yeah,
that's probably what I mean.
Over the top way possible.
I think it's probably because the action was just so over the top that I loved that as a kid.
Oh,
I mean, it's definitely made for kids. I think if you went back with adult eyes, you'd have a whole different.
I'd be like, oh god, no! What was I doing as a child?
I've heard good things about International. What do you guys think? I haven't seen International.
No,
I haven't seen it.
I will never touch that film. As long as I am alive and in charge of my own mental functions, I will never touch that film.
What was the opening scene of Men in Black 2?
Remember they were dealing with the worm in the sewers.
Oh,
that's right.
That's another reason why I love it, because of that sequence.
I haven't even watched Men in Black.
How could you?
Change that.
You fiend.
This is a plan, people. These are demons.
These are.
Look, okay, I don't know.
Okay,
I have
Josmo saying that MIB3 is fucking peak.
I remember liking Peak. I remember liking 3. 3 was fun from what I remember.
3 was like 2 for me. It was like
I saw it. It's been quite a long time.
And we don't talk about Men in Black International. That movie's ass.
I haven't seen it.
How bad are we talking? Are we talking Dragon Ball Evolution bad or Predator 2018 bad?
It's somewhere in between. It's more in between those. It's in between. If we're talking about.
Oh, fun.
Just remember.
Anyway, the MonsterVerse. There's one thing I wanted to ask you guys about. In King of the Monsters, when Rodan comes out of the volcano, the Argo flies over to Rodan and provokes him, and then flies away directly over the city they're currently evacuating, destroying it in the process.
Yeah, I mean, the more I kind of been thinking about that, the more it's like, I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm kind of finding it a little harder to defend. Yeah, that's probably like the one. That's probably like the one moment in that movie where, in terms of like what Monarch does throughout the film, that just makes you go, okay, why did you guys do that? Come on.
Because I know why they did it, because they want to have a city destruction scene, but all they legit had to do was have Rodan take off and just start destroying the city, and then they come in and go, we got to lure him away, and then they start luring him. Like, a little nip tuck would have saved that scene. It just makes them look incompetent.
So here's the thing: is
how much genocide did this film need at the hands of Monarch?
If they want to, if you want to pull up my screen, see.
Okay, go right here. Okay, just give me a second.
Vic, you are insane.
So, like right
what
here.
What did you just say?
If you look at this whole spot right here, if the Argo is like right over here, if they pan this way instead of panning this way like they do in the movie, Rodan flies over just green. There's nothing here for him to destroy. So if they needed to have those scenes happen the same way, there's this whole patch here that they should have flown over. But instead,
the island is on like one little corner. The city's on one little corner of the island. Like, they give you a shot.
Exactly. Yeah. Beforehand it's right here.
It's a very narrow lane that they'd have to take, and they could have banked in either direction. They literally pulled a 180 in the Argo to make sure they went over that city.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
we had a debate about that, actually. That's something that we brought up. I think it was in our King of the Monsters debate, the second one. Yeah. I think it was If not, then probably in the later streams. But this is something that always bothered me about King of the Monsters. The decisions that they make seem to be specifically manufactured to cause as much destruction as possible.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate. I watched some of my reviews and
people deny it.
Yeah,
people say no, they didn't. They had no other choice. It's like any free-thinking person can steer away from the city.
Yeah.
And I like the thing that EFAP said. Like, the army is not just like 4 dudes. As someone who has enlisted, I can tell you right now, the army is absolutely freaking huge, dude. One of the bases that I went in, I went for boot camp. I went to like one of the largest infantry bases in America. I'm not gonna say which one it is, but I was with one of the largest infantry bases. When I was like in when my family was visiting for like graduation, we got lost. We got lost trying to find where our base was, where our platoon was, because the base is just so freaking huge. Like, so imagine all those soldiers. They could have said, I mean, apparently Monarch has the authority to ask the government, hey, can we have like a couple fighter jets maybe to lure this turkey away from the island straight into Monster Zero? It's no big deal. Maybe like a couple people might die, but it is what it is, for the greater good, right? For the greater good. And sure, yeah, let's go. Let's do it. Use some fighter jets. How many fighter jets do you need? As many as necessary. This is a global emergency. Ghidorah is about to cause a cataclysm of unprecedented proportions. You might as well.
Yeah, I mean,
might
like,
nuke him at sea before he reaches the coast.
Yeah,
and
I
this
mean,
is without even mentioning the sacrifice of Sarazawa. We had this discussion earlier. The army, well, actually, no, this is the Navy. The Navy would not allow that to happen. Would not allow a civilian, even though he's the head of Monarch, they wouldn't allow a civilian to give his life when there are soldiers right there who are trained specifically for that task to give their life for the greater good. And their odds of survival would be much higher if they just chose a soldier instead of a scientist. If he's the brains of the operation, why would you remove that? It's like Paul Atreides once said, do you shatter your own knife before battle?
Yeah, I mean, like, the more as I kind of like thought about this scene, where they try to lure Rodan away, like at the start of it, like the more I just think, okay, well, Monster Zero on the way. They want to lure Rodan to Monster Zero so that they can try to before Monster Zero gets to Isla Damara. Okay, but yeah, it's like at that point, it's like they could have just been able to
I don't think that's what was happening.
They could have just no. That's what Monster Zero is on his way.
I don't think he was heading towards Mexico. I think he was just passing in the near area, and they were like, "Hey, let's try throwing this guy at him."
Okay, well, either way.
Well, wait, no, because
in the film, you're right.
In the film, they state that he was heading towards there because he was responding to Rodan's cry.
Oh, CMS wants to come on.
All right, I'm misremembering. I'm sorry.
And he flew over Florida, by the way. He flew. I want to point this out because this is in relation to GVK. He flew over Florida. Guess what base of operations is in Florida? Take a guess. What is in Florida?
Fort Lauderdale.
Pensacola.
Pensacola. And what is at Pensacola?
Apex Cybernetics, baby.
Exactly. So that place should not even exist. Also, my home is destroyed. My home is destroyed. Thank you, Ghidorah.
Rooney, you should be honored about that.
No, I like it. I like Florida. Everybody hates it. I don't know why I like it here.
I like my home. I'd be honored to have Godzilla rip it apart. I'm happy Nemesis did. So why do you think I chose that as the finale?
I mean, you know what? I will give Ghidorah credit. He did fly over my home country, and I kind of hate it there. So.
Oh wait, with the Boston bunker, where this is something that I mentioned in one of my reviews too. This whole sequence of events. So Alan Jonah and what's her face, they unleash Ghidorah in Antarctica, and then in a single helicopter fly 7,000 miles up to Mexico, and then I guess Boston. Maybe they never went to Mexico because they were doing it remotely, even though they were tracking the chopper, and that's how they knew where to go. But they were broadcasting from Boston remotely, so I don't know what that trail they were following was. They're situated in the Boston bunker, and this is the bunker, remind you, is just up the street from the house that she currently lives in. And they never consider looking for her there. Even after the city is evacuated, nobody goes to the bunker, because if they had, they would have found the eco-terrorists there. I've always been confused by that, where it's like, why make these bunkers and then not use them in the situations they were designed for?
Yeah.
And how would they count on that so much that they would be taking refuge in a one that's literally right down the street from her house?
Yeah, exactly.
And how the bunkers come to be?
I mean, it kind of makes sense that the fact that they exist at all. The way they describe it seems to be like a fallout shelter, at least that's what I gather from GVK, instead of like a bomb shelter. You know, bomb shelters and fallout shelters to my knowledge, they have entirely different functions. They are built specifically to counter one specific thing. It would be logical for one to be able to counteract the other, but from my knowledge, from what I investigated, that doesn't really seem to be that way. I thought of the Titan shelters to be an amalgamation of both the function of a bomb shelter with a fallout shelter, given the nature of Titan's attacks. But the way they describe it in GVK as exclusively just fallout shelters, all that does is, it confirms that these Titans are radioactive. They don't just consume radiation, but they emit it as well. So any interaction, just think of every single interaction that humans had with monsters in King of the Monsters. Think of every interaction, from Madison trying to touch Mothra, to even as far back as 2014, where Ford Brody was face-to-face with both Godzilla and the female Muto. GVK with Gia, and Eileen Andrews with Kong, and just think of every single interaction with that information in mind. Every interaction between humans and I mean, I think of it as just extra confirmation. Yes. Yes, I thought of it as just extra
it's good radiation.
confirmation. Oh, it's good radiation. Oh, okay.
It's the good kind of. It's the good kind of radiation. It cures your cancer.
Yeah, dude. That
Anyways,
scene in King of the Monsters was such an ass pull. It's like the writers realized what they actually did and be like, well, actually, no, this is good radiation because it makes the plants grow. Moving on.
That was to make the monsters not be bad things and not have to address the logistics of how do we pick up our cities. No, we're helping the environment. See, the monsters were good things, so let's not explore the fallout that it would have on society as a whole.
Well, but plants actually absorb radiation. Plants absorb radiation from the sun. Yeah, it also gives you skin cancer.
Yeah. Okay. So when I'm like, all right. So I think CNMS wants to come on here. So we kind of been doing some musical chairs here. So I don't know. Like.
Yep. You want to do the whole eeny, meeny, miny, mo?
Radiant Black. I think you have someone to kick the ass of.
Who?
So I don't know. Maybe Invincible.
I've been thinking about that. I've been thinking who is stronger, Invincible or Radiant Black. I've been thinking about that.
Because I've been seeing a fan-made death battle concept of Radiant Black versus Invincible. So, like,
yeah, because like Invincible has like gravity power, so he could. I guess he could kind of crush his head if he went into God mode. But at the same time, which Invincible are we talking about? We're talking post-Invincible
I haven't seen
War?
season 3, so please don't spoil it for me.
Oh, you should.
I've
it's
seen up to
great.
season 2, but I've been looking to see season 3 when it's all released.
Yeah. Okay. All right, like end of Invincible from the comics at least, like the very end of the comic. Which Invincible are we talking about? I'm not entirely sure. And even if that were the case, could he kill in Radiant Black? Could he beat him? Because Radiant Black right now, he's still in his prime, technically. So I don't really know. That's a tough question.
So who's getting the boot? Who's going to walk the plank?
I'm back.
Yeah.
Russian roulette.
Well, Hans is the guest of honor, so I mean, CMS kind of wants to, talk with him. And I'm the host, so I can't let Zim take over again.
Okay, so here's 3 knives, and someone's gonna get the boot.
I shiv you all, but I would love to be in while CNMS comes in to talk to Hannes as well, but I will graciously allow myself to leave. But real quick,
you can still talk in private chat.
I will. What's it called? I know that my buddy's birthday is today anyway, so but we're going to a community club later on about 8. So I still had more time, but if it comes to something and like there's room again in the chat, I may come back if you guys are still streaming. I just wanted to show something real quick before I bounce.
Okay. All right. I'll pull it up here. Give me a sec.
So this is just in relation to everything, because if the Yunnan's like around this area in China, Emma's picked up here. That means they would have had to have gone down this way to wherever they are in Antarctica, and wherever they are, they end up having to move up this way. We seen Cotton, but they were tracking the Osprey this way, which means like, and I think if I recall correctly, Isla de Mar is somewhere in the Gulf of America, and then they would then have to move
on the other side. It's on the other side of Mexico.
It's on this side of Mexico.
Yeah, further south.
Yeah, wherever the island is, you have to find that one particular shot. But yeah, it was on the west side of South.
So if it's on the west side, that means they would have to have gone from here to across that way to Fenway. The only way I've ever been able to justify it is that they had somehow, some way gotten ahead of like just regular fighters or anything of that sort to get to Isla de Mara, and from there taken like whatever resources that Jonah had before taking the Osprey and heading up to Fenway that way. That's like the only way I can think about it, because they would have had to have done some kind of shenanigan diversions for the Osprey to still be being tracked up this way to then go up to Boston.
Yeah, how did they track it? And also, I looked it up for the sake of the video when I was researching this. The max distance an Osprey could travel is like 1,100 miles, and we're talking about 7,000 here. Mm-hmm. So I don't know how the hell they made that.
Like they would have had to have done like
while being tracked, but also
Yeah, like they would have had to have done an in-flight refueling, which I'm not sure if they would have been able to do that. But it's like logistics that you have to consider.
Oh,
this is why I always say that you
remembered.
need to. Oh, good.
The Osprey. So when Alan Jonah first goes to Antarctica, he parks the Osprey outside, and then they go inside, and then Monarch comes up behind him and parks and follows them in. And then Alan Jonah leaves in the same Osprey he parked there in. Nobody secured that Osprey.
Yeah.
Nobody was watching that Osprey. They just let him go.
Mm-hmm.
Where was the Argo for that whole sequence?
I assume that anything the Argo was they dispatched the Ospreys to get them to the base, and I'm not sure why the Argo. I assume the Argo probably just moved out of range and would in return to specifically pick them up.
It can hover.
It can hover?
The movie shows us it can hover. It can hover. The movie, it shows us that. It literally pulls up above them and stops.
Oh, really?
I remember because I look back on that.
During the rebirth scene. Yeah, it was like after Godzilla. It was like it hovered over Mark and the sub.
Oh, it does.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Oh, you're right. I forgot about that.
So yeah, the Argo could have just been chilling there the entire time.
They didn't even attempt to secure the base that they had eco-terrorists trapped in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, this is why I always say that you need to be you need to be extra careful how you physically set up the encounters between humans and monsters in the military. This is why I always say this. You need to keep logistics pretty much in any action scene. You need to make sure that everything is positioned in a way that allows the events to play out the way you would want them to. It seems that none of these things were taken into account in this movie, at least to some extent. The most gratuitous examples I can think of are both that and the Rodan chase sequence. But yeah, no, it's bizarre. It's even more explicit in GVK, where the ships, they don't even seem to have a strategy. They just go all over the place. It's almost like the ships just teleport right in towards Godzilla so that they can be destroyed, just so they can have the destruction sequence happen. Either that, or they just teleport Godzilla.
I would love to hear from like a naval strategist, like how they would have handled that. Like if you're transporting a giant monkey and then it gets attacked by an alligator, what do you do?
The Nimitz-class carrier, which was used in GVK, cannot reasonably carry Godzilla and Kong. They had to physically size them down. They used
that too.
They used the Attack on Titan strategy from the first few seasons, where it wasn't Mappa that was animating them, where they resized some of the Titans just to have moments of tension, which this is why I will always prefer the latter seasons' animation.
Granted, that's what Gareth also did in G14.
Yeah, especially
he couldn't reach the bridge.
Yeah,
San Francisco, he can't reach it from Godzilla's height.
Oh yeah, no, that's right. No, that scene, although it's a fun action set piece, it doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Also, remember, in 2014, you see that he's like the same size as the carriers that he's next to. But
he's like pushing him around.
Yeah, but I'm a bounce off to let Animus in. Honest, I would love to have you on for a stream on my channel. If you ever have the chance or if you're ever open to it.
Dude.
KOTM debate 3.
No,
thanks.
But yeah, I know definitely with since I pay for StreamYard, I could have more people on, so that would be totally fun to do.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I would be really down for that. This has been fun.
Awesome, thank you.
I feel like I'm always talking at people. I never get to talk with people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You guys have a great rest of your night.
Yeah. Happy birthday to your friend.
Thank you. And I'll actually, I'll just drop
Better spank him enough times.
I'm gonna punch him several times tonight for his birthday punches. But I'll drop my my channel in the private chat there, so you'll see it. But yeah,
perfect.
Keep me posted, and you guys enjoy.
Peace. All right. Take care. Anyways, now let's get
the Sea of Animus.
The Seaman.
Hello.
Hey.
How's we all do? Are we good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got the Seamen together again.
Sea Kings.
The swimmers.
The Sea Kings featuring Minecraft World.
Way to throw shade.
Oh, sorry. The Minecraft World Experience.
MC.
Wow, just completely neglect to talk about me. I see how it is.
No, you're the guy that they throw at the monster when they need somebody to kill.
You're Suko.
Well, considering that I play Monster Hunter for a living, I think I'll be okay.
Oh, sure.
Bro, I've been
Monster
playing
Hunter. I play Helldivers.
Bro,
You don't have any chance.
I've been playing Wilds this entire stream.
Arma Reforger, anyone? Darktide?
I've been wanting to play Darktide. I never got to. I did get Space Marine 2 though. I beat it.
I hear good things about Space Marine 2, but I love Darktide.
Yeah,
I've been wanting to
yeah.
play.
So, all right. So, yeah. So, Animus, we got brutally Hannes. Brutally Hannes.
Yes, hello, Hannes. How are you, mate?
It's good to finally meet you, man.
Enjoying the stream so far?
Oh yeah, flying by. I remember the stream that I saw you guys talking, and I feel like you had my back on a couple of points where it's like you heard what I was saying. So I've been looking forward to meeting you.
Yeah, there was just a couple of things you said that kind of got me like, but yeah, listening to you on this stream, it's quite interesting to see that once you actually get people in the same room together, how they can synergize, as it were.
Yeah,
get the humor going and whatnot. It's quite refreshing to see that, rather than like some of the times you see on EFAP, you see people that get brought on, they're just like they backtrack so quickly, or they're just incredibly hostile for no reason. But yeah, it's nice.
Yeah,
to see.
I was concerned if that was going to be the case. Like if I was just showing up to a firing squad or something, I was like, okay, we'll see.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, that's what I was worried about as well. Just
all of that away.
Yeah, no,
I don't have guns. I have cleavers the size of boogie boards.
He's British. They have a lot of knife crime.
You want to know why I use a knife? Guns are too quick.
No, but this.
No,
this
seriously, I
has been
made
a lot
myself a
more
cleaver. That's 10 kilos. That's about 22 pounds.
Oh God!
Damn.
Also made myself a spiked mace. That's 6 kilos or 12 pounds. It's rusty as hell. I call it the ugly stick.
I'm not going to use it.
Yeah, oh, it sits by my front door. But yeah, before I get on to a point I wanted to bring up with Hannes, I wanted to talk about a few things that have just been brought up.
Okay.
For one, Isla de Mar is on the east coast of Mexico. It is in the Gulf of Mexico / America / Elon Musk's debris.
Okay. You mean west of? Is it? You mean Florida as in? Okay. When you say east
of west of Florida, east of Mexico, or New Mexico.
In the middle. No, now that I can remember, in the movie when they showed the arrow for its path, it does cross over the Mexican land to get over to the right side.
Oh, okay. So the maps I was looking at got it wrong then.
Yeah,
I think in the movie they had a particular one.
Also, I found it funny that Blackaroonie made the same point that EFAP did about the can't remember. I called them vertibirds. What are their actual names?
Ospreys.
Verticines.
Are you talking about the helicopters?
Oh, the helicopter.
The osprey.
The osprey.
Yeah, ospreys.
Yeah. I keep calling them vertibirds. Too much fallout. Yeah, EFAP said, "Hey, wasn't there oh God, I've forgotten the name already. Bloody hell, my brain.
Wasn't there two ospreys?
Wasn't the osprey from the bad guys sitting out there as well? Were the two pilots just looking at each other going, hey, how's it going? It's quite funny watching it back, and you watch the pilot, I hate it so much. EFAP, I mean, Sea Monster, Minecraft World, you can back me up on this. The amount of times they went, hey, why didn't they do this in the film, after literally watching them do it? And in the film, King of the Monsters shows the pilots getting in the seats when they get out of the base.
Yeah,
so there was nobody in the Ospreys.
I am having Vietnam flashbacks to the line.
I'm lost. I'm lost. What exactly? I don't think I remember.
He's talking about they made a joke about the two Osprey pilots sitting there like waving to each other, like Alan Jonah's and then Monarch's pilots, but the pilots weren't in there. They went in with Alan Jonah, But still, the real crucial issue is that they left their getaway vehicle outside completely unmonitored and were still able to access it and leave with the military there.
Do we know how
He's
many
just saying that, like, the
Ospreys were out
joke of
there?
they're looking at. What's up?
This is the thing where we start getting into specifics about, for instance, Monarch have fallout shelters all around the world, and then Splackaroony goes on this whole thing about what the difference between a bomb shelter and a fallout shelter, maybe it's an amalgamation, what kind of possible shelter it is. They say bunker in the film. They don't say fallout shelter, they say bunker. So you've taken a word you've made up, and then you've gone on this whole tangent about how bad the film is based on a single word that you've made up.
Well, no, it's not that. It's the fact that they just appeared everywhere. Like Monarch said, like
they haven't appeared.
But informs the rest of Monarch that Monarch made
for?
bunkers. What's up?
How long has Monarch been going for?
Hour mark. Oh, Monarch been going for at least the 50s. But did they have funding for bunkers that might eventually help with monsters? Yeah, but they were struggling to prove that monsters existed for a good part of their early years, according to Legacy of the Monsters. So how would they have acquired funding to build bunkers around the... Who is funding... Who funds Monarch? Where does that money come from?
This is the problem with the MonsterVerse, and it's something I actually like.
Is it not hard
Monarch
to believe
Long
that those
for
bunkers
trying
could have just
to
been
deal
built
with?
after the events of Kong Skull Island? Do they mention what years those bunkers are built?
Why would they assume that that would be necessary if Kong was relegated to his island and Godzilla hadn't appeared yet? Why would they feel the need to build bunkers around the planet on assumedly
monsters
American dying?
existing?
One at a time.
Now,
currently? I thought that John Goodman was going there to prove that, so they weren't certain of it. The expedition itself would prove it, yeah.
What I'm saying is that could the bunkers have just been made after the events of Kong Skull Island when proof of monsters existing is now
Yeah, but what's that process where you're building bunkers around the world and then people are asking questions like, yo, what's this giant bunker for? And they're like, don't worry about it. Hopefully you won't find out one day. Because they didn't tell anybody about the Titans until Godzilla showed up.
In the film. This is another issue that got brought up in both debate streams and really pissed me off so much, because in the first one I had to explain it 3 times and CGS Films still didn't get it, to the point where I gave up explaining and he started adding more on and I just gave up. And then it came up again in the second stream. I was like, for God's sakes. Advanced technologies. In King of the Monsters, they clearly show they reuse existing stuff. Like they put a base inside of a hollowed out, an emptied oil rig. Because there you go, there's an existing cave. Let's just put a base in there. The bunkers are clearly put into existing stuff, i.e. there's a tunnel there. Let's just excavate that and put a bunker in there. It's very clear that they're reusing existing stuff and doing stuff with it. So the idea of they just built bunkers, no, they can reuse existing stuff. And also, there's been
the
decades.
oil rig, I mean, that's not
bunkers.
Stock for an oil rig.
I would grant you that for the bunkers.
Monsterhead.
Yeah, I would grant you that for the bunkers, but for everything else,
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, the oil rig would just be like a pipe. It wouldn't be like a hollowed out area where you can put a monster head in there. So, like, how'd they get that Muto head in there? That door at the top didn't open.
They clearly hollowed out the chamber down into it to get the Osprey in, but then you've got the cave, the can't think of the word, the hollow bit underneath where the oil used to be. Depending on the size of the oil chamber, that could be pretty big.
Yeah, I like how Kaiju number 8 does it, where we actually see the cleanup crew and the process by which
I need to watch Kaiju number 8.
It's great. The first episode.
I've been reading the manga, and I've been reading the manga, and I've been really enjoying it so far.
The concept of it, just of this random dude getting these powers and is turned into a monster, and the idea of him being hunted at first, I don't know, that appeals to me because I really like. Yeah. I own the SH figure arts of the actual, the Kaiju number 8, of Kafka himself.
Yeah,
I found it at a Walmart.
Yeah, there's the one scene in episode 1 where we actually see that there's an actual strategy, an actual procedure by which you have to go whenever disposing of kaiju corpses, where you have to get rid of. I mentioned this before, like a long time ago, in one of Sea Monster streams. There was this one scene where the kaiju cleanup crew, they focus mainly on the intestines to, dispose of that first because of the gas buildup. Because when a corpse, when a body dies, right, stops functioning, there's still waste matter inside the intestine, and usually how farts are produced is, it's a gas buildup due to bowel movements and fecal matter just moving around the body. Without the body doing its traditional normal functions, there is a gas buildup, and there will naturally be a one final release. But at that scale, it could cause a whole lot of problems, especially if number one, the air is toxic, and number two, since the abdomen where the intestine is found is exposed, then one would naturally expect the intestine to literally just blow up due to the gas buildup and contaminate the entire area, leading to more damage and more death. So they have to dispose of that first. It's a dirty job, but it's necessary. I love that. That is such great attention to detail. And if they wanted to do something similar for the Mito, I think that entire thing could have been just a whole episode's worth of television on its own. Looking at you, Monarch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
would have been interesting just to clean up for this stuff.
It's one of those like ideas of like, how they handle monster fights in the aftermath is something that really should have been expanded by a Monarch, because especially when you're dealing with movies that have such a limited runtime, that's not something you easily get time for, which just was more of a why Monarch was a. The more I think most people. The more I hear about Monarch, the less interested I am in watching it and realize it's just so much wasted potential.
Oh yeah,
it really is.
Yeah.
Episode was it episode 5 where they
only thing I want
the thing you wanted to see more.
The only thing I want to actually see on Apple TV Plus now is Prehistoric Planet.
Oh yeah, this guy brought up exactly what I was thinking. The kaiju cleanup, Pacific Rim did do that, because that was
Yeah.
what's his face from
Yeah, that was like the
Yeah,
prologue bit where Charlie Hunnam like narrates and say like, oh yeah, there's like
later on.
Or
Yeah,
later
that
on.
was an entire plot point, the black market.
Yeah,
like the kaiju black market.
right.
Very interesting addition to the lore. The guys come in and like use that stuff for other things. Like that was good. I like that. And they did that only briefly in the newspaper thing at the end of King of the Monsters, where it's like kaiju dung can fertilize whole fields, and then it's like, well,
no, that was a plot point. Well, they mentioned it earlier in the film, as that's what Alan Jonah was doing, dealing in black market
mentioned that
Titan
like
DNA.
it is mentioned in Conan. It's like there's
I think it works with Pacific Rim because the giant kaiju are not explicitly said to be radioactive. In the MonsterVerse, however, they are kind of explicitly stated to not only consume radiation but also emit it as well. So whatever waste product that they produce would just be as deadly as the radiation they consume. So,
but they also say it's good radiation, which is bizarre.
Yeah, I can only think of. Is there really like a real world equivalent of a good radiation? Like besides, the sun.
What's that big metal thing you have in your home that emits heat? What's that called?
The microwave. Oh yes, I know what a microwave is. Would I put a child in there?
I would. A big metal thing that emits heat.
Get mad.
That's called a radiator.
The radiator.
It radiates heat.
Yes, but you can't apply that to an entire biome or an entire ecosystem, because that's a different type. What type of radiation does it emit?
I don't think
it's a very good question.
It radiates.
Do you know what it is?
Heat. Like that's not.
And we're also talking about the dosage here. It's like there's a difference between a house radiator and a kaiju-sized like distribution of radioactive material.
Yeah, it's an entirely different level of magnitude by virtue of these creatures being as big as they are.
This has always been the interesting thing, is that I've mentioned it a few times. I'm probably going to mention it again. Why not? The idea of you take a normal setting and you add something weird to it to make it make the story. In the MonsterVerse, it's here's the real world. Let's put some Titans in it, and then what could have been done, which King of the Monsters was following along with, as far as I'm concerned. There's obviously some different opinions on that. Is building off of that, and one of the things that that people are clearly like. One of the things we're discussing here is what kind of radiation do the Titans put out, and the fact is we don't know. That's one of the big mystery question marks on it, which works because the monsters are a bit of a mystery box in that way, and a bit of a is there a special case? What did they admit? We don't know. There other films could have expanded upon that. We could have looked into it. Monarch Legacy of Monsters could have done something with it. There's a lot of things we could have done with it. Unfortunately, the films following Killing the Monsters didn't bother
everything
to do that.
that followed King of the Monsters, pretty much.
Yeah,
everything.
I'm not entirely opposed to the idea of exploring what kind of radiation this is and why it's beneficial as opposed to normal radiation.
That should
I'm
be
not
a priority.
But
that
with
should be a priority by mankind to figure out how that works and try to use it.
Exactly, especially if it's as beneficial as they say it is, which I highly doubt. So far, I use Godzilla as a blueprint, as like the default setting for how radiation works, because so far, the only time we've seen Godzilla use radiation at any given point was in two different in two different ways. The first one is the atomic breath, obviously. The second time was with the nuclear meltdown, which at that point he was so hot that he could melt cement. Do you know how hot you need to be to melt cement?
Do you?
That shouldn't even be possible.
I'm actually curious.
That's not even. I don't think that's even possible. Like to melt cement the way it's done. But apparently, the heat and radiation, the combination of heat and radiation, was apparently so potent that it could do that. I mean, I could, given how we've established.
Well, that happened in Chernobyl.
No, wait. In Chernobyl, metal was melted, but cement, like cement. I know that I know the plant exploded. I mean, it wasn't supposed to. Apparently, it was like huge thing. Like, oh, this thing can't explode. It's not supposed to. Do these things explode? No. Then why are you saying it exploded? But I don't know about cement. I know about metal, but not cement.
The material in the bottom of the Chernobyl power plant. That's what the elephant's foot was. The material got so hot it just melted down and down. And one of the big fears that they had was there was I think there was like a water reservoir or something underneath the plant.
Yeah, there was like a reservoir underwater
was going to fall
yeah,
into
because
it
all the firemen
because
left
it was
their
just
hoses
melting
running.
through the floor. And that's what the elephant's foot was. It just was all the material beneath the reactor that had just been caught in the melting sludge. And the elephant's foot was just like steel, concrete, whatever the hell was under there, just all melted into one glob.
Oh, well, I knew that. I just didn't know that it was cement. Oh, that's it. Well, actually, you know what?
It was everything.
That's actually interesting because that means that Godzilla's thermonuclear form is significantly worse than Elephant's Foot. Like the surrounding area by which he was just walking around, that would have been very bad. So yeah, like the only times we've seen radiation be emitted or used was in a very horrible way, like in a very destructive way. I mean.
Yeah, it's one of the watching that scene back. You watch that scene back, and wow.
What was that?
I said concrete melts at 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit or about 1,500 degrees Celsius.
Oh, interesting.
That's hotter than burning Godzilla in the end of versus Destroyer.
Oh yeah, way hotter. Got to go bigger with the MonsterVerse.
By
be the hottest.
300 degrees Celsius.
I'm not British. I don't know what Celsius means.
That's right. He melted down at 1,200 in that. That's right.
Jesus.
Oh my god! And he survived this.
Damn.
Mothra waved a little fairy dust on him, and he survived that. Oh my goodness!
That was. Dude took 3 hits to kill Ghidorah, and he didn't even finish. And that didn't even finish the job. He had to blow the atomic breath down his throat too.
To be fair, that finisher was sick.
Well,
I find it to be like a reverse of the kiss of death, more like the vomit of death in this case. I like that.
I think
I like that.
Pop it and it failed. I didn't like it because it doesn't make any okay. So it's during the night. They're evacuating the city. He comes down. He puts his foot through Ghidorah's chest. There's a big explosion, and then we cut to a little bit later when the sun's up, and now suddenly he's buried underneath all this rubble with Ghidorah's head in his mouth like a cigar. How'd that happen? How'd he get there under all that rubble? What was he laying there doing?
I think what happened was that the body was obliterated. I think the body was obliterated, left the head behind. I don't know why the head was left behind. If the rest of if the other heads were also obliterated, so it would kind of make sense to have that head obliterated as well. But
why
at
would
the
he put it in
same
his mouth facing the wrong way? The gross.
Because it's cool. Because it's cool. Okay. I don't know. I really don't know.
I mean, I could suspend my disbelief with that, considering we've seen King Ghidorah survive the Oxygen Destroyer and regenerate its own head from that. So the body maybe started regenerating, and Godzilla had to deal with that.
I mean, given the fact that he's an alien, and the whole meta idea of this version of Ghidorah is that he's also from Venus, I think Venus, where there's no oxygen, so the oxygen.
I think that's the Showa version. But
yeah, no, but that's what I mean. Like, that's like the meta
being
understanding.
Being an alien made him immune to the Oxygen Destroyer.
Yeah, it's an extraterrestrial entity. You can get away with a lot when it comes to those kinds of things.
And keep in mind, this is the middle head. The middle head is essentially, that's like still alive. Like you could say, like the other two heads can't survive on their own for because the middle head's like the main head, I guess.
I don't know about that.
Because Kevin's head when he got ripped. Because Kevin's head was dead.
Also, if the Kevin's head, like, good question. I think it was established. I don't know if it was by the lore or by some fandom theorizing, but I think someone of authority said that Kevin's head, that Godzilla fighting Ghidorah so many times over the past few centuries or whatever, he learned the ability to regenerate himself, which I don't know how he could have done that.
That's so bollocks.
But if that's the case, then why is he the weakest? Like it is, but like even if that were the case, why is he the weakest? Shouldn't he be the strongest one, just by virtue of having endured the most?
I'm pretty sure that's fan theorizing, because I
don't
remember anything.
Apparently, in the book, they mentioned that there's like a second head that they sell. Like Alan Jonas sells a second head, and then I think it was Dangerville. Was it Dangerville? Might have been Dangerville.
It probably was
talking about Ghidra's regeneration. Just went, oh, where did they get the second head from? Oh, they just got one. Anyway.
The regeneration thing bothers me because I feel like that really should have been utilized in the final battle where Godzilla's overpowered, just ripping apart Ghidorah, and he's growing back as fast as he destroys him. Like, that would have been a good unstoppable force versus a movable object kind of fight. But they just use it the one time to grow his head and then never really mention it again.
Granted, I think it makes sense. It makes sense for the regeneration thing to not immediately kick in, considering it took quite a while. Like, there was a significant gap between Kevin's head getting ripped off, the Oxygen Destroyer, and then the head getting regenerated. So it wouldn't start regenerating immediately.
Gradually grow. It just instantly grow. It was almost like he flipped a switch and went like regeneration mode, and the head just came back within 5 seconds. It might have just been he was waiting for a time to do it.
Well, he's talking about the gap of time between when the head got ripped off and when it.
Yeah, Ghidorah wouldn't have time to regenerate his own head while being lit on fire.
Why not?
Actually, not fire. It's worse than fire. It's fire
functionally. It's fire too. You get my point. It's fire on steroids.
Whatever biological components that would allow for Ghidorah to regenerate his head would be cauterized to the point of that ability no longer being effective.
Yeah, actually,
I actually would like to see that.
Actually, I like the idea that Ghidorah can regenerate those wounds when they're open, but if they get cauterized, it's like the Lernian Hydra and how Hercules has to beat it. Where like he has to cut the head, cauterize the wound, and just has to keep doing that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, we gave him a superpower. Like, why not implement that in the final battle in some way, shape, or form? Because that would have been a hell of a spectacle.
Would have been something.
Yeah, because I feel like in the first two movies, especially, I think that the reason that they held off on monster action is because they had a very limited view on how monsters could fight. Besides
limited imagination, I would say.
Let me tell you, after
they have a limited imagination.
After playing Monster Hunter, there are so many ways you can make monsters fight.
Exactly, but 2014, for example, whenever Godzilla fights the flying Muto, the fight always plays out the same. The Muto flies up to him, starts attacking his head, he bites it with his mouth and throws it away from him. That happens like 3 or 4 times. It's like they didn't know what else to do. And I think that's kind of why they cut away in Hawaii, because it's like, if we have them clawing and biting then what are we going to have in the finale? Look, they're meeting up to, once again, claw and bite each other. That's what I'm saying. It's like, if you're going to give a monster an ability like regeneration, bring that up in the fight so there's something like interesting going on where like Godzilla is fighting against him, but he's got to like cauterize those wounds and like slowly whittle him down instead of just like doing a pulse and wiping him away.
I think part of the reason, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think some of it has to do with the fact that in a lot of the movies in the past, there wasn't a lot Godzilla could do in terms of like melee attacks or whatever. In the Showa era, I think Godzilla could get away with a lot more. I don't know if it was like technical issues, the technicalities of how the suit functions, because I know that the suit, because the proportions of Godzilla, they're not exactly human. They're not human proportions. So it would be a lot harder to move around the arms in such a way that would create a proper punch or a proper claw that would make it look convincing, which I think is just a limitation of the technology they had at the time. And I think Heisei Godzilla is probably a more egregious example because of the design. I mean, if you look at the legs, there's not a whole lot you could do with the legs because they're just so beefy. And the arms were also so short. This is why I think that the Final Wars design for Godzilla is just a better Heisei design. It takes everything that the Heisei tries to do, the Heisei design tries, and just makes it better. It makes it more articulate with both arms and legs. It looks menacing, just as the Heisei does, while also not sacrificing.
I would say the Millennium suits overall were just improvements in their entirety by comparison.
You're just making, honestly, Rooney, all you did was just make me like the Rulers of Earth design all the more because they managed to make him both have the sort of dynamic, like the versatility and how he can fight, but they still managed to make him feel like a beefcake, which I like my Godzilla's chunky.
I think part of it is also just the art form is completely different because it's a comic, so you can get away with a lot more.
Yeah, you can get away with a lot more when it comes to comics and animated material. Why do you think I've been pushing for more animated kaiju content? Things like Ultimate Rising or Gamera Rebirth.
I would kill for an animated version of Rulers of Earth.
Please!
I love the designs of Rulers of Earth, but you know what I want more than anything? Godzilla in Hell.
Oh, that would be beautiful.
That would be sick.
Yeah, because like even outside of like, you know, it being overpowered, it's actually just a really good story that Godzilla leads as its protagonist.
Yeah. Even if they manage to screw up the adaptation and not have it be as well written as the original comic, it would still make for really, really cool looking visuals of just this Lovecraftian horror, just Lovecraftian Godzilla facing off against like hordes of hell. Even if you had it like be just a standalone movie that isn't as well written as the original comic, you could still do so much visually that it could manage to like trump that to the point where it just loops back around into just being a good movie anyway.
Yeah, or show. Honestly, Godzilla in Hell works as an anthology show to me rather than an actual film.
Something I forgot what I was gonna say again. Trying to remember. Yeah, I feel sorry. I said I pity whoever would have to animate that Godzilla double from like the second issue.
Oh God!
Like you just know that's gonna be torture to animate, like Perfect Cell was with all the spots.
Yeah.
Fun fact, that's the actual reason why we don't see. That's the reason why we don't see Cell in anything in like modern Dragon Ball. It's because he is such a bitch to animate.
Yeah.
Yeah, Animus, when you first joined in, you said you had something you wanted to bring up about one of my points. I was curious what that was.
Oh, yes. I did put it in the chat. Where the hell was it? Because one of the things that we brought up in... I think it was like literally the first thing we brought up with you was when you talked about the Showa era. You described it as like you described it as bad as the low point, and then in comparison to
I didn't say bad. I said low point.
The MonsterVerse. You said people defend bad things in the MonsterVerse by saying that the Showa era exists. How does old suck make new suck less? And and you said this was just all in reference to its budget or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, I was saying that
just
in terms
explain
of
it quickly.
Well, as you said, we have they had creative limitations at the time, and the Showa era started very strong, and they started seeing what they could do with the character and started taking risks, and some of them paid off, some of them didn't. I mean, we all know the Megalon slide on the tail thing. Like, it's fun movies and stuff like that. I like the Showa era. I'm never gonna like turn my back and say I hate the Showa era. It's great, but it is a low point in terms of quality, and basically, like, they had to reboot it and come back with Return of Godzilla, rebooting to like where they initially saw for the character.
Oh my god! I finally remembered one of my original points from when we first started talking. Thank you for saying that. Because I remember saying that there were a lot of reasons why the Showa era went on a hiatus after Terror. It wasn't just due to that. It had to do with also just the fact that the Japanese movie industry was in shambles around this time. Like, it was a disaster.
Oh, I'm sure there was a variety of different reasons. I'm sure it wasn't just like, oh guys, this song's going to turn off. I don't think that was it. I think that just also didn't help it, that it was like they were kind of taking a lot of risks. And people, well, the reason I bring that up is because when you look at these new movies that have access to better tools than they had at that time, every time you try to make a reasonable criticism about a choice they made in the MonsterVerse, people just wipe away the idea of the criticism by saying, oh yeah, well, back in the day, his son, Godzilla's son could talk and tried to help a kid with his bullies, so, why do you even care? It's like, yeah, but you can't really compare the two. Like, I personally don't like All Monsters Attack. I'm sure there are people who are, but I don't think a modern series run by Hollywood, where we spent $1 billion on it, its standard of quality should be met at All Monsters Attack. But people keep doing that, so they have to avoid having the actual discussion about the criticism itself. They're just like, oh, you're foolish to even criticize.
Well, this is actually this leads into one of the point. Another point that I was actually just thought I brought up in a response video I made. So you said you like the more serious films.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was in one of your videos. You said you like the more serious films. Then you complained that GVK was you don't like King of the Monsters and you didn't like GVK. But then for some reason you said GXK was. Well, this is a problem now, because earlier you said your GXK video you've had a change of heart on some of the points. So when you said GXK was good because it was more consistent with GVK that you didn't like.
Yeah, he mentioned that earlier, so we talked about that already.
When it comes to the GXK video I initially did, the script I wrote for that I wrote just after seeing the movie, and then after that I went on to hiatus for a while, and then came back and was like, well, I need to make a video. Let me use the script I already wrote. I made the video, but I felt I didn't think it was accurately reflecting what the amount of time I've had. Like, I just got lazy on that. I used the script I already had when I really should have gone back and really thought it through, and that's why the final part of my I Hate the MonsterVerse series, I spent a lot of time talking about GXK, where it's like now I've had more time to think about it. So that was me trying to redeem myself for that one, because I wouldn't hold myself to everything I said on that. But when I say I enjoy GXK, I enjoy it in the sense of, out of all the bad decisions the movies before it made, this became a good one. Where it's like, we've done so much damage to the world building, we've introduced and dropped so many concepts that we should just do a smaller plot, not take ourselves too seriously, and just have some monster action. Because if they tried to do something more than that and try to do, bring it back to a serious tone like where we began, it would have fallen on its face. So I'm not saying I wanted the new Empire. I did not want the new Empire, but I understand the decision based on the situation they were in when they made it.
Yeah. Okay. Because I remember you specified that in both your original video and the third one, quote, where you stated, I quote, "It's definitely not what I wanted, but it's something I can live with."
Yeah, I mean, just because my expectations of the MonsterVerse are so low 5 movies in, that it's like, if I even got a little bit of fun out of it, that's good enough for me at this point. I mean, if we were talking about we're starting a new series called the MonsterVerse, and the first movie opens up with the new Empire, I would have hated that too. Just that tone and just the silliness. But I'd see where they went with it, and if it was enjoyable enough, I can get into it. I just prefer at least starting off with this character that we know what makes Godzilla iconic. We know where he starts off. We know what the intention for the character was, and that he's worn a lot of different hats over the years. I just think that when you start a new Godzilla series, like if you're American, you're like, we want to make our Godzilla series, stick with what you know works. Like stick with what he was intended for. Yeah. And if you're going to try and do something new, like really think it out, like have a plan, like know what you're doing with the series. And even now, it still feels like they don't really know what they're doing. They're just kind of passing the baton to the next guy.
This is why I think that maintaining Godzilla's identity is important. If not maintaining it, then exploring different avenues of it.
Yeah.
I think because if you look at for example, the anime trilogy, which I don't actually hate. I don't hate it as much as people typically do. I like the ideas. Godzilla is not really like the traditional nuclear holocaust allegory that one might think. GMK, Godzilla is not really. He's. I don't know how to describe it because I don't know what context the writers were using Godzilla
the representation of the spirits taken by the Japanese during World War II.
Yeah,
he's like human vengeance, opposed to like nature's vengeance.
The way I interpreted it was GMK was just Japan was losing its discipline. Yeah,
that's kind of it. Japan was forgetting its own sins.
Yeah, and then Godzilla came back to remind them.
I know they never even apologized to. I mean, the stuff that was going on in China, Unit 731, I'm not going to talk about the specifics here, but when you see that stuff, you can imagine how angry that Godzilla is. That's a terrifying Godzilla to come knock on your door.
Yeah, he is angry. He is an angry and vengeful god, and I usually prefer when Godzilla stories tackle that side of Godzilla, if not the different avenues, usually under the lens of, if not nuclear power, then just radiation as a whole, radiation as a concept. That's why I like Shin Godzilla, because Shin Godzilla is just a modern retelling of 54 in the sense that instead of nuclear bombings, instead of like Castle Bravo, it's just a nuclear accident. Imagine if Russia had their own Godzilla, where would they take inspiration from? Chernobyl, obviously. If America had their own Godzilla, where would they take inspiration from? 9/11, we got that with Cloverfield.
I mean, I like the concept of Shin Godzilla, but I just have way too many problems with too many gripes towards its execution of the concept.
Well, I love Hideaki Anno. I mean, I love Evangelion, so having seen the Evangelion series as much as I have, like I see what his style is, and it's not for everybody. I mean, this is a guy who has like a 45-second scene in an episode where two people are just standing on an elevator not talking. It's like he's very slow paced, very slow burn, but I like his attempt to try and give you the logistics of how these major operations work. Where it's like he's painting the setup and all that. What?
The logistics don't make any goddamn sense, and you can't say Animus, could see Animus.
I like the attempt. I don't think that Shin Gojira was perfectly portrayed, but I'm just basing this off like Evangelion or something like that. Like I like the nuts and bolts approach he takes with it, but it's not for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the attempt, but it's just, I mean,
my problems with Shin.
By the way, I started listening to most of the soundtrack because I haven't watched Evangelion, but I started watching it at one point and then I just gave up because I hated Shinji.
Music is beautiful.
It is. I really love. When I first watched Shin Godzilla and started listening to the soundtrack, I noticed, wait a minute, are these lyrics in English?
Yeah.
And I just fell in love. I love his use of choir. I love his use of violins and cellos.
You should watch the Rebuild movies because the soundtracks in there will stay in your heart forever, dude. Like it is a beautiful series.
Pillars of Faith and Pillars of Faith is one of my favorite tracks so far.
Just to ask, have you seen Shin Ultraman?
I have not. I don't believe. If I have,
okay, do that.
Okay.
It's ironic because like half of us in this stream hate Shin Godzilla.
I don't see why you hate it though, because it's like I love the portrayal. Like even if you weren't entertained throughout the entire thing, it was a very interesting approach to like.
I've got a few
scenes where it's like Godzilla's ashore and he's in his infantile form and he's going through the streets and you see that firefighter. He's like, "Tell me where to send these people." Like I don't know where to send them, and it's like. That scale would benefit the MonsterVerse so much, where it's just like I just want to see like people on the ground,
honestly,
like that one dude running away from the floodwaters on that street. You remember that?
See, that's honestly what you just said. That's my problem. Is that there's not more of that, and the film just kind of doesn't talk about that, and that to this day bothers
They give you the
hell out of
government
me.
perspective. It would have benefited from having someone on the ground as well.
Yeah,
Okay,
Shin
now quick.
Godzilla and -1 are diametrically opposed.
Yeah.
Which one? Shin Godzilla and -1? Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
But,
Let me
we're
ask
not
you a
talking
question.
about Shin, but
Yeah, let me ask you a question, Hans. How do you explain why Godzilla's like phase array radar while he's in a sleep mode doesn't hit the bullet trains?
What? You mean when they flew that drone up to him and it got like automatically?
No, the
shot
bullet.
down?
Yeah. Like when he shot down that drone, why didn't he shoot down the bullet trains before they got to him and blew up on him?
Well, because the movie needs to happen.
That's not a good reason.
I'm not defending that. I'm saying it also bothered me too. I mean, the trains leapt up to like his chest area. How the fuck did that happen?
How did they get close to him at all? That's the real question.
Oh no, that was
okay, guys. Look, listen, guys.
I don't defend that in terms of like, oh, that's logical. No, I was entertained by that.
Guys,
It's like doesn't make
look,
any sense.
Shin Godzilla, right? The Godzilla versus Megalon is a film, so Shin Godzilla's fine.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he did do the tail spot. So yeah,
he got you there.
Trains.
I will.
GXK should have had him do the tail slide. It was right there.
As well have.
GXK is so full of missed opportunities. It could sink a ship.
You know what hurts me about the New Empire? I was talking to somebody about this the other day, but in every Godzilla movie, there's always that point where he's fighting his opponent, where he's kind of pushed to his limits, and that's usually when some crazy shit happens, where he's like, "I'm now a magnet. I can fly." Something like that. Mothra powered me up. I'm gonna explode. In TNE, he's never in any danger. He's never pushed to his limits. He's just constantly in control of the situation, and then they win. There was no real tension in the entire final fight.
Yeah, I mean, the most that we got in GXK was when Godzilla was fighting Tiamat, and even then, that it only lasted it lasted as long as it ended.
Yeah, as soon as they met, it was over.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
that's what I mean. It's like he was too much of a wrecking ball. Where there's like when nothing can stop him and he's your hero, it's like you got to take some kind of nuance, like a Saitama approach or something like that. You know, you got to do something else besides just like throw opponents that can never win in front of them. That's boring to watch to a certain extent. When you know nothing's at stake.
There was a point in GXK that I actually this is actually something that I'm starting to realize a lot of people have done when watching this film. They remember stuff happening in the film that just didn't happen. And in my case, it was I thought Godzilla got frozen, Mothra tried to attack Shimu attacks Mothra, and then Godzilla gets so pissed off he breaks the ice and attacks Shimu. Rewatching the scene, that does not happen.
Nope. No,
Mothra just sort
breaks out.
Mothra just sort of, I don't know what she does. She farts at Shima or something. Something happens, and then Godzilla just.
It looked like she just teleported out. She just like went up to Shimo and then just like turned into a big thing of light and just disappeared on. And Shimo just disorienting Shimo. I don't know what the fuck that was. I'm trying to figure that out. What was that?
Yeah. Thank you for bringing up GXK Hondas. I have a question for you. What do you think about the power scaling with Godzilla in particular? At least up until this point in the MonsterVerse.
He's off a scale. I don't know that any threat could actually oppose him, especially since he turned pink. Now he's just in overdrive mode, and nobody's really competed with him.
Right now, Godzilla can literally just walk up to heaven and kill God.
Well, here's the thing that bothers me about Godzilla versus Kong, right? So when Kong goes to the center of the planet there, and he puts that axe in the floor, and the whole thing lights up, and Godzilla gets all pissed, his alarm goes off, and he shoots a beam through the ground to the center of the planet. That's too much, because that means that realistically, once he's pink, he could just stand in the center of the earth and using his sensing abilities, just shoot outward in any direction, killing any opponent.
And with the expansion wave, he could literally just vaporize the entire area with him as well.
Yeah.
Like, just look at gamma ray bursts in space. Usually, when they're shot at, when they're fired. Well, I say fired. I don't remember how they work exactly. But usually, the more they travel, the more they expand, because space, general relativity. So if that same thing applies with Godzilla's heat ray, then yeah, that entire area is just vaporized, just gone, just reduced.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, when he shot through the earth there, that should have taken out that whole temple. Because how many See, I even wish this was explained. Like, was that temple directly beneath where the Apex facility was? And how many miles deep was that? Like, how how deep in the Earth is the Hollow Earth legitimately?
It was directly beneath. It was pretty much definitely like when Godzilla's like
5,000 kilometers.
Oh.
It was. I just despise the Hollow Earth as a concept. I think it was the biggest sin, because like I expected the Hollow Earth to be just giant cavities in the crust of the Earth, but when they went with the schizo conspiracy theorist version where there's just no mantle, just tectonic plates. What is that? I don't know what that is.
That's what I mean.
The mantle core.
I say it in one of my videos, but it's like I wish I didn't have to unlearn my world in order to learn this one. Like when you swap that out and like you have a movie, it's like a movie, and you're like, oh, suddenly the Earth's flat. You have to explain how that works. You can't just tell me that and move on. Like the Hollow Earth, I thought there was like shifting magma, and there was a magnetic core.
It's funny in Smiling Friends because it's the whole joke is what the Earth is actually flat. Here, no, Hollow Earth is real. You have to take it seriously.
No, you have to accept that.
The thing is, Rooney, my issue with your point with the whole like conspiracy theorists, you could have made that work. You absolutely could have made that work. The problem is it was not set up as well as it could have been. They completely.
Here's the thing: like the entire MonsterVerse started with realism in mind, with like verisimilitude in mind. So I kind of would expect that to carry over. Hell, even Michael Dougherty tried to do it in King of the Monsters, and I appreciate that. Up until this point, the only movie that seems to be the black sheep from this concept seems to be GVK. At least when it was first released, GXK. I'm not even going to touch that. That's just an aberration, just an abomination. But up until this point, the only movie that's just completely thrown realism out the window is GVK. And Hollow Earth is now a thing. Now, King of the what was this movie? Conquest Island did establish it. That is true. But it didn't need to be the schizo version, because the schizo version is already.
You didn't need. I think I hear what you're saying, because I said this earlier, but I liked the mystique of the Hollow Earth. I liked when it was just an idea that somewhere in the world there's just this abyss and monsters crawl out of it, but you never go in the abyss, because when you go in the abyss, you have to start answering questions, and if you're not willing to do that, you're going to break my fucking immersion.
Yes.
Like if you're going to have this whole well thought out, like if you're going to have this big expansive thing and sunlight in the center of the planet, you need to tell me how that works, because that's more distracting to me. I'm not going to be able to pay attention to anything, because I'm thinking, how would this work?
Or at least,
I don't think there's any explanation. I don't know if this is just a lack of imagination on my part or just me refusing to suspend my disbelief, but I cannot possibly fathom a way to explain why there's a sun in the center of the Earth, why there's weather. See, I think it was Matt Alsop, if there was a different artist. Yeah, I think there is. Even if there isn't night and day.
What?
If there's no night and day, then how is plant life even a thing? How does that even happen? If there's just perpetual sunlight. What was that?
That was what? I can hear you. You said, how is this a thing? What was?
No, I was asking how there's plant life if there is no day-night cycle, if there's just a perpetual sun, because plants can't just absorb.
Not be like driven crazy by being in the sun. He's been used to a day-night cycle his whole life, and now he lives in the center of the planet, and it's just insomnia down there.
Yeah, I like how Matt Alsop and other artists do it with the concept art of GVK, where at least there is like no sun. You still have to deal with the fact that there's no tectonic plates, there is no mantle, but there's no sunlight, and a lot of the illumination comes from both volcanic activity and bioluminescence. There's a lot of bioluminescent creatures in the Hollow Earth, at least in that depiction, that gives it like a sort of otherworldly feel. It doesn't just feel, because it looks completely different from any flora and fauna that you could possibly imagine, right? Because it's supposed to be a whole new world. You're being welcome to my world. Won't you come on in? You expect this is
this is actually something I'm writing in my script at the minute. I've got to, because I split the way I record films. I split them into multiple videos. I'll get to the bit with where Kong arrives at the Iwi village, and in my notes I've got all these different sections of like world building issues, the Iwi issues, apes issues, and one of them is just time and space issues. And at one point, I just write everything after Iwi village, Kong arriving at Iwi village scene. Everything after that is just time and space is just a vague concept that doesn't really exist. It's just
Yo,
it's just
check this out.
It's just imaginary at that point.
Think about Trapper.
And that's
no, I don't want to.
So,
I want to think about Trapper.
Is the least.
Listen, follow me on this.
Is the
follow
least
me on
of
this.
the worries.
I hate Trapper. Don't make me think about it.
Time. So when they first come in there, they have their regular.
Do you want me to give you one? Do you want me to give you a point? Do you want me to give you a point that will just blow your mind? He flew the heave.
I might be about to make it.
He flew the heave to Mu, which is Monarch Outpost 1, Mu. He flew the heave to Mu and then flew back on the cargo carrier thing that's carrying the gauntlet. He then says,
go back and then got heave to,
He then says, "Can I go fly the heave to get the what's-it?" The heave was still at Mu, so what is he talking about? He had to. He
carried it in like a little Pokemon ball. Yeah, he carried a little Pokemon ball back and forth.
Jesus, that never even occurred to me.
Also, yeah, dude, no, that means that he parked the heave. They parked the heave like midway to the Iwi Temple, then went on foot and got to the Iwi Temple, and then he's like, "Oh, Kong needs his glove," so he had to walk back, get the heave, fly it back to Mu, grab the thing that carries the gauntlet because that's a separate vehicle, fly it to the Iwi Temple. Then he had to take that back, grab the heave, and then guide in all those electric birds in.
In the comments right now in the live chat, Lance, I'm not even gonna try and pronounce that last name, says there's a night and day cycle in the Hollow Earth perpetuated by the crystals per the GXK novelization. That does not explain why there's a sun there. The problem isn't the fact that there is or not a day-night cycle. That's not the problem. The problem is that there's a sun there at all.
Do you like the fact that the cave keeps changing size?
How
do you like the fact that portals keep appearing?
The heave get to the Iwi Temple? How did the heave get to the Iwi Temple?
It's teleported.
They came in on foot when they first got there. No, there's another entrance that he comes from.
To the point of it being in the novelization specifically, why do we have to read the novelization? Why isn't this in the movie itself?
Thank you.
Exactly.
I expect the movie. Why do I need to buy another piece of media to explain what I expected to understand in the piece of media that I originally went there to consume?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's like. I'm sorry if I cut you off there. It's like the whole thing with the Disney Plus shows with Marvel. It's like, why the fuck do I need to watch WandaVision in order to know who Monica Rambeau is, or why Wanda is like so obsessed with two kids?
They'll never know what you sacrificed.
Oh God.
I'm so happy I watched it.
I guess. Yeah. Good
There's
Lord.
a lot of
some of this stuff never even occurred to me.
Apparently,
there's a lot of problems between GBK and GXK. There's a lot of problems.
There's what?
The portals. Yeah. Oh my God, the portals.
Oh God, the portals. Don't even get me started on the portals.
I hate the portals.
I think I hate the portals more than I hate the crystals, because apparently the crystals provide the sunlight. The crystals are isolated from the rest of the Hollow Earth because the Iwi Temple, the Iwi civilization, is isolated away from the rest of the Hollow Earth, and we see
not really.
We also wait. What? They have a shield wall. They're isolated.
But they have crystals in their cave. Oh, the Iwi village is not in the subterranean realm. Just to point that out.
Islands.
Oh wait, it's not.
I hate that.
Oh God, dude, like the geography, of the Hollow Earth. I do not understand it.
Kong's Lair is by the J.C. Penney. I was saying that I hate all these different levels of the Hollow Earth, and it's like you need a map. It's like, all right, we're at the Iwi Temple because we're just past the Macy's. So the the Scar King's Lair, I guess that's by the J.C. Penney. Like it's just like
there's a Mount Sinai. There's a Mount Sinai in the Hollow Earth where Kong gets the 2 tablets of stone written by God. Titan shall kill no Titan. Titan shall not covet Titan's wife for himself. He goes to freaking Mount Sinai. How does that even work?
Ape not kill ape.
Oh. I can't wait for my video to be finished. I really need to get on with it. Hold
on. So the Mount Sinai produces enough light to, it could, I guess you could say that's the source of the sun, but at the same time, it's not the center of the Hollow Earth, so I don't know how that works. On top of the fact that there cannot be
insanely bright there too.
Given the
sun, you shouldn't be able to see.
Exactly. On top of that, if it's the crystals, then yeah. If it's the storm and Mount Sinai, then also yeah. But the thing is that there cannot possibly, the way the Hollow Earth is, there cannot possibly be a center. There just can't be a center because on top of the fact that the ceiling, like the ceiling is also just rock. It's also more Hollow Earth. You'd have to have a miniature sun just flying around the Hollow Earth in very random directions just to have an even day-night cycle. And even then, like, how can there be a sentient floating sun floating in the middle of the Hollow Earth? On top of that fact, how are there even creatures flying there that aren't just barbecued?
You think this
There's a
happened
very
in a
simple
writer's
answer
room on
to this.
GBK?
There's a very
Adam
simple
Wingard
answer.
came in and he just went quiet.
Dude, I wish I was offered to be like I saw an ad to be on, be one of the extras for GXK. I saw the application and I just flat out refused. Because if I did, I would choke slam Adam Wingard, blame the script at him and ask him, what are you doing? What is wrong with you?
No.
I mean,
Well, I believe you're a nice guy, but like, dude, just think. Just imagine the Omni-Man. Just think, Adam. Think.
Well, I think that the answer, if you boil it down in any one of these facets, all leads to the same source, which is it'll make us money. Like, why are you putting the spectacle before substance? Because it makes us money. Couldn't you think this through? We don't expect the audience to. We need to make the money. Just put Godzilla and Kong on screen. Just keep shoveling them out there.
It's just such an insult to the intelligence of the viewer.
Yeah.
Oh, the exposition in the film's awful. It actually screwed over one of Omniview's points in one of his recent videos. I was watching it because Omniviewer says that Godzilla goes into a different point of the iceberg after fighting Tiamat, and that technically means he didn't go into Tiamat's lair. But then in the film, because the film is so paranoid that people won't understand what's going on, it shoves unnecessary exposition in, and there's just a point where the sub captain, admiral, wherever the hell he was, just says Godzilla's going into Tiamat's lair whilst showing Godzilla going into Tiamat's lair. just like I just love the fact that Godzilla X Kong is so paranoid.
There's a lot of
dude, you know what? You know what? Now that reminds me. The film was marketed as being heavy on the visual storytelling. Where's the visual storytelling, Adam? I thought you wanted this.
The visual storytelling was all the monsters talking to each other like Courage the Cowardly Dog. It's gonna hold the knife. Visual storytelling.
I still love that you brought that up. By the way, that was
that was bait. That was bait.
We had to explain what the show was to Animus in that stream.
He's uncultured.
Yeah, I didn't know what that was.
Oh, okay.
I am not uncultured. I'm just from a different country.
If Adam Wingard ever wanted to have a script doctor, if Adam Wingard ever needed a script doctor, he should hire me. I would be like, okay, listen, Adam, I like what you're doing here, except it sucks. So that way, let me do the script, and that way it might be really good.
Okay, dude. I don't deny your talent, but you'd probably be a little bit too aggressive. And as such,
I probably would. I probably would.
I would be like, I can't save this patient.
Bob the Builder.
You're just like Mrs. Puff.
Bob the Builder.
Just like Mrs. Puff.
Bob the Builder. I can fix it. 5 minutes into the script. Yeah, no, I don't think I can fix this, man. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to try again.
At this point, just become Mrs. Puff.
Oh no. Oh no.
The Animus is a show in America called SpongeBob. There's a character on there called Mrs. Puff.
Oh,
okay.
I don't think I have the patience to become Mrs. Puffs.
So I guess one last question, and this is just a fun thought experiment I had for Hannes.
Yes, sir.
If you were to do if let's just say you had full creative control over an American Godzilla story from the top, not connected to the MonsterVerse, what would you try to do with it?
I've actually been thinking about that recently. I've been debating whether or not, just so we don't have to deal with origins and all that, just have 1954 be canonical in this universe, where Godzilla's already been established and we haven't seen him since then. Then I would start off in a kind of like Attack on Titanish way, where it's like you just are following a guy who's on the ground, just living his normal life when Godzilla suddenly appears and takes everything from him. And then after that, we see him just trying to navigate in this new world where it's like there's limited supplies, people are out to get him. Like he's like just taking abuse in there, and he's just focusing it all on Godzilla this entire time. And we get to watch this guy try to get to a place where he can do some damage back. But by the time he gets to that point where he can take on Godzilla, there's another threat that he needs Godzilla for. And so just
Mark Russell
character driven on the ground. So... What's up? Mark Russell, the more like, yeah, go ahead, Anos.
I say that the idea of a character who has something taken away from him by Godzilla, Mark Russell, a character who really hates Godzilla but can't really do anything to him.
Yeah, but one who doesn't go and sit and listen to
Mark
wolves
Russell.
all day afterward.
Yeah, he goes down to
who
study
actually
wolves.
Has a fire in him as a result of this and constantly is moving forward towards his goal. Mark decided to become a drunk and move to the mountains to listen to wolves.
Yes, and Madison had to leave because she wanted to
really
retire.
upset by the fact that his daughter saw him being drunk, so he left his family, because that's a character trait which they actually bring up in the film a few times. His wife has a go at him for having run away, and then when he can't do anything, he's completely at a loss. He tries to run away again, but he's stopped by the appearance of Mothra, which inspires him to get his act together. It's a character trait which is consistent in the film and brought up several times, because the writing in King of the Monsters is good.
If I was Mark and my beer getter decided to leave after she saw me drunk, I would also just devolve into a crazy lunatic that just listens to wolves. That's just the natural response.
No, no shot. You called her a beer getter.
Beer getter. Oh yeah. Well, anyway, for this story, if I wanted to characterize Godzilla, I think a very interesting way would be: have you guys ever seen Hellsing?
Which one?
Seen Hellsing abridged?
Oh, the anime. The anime. Oh, no.
Yeah. Essentially, Alucard is this vampire who's so all-powerful, but he wants to be defeated, but nobody can defeat him. And if someone is going to, they have to earn it. And I think that would be a very interesting thing for Godzilla, like born out of pain, like his existence is pain and he just wants to die. And that's why he keeps coming from humanity, because that's his best chance to actually get put down.
Also, like Craven in Spider-Man 2, the game.
I'll take your word for it, but yeah, essentially that. Just like he's all powerful and just wants to be bested, and he's just challenging those around him to do it.
Okay, but also a Godzilla with the personality of a bridged Alucard sounds like the best thing ever.
That would be pretty good.
No, I would compare it to Craven, because Craven, the reason why he wants to be defeated in battle is not because he's tired of being the best there is at what he does. He wants to die in battle because he's dying to cancer. Like, he's been a conqueror, he's been a hunter, he's mastered man and beast alike. He thinks that man is beneath him, but because man is beneath him, there is nothing else that could reasonably claim his life in a glorious way. So he's looking for superpowered beings to fight and have him kill him, but they all fail. And I love the poetic irony of it, because it's Venom that ultimately claims his life. I think the game set it up very, very poorly, but like the narrative threads are just they're awesome. Like the poetic irony of having a thing out of this world be the one thing to claim a man who believes he is above this world. It's cinema. I just wish the game did it better, but it's just it's taken straight out of Craven's Last Hunt, the comic, which doesn't do this, but still does a great story, does an excellent version of this. It's like a second draft, I would consider it. But I like the idea that Honda's proposing. I think removing that aspect of, Godzilla doesn't want to be claimed by weakness, because in this case, Craven considers cancer to be a weakness, and he doesn't want to die like that. I think just removing that altogether and just having him be Alucard would work a lot better. Maybe not with the personality entirely, because like I don't want Van Helsing starring Godzilla. But
well, no, I'm saying the premise of the character is someone so overpowered that they have no equal, but all they want to do is die because their existence is pain.
I think
I feel like that
You,
would
I
very
think
well.
Ren Sarazawa. I think Ren Sarazawa is the perfect character to do this with, especially with what we know he is supposed to be from external material in relation to GVK. For example, we see Ishiro Sarazawa die at the hands of Godzilla, and then Ren Sarazawa wants to avenge him, and then he pilots Mechagodzilla. Um, I want to include Mecha King. I want to include Ghidorah in that in that whole, because apparently the original plan was that Ren was going to be possessed by the ghost of Ghidorah. It would have been stupid, but as a concept, I don't completely hate the idea.
That's what happens in the novelization, so which is
Yeah.
basically an adaptation of the original plan.
I don't want them to kill off Ren Sarazawa with that. I just want him to be possessed.
Also, fun
and
fact:
then
I thought there would be a much better film based on the little bits and pieces in GVK that aren't really explained, like the map with all the attack notes on it, and just little bits and pieces here and there, and the pouring the drink in the computer, which disrupts the computer and does absolutely nothing else. I had an idea that maybe there was a better story in there somewhere that we just haven't seen. Now you've just said Ren Zarizawa gets possessed by a ghost kaiju. There is no good story there.
Okay,
also, fun fact: in the novelization, they drop Shinamura's name. They name drop Shinamura.
What's the Ren Sarazawa's gonna be walking around like Vincent D'Onofrio and Men in Black, just the bug suit, just wearing human.
You know what? Sure. Okay,
how does a three-headed dragon work with arms?
Okay, I retract that statement.
No, I've heard that. I heard that proposed. That was a thing. I'm not saying I'm just saying the premise because I heard that was an idea they actually had. That would be ridiculous.
I mean, it's better than just killing him off
because I think it would be funny.
I think it would be better for the narrative, not the narrative. The plot is absolutely broken. There's no. I don't. At least GVK is somewhat salvageable if you start all over again and use the ideas that were actually better and actually follow up on what you set up. But I think the idea of, I think it's a compromise with having, because at least Ren is still alive. I mean, there could be would there be a way to exercise Ghidorah out of his body just so he can recover agency?
I mean, I guess we've seen this before, like in the Stan Winston movie that was never made. There was that one guy who got infected by alien material, and it gave him access to knowledge. It slowly killed him over time, but he was basically infected by an alien. I mean, we could do, if we want to call it an infection by Ghidorah, where it has some kind of almost psychic ability to disrupt your brain and how it works. Like you see images, kind of like in the anime trilogy, they kind of did something like that with Ghidorah. I think that was
right.
Yeah.
Also,
I was thinking symbiote Spider-Man. I was thinking symbiote Spider-Man in Spectacular Spider-Man, where Venom and Peter have this internal monologue. We could have that where Ren, instead of just getting dominated, if you want to be super religious about it, if you want to get into religion, you could have just Ghidorah be the serpent, Satan tempter that he.
What they could do is, since we've talked about pouring the drink in the computer, I was thinking of The Thing. But in The Thing, there has been theories about you guys are familiar with The Thing, 1982, Kurt Russell, Antarctica.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who isn't?
So there's I kind of envy those people because I want to see that movie again for the first time. But I remember there being a thing.
I just don't have the will to watch The Thing.
It's so good.
Look, my favorite movie. I know someone who has been itching for me to watch The Thing, and I'm just the concept behind the creature works too well for me.
Okay.
It specifically scratches a very specific fear of mine. Just no.
Oh man, there's a moment in that film where someone, I can't say it because it's a great thing to just experience on the screen, but there's a point in the film where something happens and I'm just oh shit, that's awful.
I remember
Go
the
watch
scene
it.
that specifically.
There's a lot of that.
No, I'm not. I cannot bring myself to watch it.
The reason I brought it up,
that turns me away.
The premise I was going for was that The Thing, when it has people, there was a theory that the people aren't entirely aware, and the Thing kind of acts like an internal monologue where it compels you to do things, but you don't understand why you're doing them. And I think if we went with something subtle like that for a Ghidorah infection of that kind, that would be good. if we were to have that as a possible plot element.
Yeah, I believe you can have like a scene where Ghidorah is like tempting Ren with power, like I can give you the power to defeat Godzilla.
Like maybe you have that as the opening start. Like maybe you have that as the start of a film, and then bring it back around at the finale.
I like the idea of like
just have Ren just relinquish
think
control.
of like just maybe like a scene from, or maybe Ghidorah preys on like his hatred of Godzilla. Like I'm thinking, it's like I'm gonna mention DBZA, like with at least in DBZA where Bobity's like, let me give you the power you need to beat Goku, and he's like, I know you're playing me, and then you just hear Lanny screaming.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good example from the movie. It's a really good idea.
I like that where it's like they both have a mutual hatred of Godzilla, and it's like when it's inside him, he isn't even conscious that it's not just his own.
I also love the idea of like, I don't know, like Ren realizes something is wrong with him, and like he's looking in a mirror, and for a second he sees his reflection, but then he just sees Ghidorah staring back at him.
Oh, like the Hulk, like Ang Lee Hulk, like in the mirror.
Yeah.
I like that idea. I really do.
Or
like
he
that
saw a
idea
sight that Ghidorah saw. Like maybe he looks in the mirror and he sees the reflection of Godzilla coming up behind him, like in King of the Monsters when Godzilla was walking up on him on that building when he was strapped there.
Yes. Oh my god!
It also provides an excuse for the soundtrack to bring back Bear McCreary and Ghidorah's theme again. So
I mean, you don't really need an excuse to do that.
You don't need an excuse. It's Bear McCreary. Plus, he also wants to come back.
Yes.
But I mean, like, I want to hear his rendition of Ghidorah's theme, at least a different variation of him, because I think what we got was great. But I don't think he's done. I think there's more to it. So if he wanted to bring back
one thing that I'm really curious about, because Bear stated that he made alternate themes for Godzilla and Mothra in case they couldn't use the Ifukube music. I want to hear that. Considering what he did with Ghidorah and Rodan, I want to know what those alternate themes were.
Yeah.
Oh, what do we think about the theme from 2014?
I like it.
I really like it.
It's fun.
I like that it had its own identity.
I like that it has some Japanese elements, like some Japanese instruments as well.
Yeah.
You know, I really do like. I also the guy that did the soundtrack for that movie, Alexander Desplat, he also did the soundtrack for Grand Budapest Hotel, which is a movie I really like. I like the soundtrack for that movie as well.
I thought it was Michael Giacchino.
No,
or
Michael Giacchino.
I'm thinking of Cloverfield.
Yeah, Cloverfield. He did Spider-Man, the MCU trilogy. He did.
He does the Mission Impossible films too.
Yeah, Werewolf by Night, which he also produced. I like.
Giacchino also did Rogue One.
Oh,
that's right.
I thought that was John Payton that did Rogue One.
But okay, here's my controversial opinion. The Godzilla theme doesn't have to be in every movie. It's been 70 years.
Yeah.
I don't need the please clap music to kick in every time, because every time it just feels like it's just too on the like. I get it. Like I like when they do new things, like the GMK
okay, but
soundtrack.
It tickles my brain.
No, I get that. I understand that.
I'm fine.
I'm
fine with Kodam using it because it kind of fits for what the story's going for. G14 would not have worked with it. Would not have worked with it. I probably would have accepted it for the Versus Kong films, but
oh no, I've seen clips of people using like the march for like scenes in GVK, and it works like it's meant to be there. Specifically, someone was using the version from like the Mothra versus Godzilla version of the mark where it goes dun 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 dun, like that scene for when he's attacking Pensacola, and it works. It fits too well.
That would be good.
The only good track from GVK is Kong's theme. That's it. Not Gia's theme.
Opening credits.
When did play?
The opening credits, that's another one, but that's unfortunately that's not part of the official soundtrack. So
it was released recently. There was an extended version of the soundtrack that released, and it has the opening credits.
Are you talking about the one where he gets up and he's scratching his ass and all that?
No, they're talking about the opening credits. The opening credits scene. That theme is it's all right. It's great. It's not bad. It's not bad.
Side note. I really hope the MonsterVerse keeps doing those because those are just distinctive in their own right, and I really like them.
I hate Mechagodzilla's theme. I despise it. It's literally just Godzilla's theme, but with electric warbling. It's the laziest thing you could possibly
Where is that
imagine.
featured? I don't remember this stuff in the movie.
What?
I'll be honest with you, none of the soundtracks in these films really stuck out to me.
I think that's also part of the
Except for
problem.
like a couple of the Bear McCreary tracks. Besides that, I couldn't.
That's also part of the problem with the Wingard movies because the soundtrack feels like you're trying to play a discounted version of the original theme while also.
It's Chunky XL. He's known for doing this. Like we all saw the Sonic movies. So
I don't get why because the soundtrack for BVS, his theme for Batman was good. I don't know if it was him that wrote the Lex Luthor theme, but that theme was also pretty good. That like the violin,
Well, I do
very
like
classical, very Machiavellian.
I like the
very
little subtle musical references in these movies, though. Like in 2014, when Godzilla's approaching the bridge and the guys in the boat are like, "Race!" They actually play like a little homage to the Smog Monster soundtrack. And then in whatchamacallit, in GVK, when he's first coming ashore and it pans down, he's like roaring in the water. The theme that's playing is a variant of the one where the storm hits on Odo Island in '54.
So figured I mentioned this, but sadly, I must bid you all farewell. I have this unfortunate thing called a job.
All right.
Okay.
And I have to get ready for that and go. It was nice talking to you, Hannes.
Yeah, it's nice talking to you too.
And as far as anything from me, go play Monster Hunter Wilds and watch Grow and Log On. And Tiamat deserved worse.
Shut up!
No.
Good day to you. Yeah. Have a nice Labor Day. GVK. God. I think if you haven't seen the concept art already, I highly recommend the concept art.
Oh my god, sorry, I got out of Sea Monster's basement. What the heck? Oh, by the way, hi Hans. Oh, well.
Hey, what's up, Left? Honest.
Yeah. So,
all right,
we keep going.
Yeah, let's continue.
MonsterVerse. That's the topic of today, Lau. I hope you've been keeping up since you've been frozen in Siberia all these years.
Yeah, no, dude. Like, Sea Monster's basement is like a fucking maze. Me and the keeper were running away from Didi for like 30 minutes. Then
it's actually more like Tartarus from Wrath of the Titans. Like it's a maze.
Yeah. I honestly, Sea Monster did a fucking amazing job. It's like an escape room on steroids. So when me and Skipper finally lost him, I lost Skipper on the Sea of Blood, actually. So after that, I managed to escape.
I tried to save you.
It's been difficult navigating a maze covered in baby oil.
I'm sorry.
Come with me.
I tried to save you. I tried to save you.
I'm glad that I invested so much finances to get the Minotaur in. You know, that was great.
No,
actually, Omniviewer killed the Minotaur.
No, I apologize, Lau, for leaving you behind. It's just that I was really, really bored. Okay, I was just really bored. I had to leave you behind.
It's fine. I get it. Like you saw the trapdoor to freedom first. So
no,
yeah,
I wanted to tell you, yeah, but I thought it would be really, really funny, and I was really bored. You know, me when I have to betray my friend because I'm bored.
Yeah.
Oh. All right.
Oh my god.
We are officially 5 hours in.
Yeah.
God damn.
Oh my god.
Crazy.
12 hours. Can we
I know. I'm
I
going
hours
to
more.
I want to like get something to eat and all that. Yeah. I was wondering if we had any other. Lau, did you have any points you wanted to discuss with me?
Well, actually, most of it was already discussed. The thing is, I forgot that I was listening through here instead of YouTube. So, like, on YouTube, I was watching something else, and I was listening through here, so I just came in and out. So, if it's fine, I guess. At least I'm
all right,
free.
Well, let's start from the beginning then.
Hi, my name is Brutally Hannes, and I'm here to talk about why the MonsterVerse sucks.
Actually,
and why you're all wrong and stupid for liking it. Why liking the MonsterVerse makes you a terrible person.
Yes.
Why you won't get into heaven
and
if
yes.
you watch the Monster.
If you like the MonsterVerse.
And yes, I am a troll.
And so begins the Little Platoon stream.
Oh
no! I'm happy that you brought it up. I'm really happy that you brought that up. Hannes, what do you think of Little Platoon's coverage of GXK? If you've seen it,
I have not. I'm not familiar with it.
Oh.
Oh,
okay, good.
Maybe
I'm gonna be very honest. I have a lot of goodwill, Little Platoon, because I've known of him before GXK came out, so I might be biased. His analysis of movies is just so thorough, and I think I saw in a website that he was like not a professor, but like a scholar in literature. So him delving,
yeah, but
I don't know if that's
Yes, so.
Yeah, but so is Steve Rifle.
Shit.
But it's like
Yeah.
British literature, so it's not
Listen,
real literature.
if he's just because he's a scholar doesn't mean he's fully trustworthy. Steve Rifle and Simon Pegg are both scholars.
No,
Let's
I know
just-
that one. I know that.
Yeah,
But the thing is, I know that. The thing is, the reason why I bring it up is because he has a second channel, and the way he talks about certain stories, especially Dune, the one that impressed me the most is the way he talked about Dune. It just felt like a light bulb that's been just malfunctioning in my brain for the past couple of decades. Like it just lit up, and I just felt so illuminated when I was listening to this guy talking about Dune.
The thing is, it's like a lot of things on unfortunately on the internet. It's like when you're listening to someone you've listened for years, and you go, "Yeah, this guy's got all of the he's clearly very clever and knows what he's talking about." And then they talk about one thing that you know a lot about, and you go, "Hang on a minute, what the fuck's he talking about?" And that's kind of what happened with Little Platoon, because he was talking about a bunch of films I'd not actually watched, and I was like, "Oh, this sounds entertaining, whatever." Then he literally 9 minutes into into his video of GXK, his 1 hour 50-minute video on GXK. I got 9 minutes in, and I went, "Fuck this shit."
The sad thing is, like, I pretty much remember being pretty chill with his videos on Jurassic World Dominion and Thor: Love and Thunder when I watched those back in the day.
Yeah,
so
I followed the guy for 2 years. Even in retrospect, some of his content didn't hit well, especially how he talked about She-Hulk and Velma. But like his analysis on Jurassic World Dominion was as on point as you can get.
And I pretty much do think that he has valuable insights. I mean, listening to him to like his discussions on EFAP pretty much on the episodes that he appears in. But yeah, the GXK one, it's one of those instances where you're just like, everyone has to have a miss at some point, and I don't know.
What was his controversial take on it?
I have to rewatch it because it's really
controversial take specifically. Like honestly, for example, I love GXK, but it's a bad movie. Like I feel like a lot of people love something and then they need to defend it because they feel like their own pride is at stake.
Oh no, it's nothing to do with the problem is it was nothing to do with GXK. He didn't get to GXK when I stopped watching. He was so virulently like bile spewing about the fans. Going on and on about how terrible the fans are.
Wait, Lau, do you want to say what we talked about last time in regards to the fans? Last time we were Team Monster Stream, because I feel like that's something that needs to be brought up. Because I want to be. I think it's wrong to like attack every single one of the fans and just generalize. But at the same time, there's this subset of fans that kind of make you feel like it's kind of earned at the same time, because like you want to see good faith, but at the same time you bring up it seems like the only fans that hate the only fans that Godzilla fans that interact with this kind of content are exactly the type of fans that would make you hate the fandom, and they come in droves and droves and droves. Like when I first started, I mean, just look at the comments that I've been getting in the Kaiju Court server. I don't know if you're in the Kaiju Court server. Somebody said that they wanted to Diddy me. Nobody stopped them, by the way. They said they wanted to Diddy me, like hard, like R, just hard R, just full blown balls to the wall. They said they wanted to do that to me. They said that. I have screenshots. An interesting approach to argumentation. Just pull down your pants. I have the screenshots.
And that's something that I also did want to bring up. Hannes, it turns out that even before I saw your video, me, Blackaroni, and Sea Monster actually thought you were right about like a lot of things, and it was like on I think it was Monarch Legacy of Monsters, where we talked about like basically so many things that then you mirrored also on your video, and it was like super cathartic to hear someone else say it. But yeah, me and Blackaroni were talking about how some fans. First of all, we do need to explain to him the platoon thing. So I don't feel personally attacked if you say that a movie I like is a piece of trash. But basically, Platoon in the first 3 minutes said that if you have kids and you take them to the movie, they're going to basically be retarded. He says that you're like subhuman. Basically, he says that you're like Homo sapiens without the sapien. And he says that your kids are going to grow up to be retarded because you're stupid and you took them to watch a stupid movie. So he's very fucking. He behaves like a cunt. Basically, that's what.
That sounds very hyperbolic. That sounds like for the sake of like just getting.
I've seen the full video
before. Just
I've seen the full video twice. I've seen the full video twice. That's not exactly hyperbolic. Even if it was joking, it doesn't come across like a joke. As well as that, he also. As well as that,
then you have to extend that same sentiment to the B-sub. Then you have to extend that same sentiment to his B-sub co-hosts who actually do like the movie. Like, you don't think that he actually thinks of them as human beings.
The thing is, there are ways to say certain things, and I think that you have to watch his video, at least the first 10 minutes to understand why there was a reaction. I do think that it wasn't necessary to be like that, but if Blackaroni tells me that it's always like that, okay, I'll believe it, but I still understand why so many people got mad, because it's very like, if you like this movie, you're stupid. And to be fair,
it comes across as pretentious, which I get it. I understand.
Yeah, I think when I first started, I would say stuff like I would make comments about the people who like the movie, and after time, it's like that's not really what I should be doing. That distances people, like you don't. And to be honest, I don't think less. If you judge people based on like what they enjoy, it's like if they enjoy it, they can enjoy it for a variety of different reasons. They might think it's the greatest movie ever, but they might just be like, "This movie's dumb, but I like it." I don't see any need to attack the fans for another like a product's problems.
So Rick the Squirrel just reminded me of basically the bit I ended my video on. Little Platoon was talking about Jaya, and he described her as a magical Indian girl. I was just like, okay, I'm out.
I think that what he's going for is like Native American in terms of like some kind of like this is the trope in movies where it's like the person like the in touch like Native person, the my people kind of person, where it's like she has that kind of vibe about her.
GXK is the harping on old adventure films hardcore, which is why we get that stupidly massive skeleton. But the fact that Little Platoon just calls her an Indian, and I was like, why does he call her an Indian? What is her like the actress's race like a significant thing? So I just Googled her, and I couldn't find out what her racial background was after
it's also
scrolling through.
I think he called her.
Why is he calling her an Indian girl? Is he?
I don't think it actually pertains to race.
I don't think he actually thinks he's Indian. I think he's just calling her that for the same reason he calls Mechagodzilla Mecha Streisand.
It's like saying that someone is a magical Negro, I guess. That's the name of the stereotype.
Exactly.
I think he's going for the trope of that kind of character where it's just like there's that person where it's like they put their hand to the ground and they can like feel the buffalo move. Like there's someone who's like really in touch with nature itself.
Yeah, it's why did Little Platoon decide to say that? I
don't think it's really that big of a deal.
Critical Drinker. Critical Drinker, and everyone knows that one by now, where he looked at the trailer for GVK and said, "Oh look, Kong on a boat. That must mean black slavery."
Okay, well, not only that, but apparently, Little Platoon also referred to as the Iwi in general as Indians, even though they're Asian.
That's
also. I don't really see that why it's that big of a deal
because it's just not accurate. It's just wrong. Like we're just
when you're making comments like
Like if I call Kong, for example, a gorilla or a whatever, a bonobo,
listen, like Rooney, let me speak. When you make comments like that, it's gonna also there is a chance for it to come across as misrepresentation, and as such, paint a poor picture of your arguments. GXK, yes, is a horror film, but when you're making comments like that, it's going to come across as if you're intentionally misrepresenting the film to make it look worse than it already is. And for GXK, it shouldn't be this hard.
And before Blackaroni responds, can I add a little something?
No.
What?
Yes, go on.
So, added context is that, normally, for example, I'm from Latin America and we don't really care about the thing where you call someone an Indian, and it's like, we don't really care. So the thing is, when you add something like that and then you mention something like, okay, like, what did he say about Black Lives Matter or something? He also mentioned that, so it feels like it's a very... yeah, he mentioned it in the video. Don't you guys remember that he compared Godzilla destroying the pyramids to Black Lives Matter and all of that? So, he... Don't you remember that?
Because he's taking out landmarks, I guess?
Yeah,
I can't imagine. I haven't seen the video. I don't know.
Something like that. Video?
Like if Godzilla
Don't worry, guys. He's a scholar.
I'd be like, all right.
Yeah,
Maybe because I don't care about politics in general.
And
I think that you should just drop race from your comments, just because like it only opens a can of worms. Like
exactly.
So I personally don't think it's too big a deal, but I mean it's obviously important to a lot of other people, so it's just best to steer away from that kind of thing. I think it's just important.
Yeah, that's the problem that a lot of us have, because that's the problem that a lot of us have, because a lot of us actually do give a shit about race and the general perception of it. So when you're trying to make jokes like that, even if unintentionally, it's going to paint when you're making jokes like that, even if unintentionally, it's going to paint a bad picture, especially
if you're not clear, because it seems like we don't know exactly what it meant either, which is very dangerous.
Yeah, because he's not exactly like I said, the joke could be misinterpreted as actual seriousness, as well as that his tone of making the joke isn't exactly satirical, but he's generally speaking in a satirical manner. And let me try to formulate my argument here.
Don't worry, I think I know what you're trying to say. It's too many factors, too many aggravating factors. So the race comments, the more race comments, the attitude with which he starts the video straight off from second one, like it's all very aggressive.
Paired with the fact that he also gets things wrong about the film genuinely, or doesn't even critique points that would be easy to critique. And there you go.
If I were to stretch it,
I haven't seen the video, so I can't really speak on it.
If I were to break my mind and trying to just mental gymnastics my way out of it, because for me, I'm in the same spot Lau is. Generally, I'm also from Latin America, and I generally am not interested in those kinds of conversations. I think those kinds of conversations, I find them boring as all hell. Which is why I don't delve in those types of conversations often, if not jokingly. But I don't know. It's just, for me personally, I just found him to be extremely dismissive and reductive to the point where you're supposed to get a chuckle out of it, which is that's what I did. I did just, he called her this, that, and the other. That's funny. Okay, moving on. I already know that she's not, and I think. And if I were to get into his mind, I guess I would extract the fact that, okay, the audience already knows that I don't really think that she's Indian. But that's because I'm already familiar with his content. I've seen his position. I know what his position is. So I would kind of naturally expect that. But then again, people who are sensitive to that kind of stuff and don't know who he is or how he argues or why he argues what he does might see that and think, who does this guy think he is? So yeah, I get it. All right, I get it. I understand.
You yourself have been in that exact position multiple times.
Yeah. A lot of the time, this is why whenever I have dissenters, I only listen to the ones that argue like you guys, precisely because I can tell that guys like you are generally more informed on pretty much anything. Because a lot of the comments that I get are just the most bottom of the barrel.
Oh, you cut out.
Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, he cut out.
I'm taking that as StreamYard censoring him. Just censoring every single swear word that he unleashes.
Gerber has cancelled Black Rooney.
Wait.
Hannes,
you're back.
we dropped a lot
Sorry.
of lore on Hannes right now. Like now he knows about the Black Rooney thing, the drama with all of that.
Yeah, it was like when I came out swinging, right? I'm of the opinion that a grand majority of the Godzilla movies are not very well written. I never really explicitly said which ones were the ones that I liked. I think over time I started to, let people know, hey, I like these movies in particular. It took me a lot to learn to love Final Wars. Final Wars is a horrendously written movie, but I've come to learn to love it, especially because there are a lot of cool elements in it. Precisely with Gigan and Godzilla's design, the Final Wars design might be my top 10 among my top 10 favorite Godzilla designs. I love it so much. Like I don't hate a lot of Godzilla movies, but I don't think that a lot of them are well written. When editing my GVK video, I decided to sit down and actually, give them a proper analysis because a lot of the knowledge that I had was from vague recollections of what I watched growing up. And so I decided to, give them a proper analysis. And it kind of proved what I already knew deep down. Godzilla versus Hedorah, for example, that's when I rewatched recently. That film was, and Zim is going to nail me on the cross for this, but I do not think
very experimental.
Experimental. Yeah, no, I
think scene where everyone's dancing and then all the fish heads.
Yeah, I understand.
Cartoons.
I understand
cartoons
that
are interesting.
Part. I understand that part. What I don't understand is the characters. Like a lot of the characters are just they're very strange. I can't even say that they're badly written. Because they're not even written at all. They're kind of just there. And I don't know. Hedorah is a very confusing film. And Raids Again, I don't care what Zim says. I despise Raids Again with a passion.
I don't like its positive attitude. You get things away from it. So it's burned out, and then the fish company just lost everything. They're just like, at least we're still here. They just go to drink and party. It's like, oh.
It's a complete disconnect from 54. On top of the fact that the plot is just the plot and the editing. Don't even get me started.
And I also never want to see snow explode again. That ending was just 10 minutes of explosions in the snow. I remember watching that, and I literally checked the time left in the movie. I'm like, we're almost done, right? That's not a good vibe.
Yeah, no.
Get buried. Come back to fight Kong. Get buried.
I didn't even know that was snow. I thought it was sand.
I thought it was coke.
No, I think it was. That would be a very interesting end.
I thought
it would be fitting.
An iceberg with a beach. Like an iceberg surrounded by sand. I was like, oh, that's weird.
Well, he comes out of an iceberg in King Kong versus Godzilla, so I just assumed it was an iceberg.
I don't. It's a mess. It's really just a mess. Yeah. But when I came out swinging, so you were going to say?
No, you finish. Because I was going to circle back somewhere to Platoon and bring up other things.
Yeah, I was gonna loop back to Platoon. Yeah, I was gonna loop back because when I first when I first came out swinging, I got a lot of hate, and I got responses from the exact same kind of fans that Platoon refers to as just morons. And if there's this one guy, he doesn't have a username. He just says user and then just a code. He at the time was my biggest hater, and a lot of the time was oh, Rooney doesn't understand Godzilla, or Rooney doesn't understand this, that, the other. He doesn't understand that Godzilla people have different opinions. I know that already. That's not the conversation we're having. And then I kept trying to reiterate that in my podcast episodes, which they're of varying quality, but I like to think that they're pretty good. But yeah, and then people were just coming out of the woodwork to attack me, which honestly I don't really mind. I don't really mind people just disagreeing with me in general. It's not a problem. I just wish that there was good argumentation behind those. And honestly, the only good argumentation were people like you guys, like people like you were the only ones that were educated enough to really have any arguments that actually held any weight, that held a candle to what I would expect people that consume this kind of media. But then
Yes,
again,
I am indeed incredibly intelligent. Thank you, Blackaroni.
but then again, like the kind of fans that these kinds of movies produce, at the same time, I've noticed that a lot of them think this way, and I have to think, well, it's wrong to attack a fandom, but when the films are so bad that it produces the kind of fans that would want to perpetuate the bad movies, can I really blame him? Can I really blame Platoon for?
Well, I think that's just a result of the age that we live in, where people prioritize loyalty and positivity over honesty and being critical. I see it all the time. There's people who just like you say like I don't like this, and then someone just writes actually no, and that's it. Like they just know that they're wounded. They feel the need to defend what they love, but they're not even going to try and think it through. They're just like, nuh-uh.
No.
That and everybody hates people who like say, actually, this isn't as good as you think it is, and they go, what? Oh, it's the best thing ever. It's like they want to be positive about everything, but let's be honest with ourselves. Sometimes not everything works out as it should. There's potential in a lot of things.
Granted, I think unnecessary. Granted, I think something to understand is the why. Considering how shitty life itself can be, why wouldn't we want to have some positivity in our lives?
Oh, I know, but it shouldn't just be a ubiquitous blanket of positivity.
I don't think positivity should trump. Well, not trump. I don't think positivity should come at the expense of really. You can be a positive person while also being a realist. I don't think those two are antithetical concepts.
Yeah. And also, like, to be fair, positivity, like, I understand what he's saying, because when the first time I liked a Fast and Furious movie was when I was depressed as fuck and I needed to do something. And there was a drama at the cinema and Fast and the Furious. And for the first time in my life, I understood why people like those movies. So, like, I get it, but also it's hypocritical to be like, I'm positive until you tell me that you don't like a movie and suddenly I'm a maniac, like that's also different. I think Blackaroni is talking about the more extreme people, but I also feel like Platoon literally put the entire MonsterVerse fan base in one bag and started hitting it with a club. Just saying.
GVK, on that subject, GVK actually made me GXK and GVK actually made me depressed, so it actually gave me the opposite reaction that it was trying to achieve. I understand what you're saying. The thing is that the reasonable fans, the ones that are actually like reasonable people, the ones that are actually just trying to have a dialogue, those don't seem to pop up as much. So when the even if we were considered this a loud minority, even if that was the loud minority, they're the only ones that are actually loud enough to be listened to. So from that perspective, like you can't, even if it's a flawed one,
conversation, like actually addressing the criticism, takes time to actually like formulate your thoughts. And I think a lot of people just they just react on pure emotion. They're just like, someone saying I disagree with, no, and then that's it. There's no like deeper, like, because if you really want to talk about the criticisms of a film, you got to sit there and you got to go over the points. Like we've been talking here for what, 5.5 hours? Like it's a long conversation. A lot of people just want to get in and out.
Yeah.
So they just go with the easiest, like, no, it's good. It's just good.
I mean, you stated that yourself earlier in the stream when Rick was on. You just let him have the win because he didn't really want to deal with it, considering he came across as very similar to what's being described.
Yeah, I mean, gratefully on my videos, I've gotten a lot of like positive feedback and people who have like been actually trying to have conversations and bringing up points. But it's just like the people who come in, they like, not saying Rick is this guy, but people who come in, they don't really have anything except you're wrong and they're abrasive. It's just like, if you're someone in the fandom who isn't who doesn't make videos, something like that, and you're trying to have conversations with people and it always just comes back to that, you're just going to give up after a certain point because you don't want to catch that flack, because there's a lot of flack flying around.
Yeah, and I can understand, having frustrations towards people who won't listen, to a point where you pretty much feel like you want to just be like, just shake them and be like, guys, come on, you should be demanding better than this. It's just that I just think that there's a better way that someone like Platoon could have done as opposed to like what he actually ended up doing. Like there was like a way that he could have just been like, look, guys, I get that you want to defend this movie, and I get you want to like the movie, and that's perfectly fine, but can you just like just for a moment like understand like why someone like me or anyone else out there would want this movie to be better because we've seen better before. And I think that like the message that he was, and I think that was generally what he may have been trying to get across. It's just that he did a poor job at conveying it.
Yeah.
This is something I was going to. This is actually something that I'm struggling with at the minute, like trying to figure out exactly how to present my video when I get around to actually putting it together. The thing that Little Platoon did was spend, like I said, at least 9 minutes. I don't know how much longer, just berating fans and just talking shit and not actually talking about the film. When one of his inspirations and one of our inspirations, a bunch of people here, is Mauler. And if you go back and watch his videos on anything, he doesn't spend, especially the earlier ones, he spends very little time building up to it. More often than not, he's straight in. It's just like, so the film starts with this, and then this happens, and then he starts with it. He's just talking about the film. He's going through the points. He's going, here's this point, here's this point, here's this point. And then all of the opinions are usually on the film, but then the opinions are evidenced by the things he's just been talking about. So when you get to the end, so you go through the film, going through his points, and you're either convinced by the points or you're not. And then when he gets to his conclusions, you have all the evidence there that he's just gone through to then evidence his points. And you can either be with him or you could have jumped out earlier. With Little Platoon, he poisoned the well before he got to the evidence in.
That phrase before, poisoning the well. Yeah, you don't start off by telling the people watching they're stupid and then explain afterwards. No, that's not what you
It's
do.
like, yeah, hey guys, your video, the film you like isn't very good. Here is my evidence for it. Whereas him, he's gone, hey guys, you're stupid, you're pathetic, you're this, you're that, blah 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 blah. And now where are you going?
Your children.
There you go,
I
come back
award
here.
you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Yeah, actually, literally, and that's another thing. Like people will take it very personal. If you can tell someone you're retarded, right? But if you say and your kids are retarded, suddenly it's a little bit more personal than before. And he literally insults like the families that go to watch the movie. Like if you take your kids, like so he adds a little bit more salt on the wound.
I think that's hyperbole. I think that's him going for like a like. This is the worst thing ever. It's the worst thing that's ever happened in North America. 9/11 was nothing in comparison. This is the worst thing. It's like I don't think his intent is to like besmirch like 9/11. Like that just sounds to me like someone who's just trying to like play it up.
Yeah.
But like I've been flashing back with the Platoon talk. I've also been thinking about our discussion relating to Adam Does Movies with Nosferatu. Oh boy, that stream I'd recommend you also watch. It was fun as hell, but ow. By the way, have you seen Nosferatu, the recent one?
I haven't. I've wanted to.
Okay, do that.
It's excellent.
It is amazing. It is absolutely amazing. But like with the whole criticism thing, I remember I've been thinking of a conversation that we had that C Animus and I had while C was doing stuff on that stream, where like taking criticism takes time to understand. It's not something that you're going to have to like putting your ego to the side to understand why people may dislike something that you made or something that other people made or vice versa. It takes time and it takes a certain amount of effort to properly understand. And that's another reason why I think Platoon failed and why it caused a lot of damage, because him going as hard as he did, even if in a joking manner, left a sour taste on a lot of those people and wouldn't really make them think, wait, I should probably hear this guy out and figure out and see what happened. And if he does get something wrong, or if
honey than vinegar,
yeah, or if he's misinterpreting the thing that I like, then maybe call him out upon it and see what happens. Instead, it's just rushing at the audience and saying, you are stupid. No.
And then also we talked about, like the opposite, which is like, because he did get some things about the movie wrong. And then me and Blackaroni in that time were talking about, sometimes you have people that just need the script or the writer to tell them something and they immediately believe it, even if the movie shows the contrary. And those people are turning off their brains, right? So everything's fine no matter what. And we were also talking about the opposite type of people who need everything shown, and they think normally this group thinks that they're smarter than the other group. But the thing is,
the
when
Rhodes
you have to
Scholars,
imply
those guys.
something, when you have subtext, suddenly if it's not written and shown in the movie, they don't get it immediately. So they also kind of turn their brains off. And normally this group of people are more cynical and they make fun of the movie, like they try to seem smarter. And I feel like sometimes there's both groups that are on opposite sides of the spectrum, but are basically the same. So you have that type of toxicity from both sides. People who hate the movie and people who love it, but only because they just don't really want to think about it. Some dismiss it and some praise it way too much.
There's a very weird criticism that some people have. It's almost like related to the this film isn't bad because X film is bad. Like we were talking earlier, Showa era had a really bad film in it, therefore this film can't be bad. I had a discussion with Mark the Cyborg on Twitter, who was talking about Godzilla -1, and he was praising -1 and then said something negative about I think it was 2014. No, it was 2014. And I said to him what was wrong with it, and he said, "Oh, tell me about Ford Brody." And I said, "Oh, the character who's the antithesis of his father, who's obsessed with the finding out what's happened to his wife and like getting the monsters and stuff, and it ends up killing him, whereas the son has learned to move on, have a family, and the film shows the positive and negative sides in that way." At which point, Mark the Cyborg went, "Oh, well, yeah, but Godzilla -1, blah, 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 blah." I said, "Okay, you're just telling me about a different film. You're not telling me what the bad points of this film are." And that's, you get that a lot.
They should be
People
judged
say,
on their own
well,
merits.
Godzilla -1 is good, so the MonsterVerse is bad. It's like, well, you're not telling me anything about the MonsterVerse.
Well, I mean, like, as you were bringing that up, like, I was ready to make a case because I brought that up before with Ford Brody, where it's like, personally, if I was going to address that, I'd be saying that he makes bad decisions that puts his family in danger, even though his whole character is about saving his family. And then during the entire finale of the film, he has absolutely no dialogue and no opinion about the monsters that killed his parents. That's why I personally don't like him. I mean, if you want to compare that to -1, that it's like they're two separate things. It's the same thing with Godzilla as a character.
Yeah,
it's like he's versatile.
Two very
he needs to be
separate
judged
things.
based on the story that he's currently in. Yeah. It's like just because there's a movie that you can like say is better doesn't mean that like that takes away from other films. It's like good for that film, but we're talking about this one.
Yeah. Just because to give a different example, just because the Heisei Gamera movies exist doesn't devalue films like Gamera the Brave or shows like Gamera Rebirth for being as good as they are. I know you probably haven't seen them, but still.
I would bring up different movies as just a point of comparison of what you could do better. For example, I always say, well, no, actually, no, that's a lie. God, what's this movie? Friggin' Dracula Untold. No, not that one. God, what was this? I'm gonna stick to what I know. I'm gonna stick to what I know. You see, for example, Godzilla '98. No.
Yeah.
You know what? Never mind. I don't know what I'm talking about. Carry on. I don't know what I'm talking about.
I get your point. For one of my examples, Project Nemesis, because I'm someone who doesn't really enjoy Shin Godzilla. When I say Project Nemesis is just a better version of that, I say it in like the human characters are far more interesting, and it does a better job at critiquing government incompetence by having it both be the perspective of someone who could be both considered, who would be working for the U.S. government, but also acts in a similar manner to a U.S. citizen. So you have both sides of the story viewing it from both ends, and that shows the incompetence. Shin Godzilla is only really one perspective, never another. You never see Rondo's family caught in the crossfire. You never see anyone else's family caught in the crossfire. And that's what I think the problem.
I remember now. It's not really dove into.
Yeah,
like they give you ground perspectives where they don't like develop it into like characters. It's kind of like just if you were here, what you'd see. Like the initial thing where it's like the person's driving down the road in the underwater tunnel and the blood starts pouring through the top. Like I like that kind of stuff, but it's not like you get to know those characters.
Yeah.
I just realized something. Okay, so this is going to be spoilers for Invincible. So if anybody hasn't seen the later seasons, then please cover your ears.
I
will
have not seen season 3.
Yeah, season 3. Okay, you will get spoiled if you haven't seen season 3. So yeah, just cover your. Let's cover your ears. Okay, 3, 2, 1. I believe the episode with Powerplex is just a better version of Batman v Superman. Why? Because we see first of all, we see the kind of damage that Omni-Man and Invincible produced during their fight. Most of it was Omni-Man's fault, and actually all of it was Omni-Man's fault. None of it was Mark's fault, but Mark still blames himself. But the thing is that Powerplex doesn't know that. He's just a civilian. He just sees what is happening, and Invincible isn't held accountable in his eyes to what he perceives to be a death that was caused by him. Now, the one damning thing that makes it a little bit clunky is the fact that he works for the GDA. But and it would be strange for him to be kept in the dark. But at least it's a lot better. It's a lot better of a justification, because with Batman's case, he thinks even if there is a 1% chance he's our enemy, we have to take it as an absolute certainty. With Invincible, it does make sense because of number one, the events of the Invincible War, which happened just an episode later, I think. Was it an episode later? Yeah, it probably was. Just the Invincible War happening kind of vindicates Powerplex's position, on top of the fact that we have prior knowledge that Angstrom Levy says that in every other version of their world, Mark. I'm still talking about Invincible.
All right. Well, if that's the case, I might just take off here just because I got to get something to eat. We've been at this for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
all right. Well, thank you for having on, for coming on here. Good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
it was
fun.
great.
It was fun.
Yeah.
Hope to see you in the chat of future streams, and definitely check out some of the previous ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was great.
Did you review that Platoon guy? Because I got to check that out and see what that's all about.
Yeah, you probably should.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be
do you want to do any
investment.
plugs before you leave? You know, where anyone should find you?
On YouTube, Brutally Honest, or on Twitter by the same name. Also by the dumpster behind the Wendy's. Give it out.
Which one? Which Wendy's?
I roam.
All of them.
He is the
all of them.
Yeah.
Heinz bottle unplugged. All right.
It's nice chatting to you.
Guys, later.
All right. Later, man.
Later.
Bye. All right.
I'll just have a. Coming on for Justin.
Yo, that was good discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It pretty much went.
That was.
It kind of exceeded my expectations a bit. You know how well it went.
Yeah.
Like
that
was.
Now I
really
feel like
good.
we could even bring fucking Platoon and we could get along.
Oh God!
No, because you know what? To be fair, after we have this conversation right now, I understand what Placaroni is saying, and while I think that he behaved like a cunt, I think that it's maybe it's not as bad. Maybe it's his way of being like. But again, I do have to check more stuff. But I'm more open now that we talked about that once more. To hear him out. If he ever.
Yeah.
I know it's not gonna happen, right? But like, it's nice talking to other people because you realize that you're more open to, external ideas than you thought previously. So that's nice.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of figured that he would be a pretty chill guy, pretty much. But I'm really glad that this turned out well.
This felt incredible. I'm so happy this ended up the way it did, because this felt a lot like what Celtic Phoenix's discussion with Anthony Gramuglia was. Say what you will about Gramuglia. That discussion was absolutely relieving, absolutely incredible, and this just felt very much like that in its own manner. It just felt kind of nice to talk things out.
Yeah. really well. Yeah, I guess if there's if there's anything to discuss here or to bring up before we start winding things down,
Yeah, I wanted to finish my point on Invincible.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I just think it's just a better version of what BVS tried to do, because with Clark, yes, he could become a threat, but the thing is that he could be reasoned with. And Invincible has already tried to go above and beyond the Call of Duty to try and make sure to minimize as much casualties as possible, minimize as much collateral damage as possible, and pretty much just working for the government, and the government always keeping a leash on him to make sure that nothing bad happens, while also Cecil in the background is just pulling strings so that they can find a weakness. But the thing is, Invincible is much more of a threat because of the empire he hails from. Like, Superman doesn't have the excuse that Krypton hasn't been destroyed and they're all world conquerors. Invincible, his entire race is coming after him. I mean, you have Omni-Man, you have Anissa, you have Conquest. I don't know who else comes. I'm not that far into the comics, but I do know some events that happen in the comics that kind of vindicate Powerplex's position and also vindicate Angstrom Levy to a certain extent. But Invincible is still trying to remain a good person, and he has more disposition to be corrupted precisely because of his Viltrumite nature. Whereas with Kryptonian nature, he's a complete opposite. Now, Invincible, I think, is a much stronger example of just overcoming nature through your nurture, thanks to how he was raised, thanks to Debbie, which makes him a much more interesting. No, not to say that Superman isn't an interesting character, but it makes him so much more, so compelling to watch him struggle with his violent nature, trying to balance it out with a human nature, because he has been raised as a human, but he's still pretty much Viltrumite in almost every single way. In pretty much any way that would matter to the Empire anyway. So if Batman said that to Invincible, even if there's even a 1% chance that he could be our enemy, again, Invincible War, even if it wasn't him, it still vindicates the position that Invincible could be a threat, because in almost every other alternate universe, he's still a threat. So that's why I think the whole comparisons thing, if there is a better version of the same plotline that is happening in a different piece of media, I would 100% use it. I would 100% bring it up, and I do the same thing in my GVK video. Well, actually, not in the one I'm working on right now, at least the first stack, but later down the line, I bring up the Winter Soldier, Civil War. I bring up Attack on Titan, at least in the second and third act, of things you could do better. I think it is entirely possible.
Yeah, it works. Yes, maybe it's not 100% fair comparison considering they're all going at different things, but it still gives an idea of what's worked and what hasn't. Like, with Project Nemesis, with Nemesis, I want to have with my Nemesis essay, I want to have a very specific sequence comparing Nemesis to different kaiju. I brought up Shin Godzilla for a reason. Reading through that book was basically made me realize my problems that I had with Shin Godzilla boiled down to the characterization, the human cast, and the ambiguity. Yes, Shin Godzilla is an ambiguous film, but I think that comes at its detriment and, in a way, misrepresents the title monster. Nemesis, despite being its own original story, has a far more interesting character because there is a balance of ambiguity and understanding. The creature herself is literally a half-human, half-extraterrestrial monster. And because of that, you get a sense to understand both sides and how they work in tandem. If that makes sense.
I agree.
Yes.
Yeah.
By the
I've
way,
not read the Project Nemesis, so I don't know.
Invincible?
Definitely do so. You have multiple sequences from the monster's perspective.
This talking about Invincible already, or should I leave a little bit longer?
I mean, I think now would be a good time to end the stream. We're almost at 6 hours.
Yeah, well,
We're at the same length as Adam.
one of these days, there will be a stream that will pretty much go over 6 hours. That will exceed the one stream, my very first stream, which was 6 hours and 18 minutes. One day.
I mean, yeah, probably in the next MonsterVerse movie. I don't see how that would.
Maybe.
Zeno, Nemesis herself also has a lot of ambiguity, but it's never to the degree of Shin Godzilla, and it still poses, and the threat is still very much there, even without the ambiguity. Shin Godzilla's ambiguity isn't solved by okay. I'm trying to formulate. Never mind. I'll save that for the essay itself.
Yeah.
Save that for the character study.
All right. Yeah. All right. And to kind of like wind things down, thank you all very much, everyone who came here. Vic /Kaiju Nut, check out his channel. Rick the Squirrel, check out his content. Thank you, Zim. Thank you. Who else? Who else was on here? Kuru came on. And thank you all you fine folks here who remain, and especially thanks to Brutally Hannes for coming in and having a chat. So, anyone here want to put a plug here who remain?
I'll start.
Hey.
And just so I can leave because I need to get lunch. So you can find me on YouTube, Minecraft World 1954. That's my @ or just Minecraft World. Also on Instagram and Kara. For YouTube, I have, as stated previously, Nemesis character study coming up. I am working on that. And I have a GXK sequel pitch, which I have been working on while discussing. So yeah, it's a pitch redux that's also animatic. So look out for that in hopefully the next few months, while-ish, maybe. I don't know. And for Instagram and Kara, I post artworks. For Blue Sky, I also post artworks and say stuff and do stuff. So yeah, find me there. Go read Project Nemesis. Go play Sonic Shadow Generations. It is so much fun. It's oh god, yeah, play that game. And watch Gurren Lagann. For the love of God, watch Gurren Lagann. Yeah. Tiamat deserve better. Bye.
Hey yo. Yeah, and one last thing. But yeah, thanks to Hoshi or Antonio for coming on. You know, makes good art. All right, who's next?
I'll go next. I am currently still making my GXK video. The conclusion is proving to be rather difficult. But yes, that is in the works. I'm hoping to get it out this year. Good God. Beyond that, that's currently what I'm doing. So yeah, just wait for that. I am C-Animus on YouTube, C-Animus on Twitter, potentially C-Animus on Blue Sky if I ever get round to it. Yeah. See you all next time. God knows what we're going to be covering next time.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out. Figure out what.
See you then. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome.
I think I go next. So
sure.
You can find me on the Twitter, same name. You can, and I recently opened up a Rumble. If I get to 100 followers, I will post music because I do music on the side. I do it for fun. Patreon is not doing really well, so instead of that, I'm just doing Rumble and posting music there. I do intend to post up some of my videos from the channel there, but if I get to 100 subs in Rumble, I will start posting music regularly. And also, I am currently working on a project called God Morgue, so once that's completed, you can check that out. And yes, it's exactly what it sounds like. It's a God Morgue. That's what it is. I am working on that little novel, and yeah. Tomorrow, Sunday, potential black screen episode. We will be covering. we will be covering one of three things: either number one, Invincible; number two, Daredevil Born Again, which, dear God, that Born Again is painful; or number three, the new the Spider-Man series that came out, which overrated in my opinion, extremely overrated. But yeah, no, that's all I had to pitch. I'll see y'all later.
Yeah. I've kind of been hearing that Born Again has been really bad. God, it makes me. I've only seen like one clip of like a fight scene on YouTube with like Matt Murdock, and the choppy editing throughout that. It almost made me want to cry, considering what we got before from Daredevil. Oh God.
I
All right.
love those shows, but like to be fair, ever since Disney bought Marvel, like slowly I stopped, and I'm proud to say that I don't watch any shit from Marvel anymore. I stopped, I'm clean, and I'm not going back. I'd rather do fucking cocaine than do Marvel.
I guess that's your recommendations there, Lau, or anything. Do cocaine before you watch Marvel. Gotcha.
All right, it was nice being here. I am Hokage Mewtwo on Twitter. That's what I got. But yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. And Lau, you pretty much don't have anything to plug, or
No. Today I don't have anything new to say. I have nothing to say. Actually, you're not going to get that unless you like Linkin Park. So I'm just going to go now and have a nice night. Oh, by the way, I wanted to ask you, like, any plans for like future like streams or anything that you have in mind?
not right off at the immediate. I'm pretty much am trying to get things organized so I can do kind of like cover the Jurassic World movies before the new one comes out. But that will be like that won't be for a while at least. And I guess Rampage Antonio would like us to cover that, so see if I can slot that in. And I guess once I hit 300 subs, that's kind of when I'll start organizing the little platoon GXK thing.
Oof. Okay.
I mean, but for right now, nothing really.
Okay. Well, then have a nice day. Well, day, right, for you, I guess, in the US. So goodbye.
Yeah. Bye. Yeah. All right, and this has been your host, the Sea Monster, and you can, since I'm on my own here, here on my YouTube, pretty much Sea Monster Essays. Currently working on my GXK script essay video. So that's gonna be it's still not done yet. It's gonna be crazy. Also got some other projects coming up in the pipeline, as well, that won't be as big as that or as crazy as that, or at least I hope not. See you later, and obviously, not sure when my next stream will be or what it will be on. I mean, I may have a couple ideas at least, but I just gonna have to figure things out here. Hit 6 hours, holy shit. And on my Twitter, Sea Monster KCI. Follow me on there, whatever you. And not much else to say other than good night, folks. Take care.